105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We welcome you live to the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And man, do we have one for you today after the Glory Hole press conference yesterday in Oxnard, California. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Fan Camp Twitch and YouTube. And today, the return of Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt.
What's going on?
What up?
I feel like I'm being subtly pranked somehow.
Why?
I don't know. Everything feels off. Like this chair was lower than it feels like it normally is. The microphone feels like it's in a weird spot. The headphones aren't where I thought they were. I think somebody's just messing with my OCD.
But we raised the table.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, we raised the whole table up.
Did you get recharged?
Yeah, that's all I did. Literally, I think I slept 10 to 12 hours every single day I was out. Whew.
Yeah, did not see any vacation antics in your email and your recap of the days off.
Because I think I spent, outside of my apartment, I spent a total of maybe 2 hours the entire time that I was off. That was about it. And what little bit I did spend out, it was like, all right, we're going to go half a mile away and not further than that.
Did Kristen go out of town?
No, she ended up staying. But she's going to end up. Now, this is the other thing that was annoying. She was going to be going out of town while I was off. Mm-hmm. She's not going to do that now. No, now I'm going to go to Oxnard for a week, and she's going to leave for a week the day I'm back from Oxnard.
Wow.
I mean, who's going to drive me to my car? Who's going to take me from the airport? No.
Well, that's the day I'm back. She'll be fine. Oh. It's like the first full day I'm back. Not the day I arrive, but like the first full day I'm back. So when we get back on Friday, she's leaving on Saturday.
Yeah, a more sensitive household like me, I would take that kind of as an insult that she's scheduling all the going out of town when you're actually available.
That's what I said. She says she's not the one scheduling all this. It's her aunt. Her aunt who's just like, hey, we're doing this and we're doing this at this time. And so it just happens to fall that way.
Well, welcome back. We are heading out to Oxnard as a morning family on Sunday. Kevin is there for the
the Kevin show.
The Kevin show, because I don't know what the update on Corey Majors is from legit Let Us Worry.
This is what, two years in a row we've had people miss shows due to sickness, when I don't know that that's ever happened before, has it?
I missed in 2020.
Because Wolchuk missed
I missed a COVID day.
I think Wolchuk missed 2 days at Cowboys camp.
Roy missed one,
but that was more his own doing.
He was sick.
He was sick. That was still the greatest fight of all. Not the greatest fight, but
after he spent all night putting his foot in his mouth.
That's right. At 3 a.m. 3 a.m., Sean yelling in a house, and there's other people in this house. It wasn't just us. Tim Collins is in there. I think there had 2 other shows in there just getting woken up.
TMP.
They were just going to sleep.
That's probably what ended TMP, my yelling.
Whoa!
I'll sleep right there. Poor man grabbing his chest. It was over with. Missed you yesterday, Teddy, with the start of the Cowboys presser. Anyway, we'll get to it at 6:20 as I am back in. The suckering, the naivete, I'm all in after yesterday. Cannot wait to talk about it at 6:20, but we got a pretty good baseball team playing right now.
2-1, the pitch. Wynn swings, it's a high drive to left field, down the line, hooking towards the pole. That ball is out of here! Austin wins a solo home run, and the Rangers increase their lead. It's 3-1.
Sandman with the call. The 35-year-old Austin Wynns hits his first home run of the season. I thought he had a fantastic at-bat earlier in the game where he drew a walk. Cal Quantrill was lights out, and the Rangers go into Tampa and kind of control Game 1, 4-1. Good guys.
When I saw first of all, I love the fact that they get 2 runs on outs, which is something that they need. You need in the postseason to win series. There's far too many times where teams don't get runs on outs. They miss opportunities to tack runs on. They got a pair of them last night. But when Austin Wynns came to the play, I was like, when did they get this guy?
Yeah.
It was like, when did he come up here?
Not only his first homer, that's his first extra base hit. This is his third team of the year that he's played with because he's played with the Braves and the A's previously. And he had three hits on the season heading into last night, and none of them were extra base hits, and he ends up coming through. He's one of many, though, who also went hitless and run with runners in scoring position. So that still needs to go up because you don't want to hit 1 for 7.
It does, but they had games earlier against Seattle where they're scoring on lots of doubles and singles, and they're getting guys over and getting guys in. But man, for two things. One, Cal Quantrill had not been great since the break. It is 2 opportunities since the break. Much better yesterday against a really good team. Although you saw what Tampa could do on that triple by Caminero. I mean, they run the bases well. They're a very fast team.
And they don't strike out.
That's right. But, to me, a sign of a good sign when you have guys on third, less than 2 outs, you can find a way to get them in. You don't necessarily need a hit. It means you're not striking out with those guys on. You're not popping up. Sack flies, whatever. That comes back to help you out in a postseason.
Second inning, a lot of small ball stuff, and David Murphy on the TV call was like, I think that the 2-strike approach is back in Major League Baseball. It's a bad pickoff attempt by Tampa to second base. Sets up second and third for Nicky Lopez. Carter tags him, and it's 1-0. So there's one of the outs. Evan Carter with a dribbler after being down 0-2. Berger with a little poke to right field. Sacrifice fly. Boom. Another run off and out. Little small ball. I actually thought, I was like, this is going to come back to bite them. They should be up more than 3-0 with these multiple base runners on in 0 or 1 out opportunities, but it did not end up burning them. And then Wyatt doubles to set up second and third. In the third, no outs. This is one of the times and instances I'm talking about. No outs, second and third. Zeke Duran, sack fly, 2-0. Wyatt, little rundown. Don't know whether that was a mistake to even go towards home plate. And then wins with his first home run of the year. And then Evan with an insurance single driving in Zeke in the 8th. That makes it 4-1 behind Cal Quantrill, who gave up 2 hits. 2 hits in 5 1/3, 7 strikeouts, and 1 earned.
I'm looking at this. Quantrill, he's been in the majors for a while now, and they've had him starting for a little over the last month or whatever it is. But, if you look at this right now is on track
31.
for. I know, but that's the thing that I was just looking at. His ERA now, he's dropped under 4 as a starter this year, which means if he were to hold that through to the end of the year, this would be the 3rd time in 5 years that he's been under 4 ERA as a starter. Because in Cleveland, he started in 21, he started 20 games for them. His ERA as a starter there was 3.8. And then in 2022, he started the entire year and his ERA was under 4. And so he's shown the ability to do this. And so having him spot start like this has worked out for them.
He had 7 strikeouts for the 13th time in his career. This was start number 155. According to Sandler. 7 strikeouts for just the 13th time. First time in his career, he struck out 5 of the first 10 batters. Again, Tampa does not strike out, the toughest team in the bigs. And then Cal Quantrill, with a low strikeout rate, of course, starts lighting them up early.
And look, I mean, if you can find a way to get spot starts from him throughout the rest of the year until you get your rotation to exactly where you want it to be, great. I would be surprised if he's, if they're making the playoffs, if he's anywhere near the playoff rotation. But this is a valuable player to use, long relief, whatever. But, obviously, and Lat's keeping his pitch count down. That was big because they used him on Monday. Remember we talked about this, that why would you use him in a 7-2 game? He threw over 20 pitches, only needed 10 to get out. So it's barely even being used. Now you hope for a big day where you don't need to use him at all, because the last thing you want to do is use him 3 days in a row.
I know he's spot starting the way that Latz was last year, but it feels like what you've gotten from Quantrill the last month or so. It feels very similar to kind of what you were getting every time you'd throw Patrick Corbin out there last year, where it's Hey, he's been competitive for you. He's producing at a level that you didn't expect. You weren't anticipating him having you this competitive when he was out there for his starts, and yet Corbin went out there like 30 times last year and managed to keep them in it in several games, and that's what Quantrill's been able to do over the last 6 weeks or so.
Unfortunately, the city of Los Angeles did you no favors last night as the Mariners, Canzone, who got us in our series, he hits a 2-run homer in the 8th. The Mariners beat the Dodgers 7-6. That doesn't help. And then Yordan Alvarez does it to the Angels. That was a 9th inning win for the Armpit over LA. So California not helping you out at all in the West standings. After at least I was looking at the schedule and I was like, okay, here we go. Here comes the Seattle separation. And it still may happen. You're just starting the Dodgers series, but okay, here we go. Seattle at LA. Here's a little distance here, but here comes the damn Astros who have won 7 out of 8.
And we are officially, if you haven't been already, on Triple Crown watch with Yordan. We had a Triple Crown with Miguel Cabrera a couple years ago, but it was not an all MLB Triple Crown, right? So he didn't have.
Was it Stremski?
The last all MLB one.
Here comes 162-0.
I thought it was Mantle in 56.
No, that's what I'm saying. Everybody just remembers Stremski as being like that was the last guy. He was Secretariat or whoever. Yeah, he was the last one.
But I think the last all MLB one where you were the top home run, RBI, and batting average guy throughout the sport, I think was 56. May have been, yes, but he's there. He leads in home runs. He's 2 back in RBIs. And he's 3 points back in batting average.
Yordan is hitting 325. Tell me how many players in the bigs are hitting 300 or better.
I think I looked yesterday. I thought it was 8 yesterday.
I just glanced at the stuff and I didn't see the exact number. But I'm going to guess it's like 9.
6.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
There are 6
guys
hitters in Major League Baseball hitting 300 or better. That's astounding.
It really is.
That's awful.
It really is.
I'd like to know, like, over the past 10 years, what that number has been at the All-Star break. Make it simple. Or at this point in time in the season, to be more specific, how many guys at this point are hitting 300 or better? Like, this has to be the lowest.
Well, I'll tell you this. In 2004, you had 9 guys hitting 330 or better. In 2004.
By the end of the year?
Yeah.
330?
330 or better. You have to go
6.
The Dodgers are hitting 261. They lead the majors as a team in batting. In 2004, the year that Chop's just referencing, the Dodgers would be with that batting average 22nd in Major League Baseball. And they would be behind the Los Angeles Dodgers, who were 21st with a 262 average. So 20 years ago, when people were probably complaining that the Dodgers offense wasn't good enough, then they were out there doing that. But, I mean, you just take 2011 even. The Rangers led Major League Baseball in batting average that year. They hit 283 as a team in 2011.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up with the entire morning family back together again on your home for Rangers baseball.
And that 2004 season, you had 36 guys hit 300 or better. 36. That's 20 years ago. That should not be... It should not be that big of a discrepancy. There's no hitters.
Back in action today, 5 o'clock pregame. You're welcome again, G-Bag. And Mackenzie Gore will take the mound at 5:40.
Did it feel like that game flew by yesterday?
It did fly by. It was like 2.5 hours.
Yeah. I mean, I look up and it's like almost 8 o'clock, and I'm like, wait a second, we're in the 8th inning.
Yeah, it did fly by.
Flying by. I mean, how many shows am I going to get to watch at the end of this thing?
What'd you watch?
Let's see. It was something about some serial killer father that the daughter turned him in. My Father the Killer on Paramount. We watched the Tylenol murders. Have you seen that?
No.
On Netflix.
Is that about the poisoning of the Tylenol bottles in the 80s?
Yes.
RFK produced that?
No, he did not. No, he did not.
That's the whole reason we have the little cotton inside of the Tylenol bottles is because of that case.
What?
And the the cellophane or whatever.
Yeah, the whole wrap around it, because back in the 80s, they used to be able to just screw with them.
And apparently there was cyanide in the pills, and people started dropping dead all over the place.
Tolos are telling me not to take the bait. I already have the hook right in my cheek. Jerry Jones got me again. What trade is he talking about that he's already discussed for the Dallas Cowboys? We take you inside the Star for the Glory Hole presser next.
Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, we is right, because here we go. Inside the Star in your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, the State of the Star presser yesterday on this radio station, and we have Cowboys insider Bobby Belt back for it. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, the entire squad heading out to Oxnard, California on Sunday. The Cowboys, and we'll get more into the drama part of it at 7:20, but they seem to take, this is how backwards that they are, they seem to take offense towards the compliment of, hey, it's been drama-free. You guys have been kind of quiet. And they're like, no, we've been making hires, okay? We've been studying Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean. We've been watching a lot of film. So I kind of laugh at that notion that, no, it's a compliment. Just take the damn compliment. And Jerry's like, all right, I find it kind of amusing, but we'll take it. And I'm not trying to stir up any drama here over the next 3 days either. 5 minutes later. Boom! I am willing to mortgage the future and give up what's down the road in order to make this team even more of a contender than Jane Slater went to work in the press conference. Why did y'all walk away from that Max Crosby trade?
We didn't.
Wait on that
No.
for me.
Stop.
No, because
I didn't hear that live.
Did you hear the laugh?
I didn't hear the laugh.
Oh, man.
Oh, you sweet, naive girl.
That was Steven?
That sounded like
Yeah,
it.
Sarah was like, who the hell is that giggling back there?
We're usually not used to that mellow of a Steven reaction.
No.
That's a good drop, though, Peyton. I do like that.
Let's hear it whole.
we didn't.
Wait on that
No.
for me.
No, because there's nothing more to elaborate about, but we did not walk away. That's about all there is to say because, we understood his injury well, and so we thought he could help us then, and we're surprised the way that was resolved, but to basically take what happened with him after he came home from back to the Rangers, to inject anything about what we're thinking or doing in because he went back to the Raiders would be a mistake.
He's a Raider.
I talked to yesterday. I talked about a situation yesterday with another team and another owner.
Steven also had to get in there real quick. He's a Raider. Just when that tampering clock starts getting to like 20 seconds, and it's like, all right, that's a full 20-second answer on another player. You're guilty of tampering. Steven had to drop it in there and hit the reset on the clock and go, he's a Raider. So that basically coming out of nowhere after Jerry said, I'm not going to start anything up. Now, I am going to preface this today. Every single reaction I personally have to this topic is going to be overexcited, overzealous, emotional, happy, positive, giddy Cowboy fan. The boys are here to bring me back down to earth. So when I first hear Jerry say, we didn't walk away, my overexcited mind goes, oh, so you're still in it. You're still there. You didn't shut the door. Bobby, are we talking about a technicality here?
Yeah, we could be talking about both, but we're definitely at the very minimum talking about a technicality because walking away is they obviously put in their offer and they didn't get picked. The Ravens did. And when the Raiders got Crosby sent back to them, all indications from everybody around the league are that nobody engaged in trade talks after that because it was just kind of like, let's let it breathe. Let's everybody figure out what's happening with this thing. And so, yeah, they didn't walk away in the sense that they put their offer forward, didn't get picked, and then just there were no negotiations renewed after he was returned.
Well, you walked away from renewing them or throwing something else in after.
Everybody hit the brakes, like including the Raiders, including Crosby. Like everybody kind of just went, well, hold on, let's figure out what's going on here. And so at that time, nobody felt like, all right, could we even get a deal done that the league would approve? Or would the league say, no, he can't be traded, he can't pass a physical? So I think that in that sense, bare minimum there, it's they didn't walk away. It still also could mean we're open to this. I mean, we've talked about this, like, we've said that if you look out into, the trade deadline, middle of the year, and they're competitive and Max Crosby's healthy, like, we would assume they're calling them just on the face of, like, they clearly like him. Raiders traded him once before. Why wouldn't they do it again? So I think they're forever interested in him. Jerry cannot stop drooling about him every time he comes up on the air when we've talked to him. When we were heading to that Raiders game, we were just like, oh, what about that Max Crosby over there? He was like, oh, I got to be careful. I got to stop talking about him. I'm going to get us in trouble. Like, he clearly loves him, and Max is a DFW guy. He's from Colleyville.
Go Panthers.
I mean, I think it would make a lot of sense for everybody involved.
What'd you make of it, Choppy, including Jerry saying, I just talked to this other team's owner Monday night?
Yeah, so that the Monday night thing is obviously throws a different little kind of wrench into it in terms of the timeline with just say Max Crosby, for example. But this is why I think our marriage is perfect because you get sucked in.
Yep.
And I don't suck enough, right?
That happens.
You suck.
Marriage.
Yeah, you buy into what he sells, and I completely dismiss. And there's it's somewhere in the middle that
that's good.
Is the real common ground.
Because in my mind, I keep telling, okay, I've been burned before. I've been burned many times. Many Tolos saying, don't fall for it, don't fall for it. And then I go to my secondary thought, and I'm like, let's judge how sincere and genuine they sound. And I really feel, and again, my wife will call me Captain Naive, I felt like yesterday sounded more genuine and more sincere than other years where you can feel the huff and the fluff and the Barnum and Bailey build-up.
Felt shorter, too.
I felt that. I felt they were more real, more genuine, and I believe Jerry Jones that he believes they're on the cusp, and I think if something happens, this happens quick and fast and soon. Now, again, I'm right now kid on Christmas Eve. Choppy in his email last night said, let's see what happens during the deadline. Bobby just mentioned during the deadline. I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait for midseason NFL. I heard Jerry say Monday night. Trey Wingo hit me back and said, look for the next 24 hours for something. We'll get to that later on. I want it. Yeah. I want it now. But I really do think, just judging raw emotion, he thinks they're on the cusp, and he would give up something significant for something soon.
Yeah, and look, if they genuinely think that they're a contender, then, if that's where they truly are.
Which will also, wouldn't the smart thing be to start camp, see if Ezeraku is a monster, see if Rashawn Gary can rush, see what happens, at the beginning of your season, and then see if Crosby's actually healthy. That'd probably be the smart thing to do. That's just not what I want to do emotionally.
This does fall in line with the way they do deals, though. Mm-hmm. Like, if you look at the past couple of years, it's not to the magnitude of Max Crosby. But if you want to talk about, that's somebody who's expected to walk in and be a starter right away off the street, they went into training camp a few years ago thinking, safety's all good, we're good at safety, and then they went out there, they watched 2 practices, and they went, call Malik Hooker, bring him in. And then they went out there the next year and were watching a couple of practices, and they went, we thought we were good at linebacker, call Anthony Barr, sign him. So they go into training camp a lot of years thinking, all right, we think we're fine here, but let's get on the field, see how it looks. And if it looks in the first day or two like we're short, do something.
Now, waiting could work against you, too. We could start the first quarter of the season. Everyone sees you cannot get to the pass rusher, and Max Crosby has 5 sacks out the gate.
Price goes up. And also, you might add other teams to the mix. Somebody gets hurt, another team. Let's say the Rams are out there, and God for, obviously you don't want anybody to get hurt, but Myles Garrett goes down for the year.
Yeah. They're
going to be in the market, right? So, and they have shown F them picks. Like, they don't care. They don't. The Rams.
They don't have capital necessarily.
They don't have capital, but the Rams also are like. I mean, Sean McVay does. I don't think he plans to be around much longer.
No,
Matt Stafford obviously not. They're going to go. Okay, shoot, we'll give away a pick 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
They're hitting the reset button though if they engage on talks now because they don't have somebody that was in their initial trade offer. Because Oso Odighizuwa was part of their trade offer. He's not here anymore. So it's not just like, hey, you want that deal we offered you in the past.
So we need to, 1, figure out if we think this is legit. I do. Number 2, what would you offer? And number 3, who else are we missing? Because in the walk-off afterwards, and I was waiting for the reporters to convey the walk-off, because Jerry was going to talk even more after the official press conference ended right here on the Fan, and in the walk-off, he elaborated, saying the Cowboys still could use a playmaker on defense, like a pass rusher or a linebacker. Quote, the mood is here to do it. If any place, it would be to improve our playmaking ability on defense and pressure that quarterback or have an opportunity to do something special at linebacker. A top pick is expendable this year to add someone meaningful that would help us now. I'm not just looking for a player. We're looking for someone that can add to the mix. So we need to figure out who else it could be besides Crosby, specifically a linebacker as well. Who would be a big enough name? And they're guilty of overhyping people as well, right? We're going to make a move. Oh, Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, it could be a no name.
That was the saddest moment when we were like, they're trading for a receiver. And it's like, Mingo. Damn.
I mean, that's the thing. It could be a role, like just a league average type player. Nothing that gets you excited. That's that because the likelihood is.
He said substantial, though.
Yeah.
He
said, well, whatever this means, I'm not just looking for a player. We're looking for someone that can add to the mix. I think that's his way of saying substantial.
Yeah, but I also feel like teams that, let's say, if Jerry keeps it quiet, I feel like it's almost bigger. If he talks about it, it's just try to get hype, and it's going to be a letdown. That's just my kind of first inclination.
They were hinting at some of the stuff they ended up doing last year when they went and got Quinnen. They were hinting at the end about that they were going to move Micah. Like, the bluster has resulted in deals the last few times.
Here's Jerry trying to shut down Jane Slater's follow-up, asking for other names like a Max Crosby level player to trade for.
Again, let's don't hypothetical here and use specifically a player in a hypothetical situation. That is tampering. That really is. And so we don't want to talk like that and act like that. But that is a good example of what you can stand ready if, in fact, you think the rest of your team is coming along well, then those things stay alive. If all of a sudden you don't think it's coming along well, then those things don't stay alive. It is a good indicator of how good we feel about the team, the fact that we could do things like you're talking about right there. Now, I really got to emphasize here, because it is flat. He is such a Raider. He's a complete Raider, happy Raider, everything in the book. And we shouldn't even be having this kind of discussion with him.
So after the press conference, I put out the bad signal to the Max Crosby whisperer. And that has been Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN. I asked Trey to get to the bottom of it, and he hit us back with the latest that he's hearing. We'll bring that to you next with the 6 a.m. Club Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto back together again right here on 105.3 The Fan.
vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Bobby Belt is back here on Sean and RJ Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
As I have a Jerry Jones Cowboy high after the press conference yesterday. I was using the stopwatch to go ahead and calculate when anyone else was going to get a question, and it did take a while. Steven got the second question 8 minutes in.
Yeah, okay, you had it at 8. I thought it was more than that. I thought it was around 9-ish, and then 11 for Schottenheimer, which is a disgrace.
Yeah, but
it's
they
an
also
absolute disgrace. You can go through 31 other press conferences for the open of training camp, and that would not happen in a single place.
With the owner, yes. With the general manager, no. Which he is the general manager.
Do you think Les Snead took the first question at Rams camp or Sean McVay?
I mean, Sean McVay doesn't even know who they're picking at quarterback and then has to be pissed off when he has to stand up there and answer about it.
Right, which is how it should happen.
Look, I understand and hear what you're saying. All I will say is we know what Stephen Jones is usually going to give.
Well, obviously.
And Brian Schottenheimer has gotten pretty good at saying nothing just with an ass ton of charm on it. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to get some meat, I mean, Jerry proved it with the Crosby stuff yesterday on why you go to him and keep on drilling the well.
I totally get that. I also think that most of us would agree that that's also not always great.
I mean, it's great for me right now.
It's great. It's great for
the brand.
A talk show.
Yeah.
Right.
It's great for the media.
I think
so they're going to ask Jerry.
I think it's negligent to have the general manager and the coach up there, and you think that the general manager might be doing something, and you just choose to ask the coach about who's battling at tackle. Especially when the coach has talked all off season.
What would be your first question, and to who?
Honestly, I think this is just a waste of time anyway.
No, you're out there.
I mean, yes. It's the first hour of our show today. What
would you have done? Who would you direct it to, and what would you ask? And I'll tell you what they would say.
Oh, I know what they're going to say. That's the thing.
So asking, you're going to get nothing from it. Again, I understand I know what you're saying. I'm just saying you're not going to get anything.
Yeah, and that's and
so I should burn my question. I'm gonna
burn it.
I'm gonna get my opportunity. It's gonna go around to everybody else, and because this is the way that a winning, functional organization should operate, I'm gonna direct it towards the head coach and get a nice, nothing, charming answer back.
I completely understand the media side of this. I do. I'm saying the team should not even make it available.
The team shouldn't. No team should have a press conference?
No. Have the presser. I don't think
the general manager shouldn't be at team press conferences. I mean,
go look around the rest of the league. How many other general managers are getting the first question in the first 5-9 minutes? I would say none. I'd say none.
There's nowhere else, though, that, like, if you're talking about, I mean, it did happen that way, because, like, Kyle Shanahan is the de facto GM. Bill Belichick has been the GM. Like, it is just a setup.
Like, check out the Washington one yesterday. I don't know. I know Adam Peters was there with Dan Quinn because they tried to bait him into an Ayuk answer. We'll see. I know you kind of go around the league and see who gets it first, but I would ask the GM the first question there if we're not getting him every single week. We do get him every single week here, but if you're rarely going to talk to him, then you ask him versus Shoddy with the daily pressers.
And Shoddy's had, throughout off-season stuff, Shoddy had a weekly press conference for like 5 weeks that they asked all these questions.
But look, the messaging is, I get what you're saying. Yeah. The messaging is, Jerry's world, he's in control. He's the one. The head coach is just sitting there off to the side. Fill up my coffee when it gets cold and make sure my water has 3 ice cubes at all times. That's the way it comes across. That's the way it's always come across.
It's like in other teams, I would think a lot of good. Like, it seems like the head coach is in charge. Like it looks like that with the Rams, looks like that with the Niners, looks like that with the Lions, looks like that with a lot of teams. The other teams look like the head coach is in charge. Like, he's the top guy.
All right,
I think he is.
Let's get to.
Let's not get to whatever. We'll pick it up later.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Choppy.
I just don't know how you could say like the.
Do you think Jerry hired Christian Parker?
I think you should allow your coach to hire his coach staff. I think Shoddy hired his coach staff.
He should, but you just said there were a lot of things the coach should be able to do that you don't think they do here. The coach is in charge right now.
You don't think when the general manager gets the first 10 minutes of questions, and then the head coach gets a little crumbs thrown at him.
And be clear, 10 minutes of questions, that's like 2 or 3 questions.
Yeah.
That's not like absurd.
You don't think that shows who is running the show and who is in charge?
I think the general manager is the boss of the head coach. The general manager has not talked in the last 2 months, and you want to hear ththings from them, and then you throw stuff to Shoddy where you probably already asked him all this stuff.
All right, let me have my trade fund now. Let me get back to my presents.
Your presents.
Max Crosby possibilities. That's what the media's taken off with. Jerry Jones yesterday. Then he circled back after saying, I would give up the future. Then he circled back a second time and brought it up. Then he talked about it again with the reporters. I don't think it's the usual Jerry smoke. I don't think it's the usual Jerry P.T. Barnum. If it's legit, what are you giving up right now today for Max? We want that on the fan text. And also, are you excited or are you rolling your eyes at 877-881-1053? 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco fan text. We can agree that Trey Wingo has had some surprising truthful nuggets about Max Crosby and the Raiders over the past year.
Yeah, and I think it's more...
Trey Wingo, formerly ESPN.
I think it's more Raiders insight than Max insight, if that makes sense. I think, and that's valuable to have. I'm just saying, I think it definitely comes more from Raiders brass.
But he has connected Crosby and the Cowboys in the past. He was the first one to do it, and he was proven correct. So yesterday after the presser, I put up the bat signal GIF, and I said, Trey Wingo's the man we need to see if Jerry spoke to Mark Davis on Monday. Jerry said he spoke with an owner. Trey Wingo answered me and said, here's what I know. Cannot confirm he spoke to Mark, but know he's looking for more defensive help, and Crosby is among others he's going after. He's shaking the tree to see what may fall his way. Now, look, a lot of that can be generic, right? You could say, I know he's looking for more defensive help, and that's kind of an obvious statement, and, he's looking at others besides Crosby. That's not really a specific nugget and a great report. But then he ended it with, next 24 hours will tell us a lot. Bat signal received. And while I was listening to Jerry, I did feel like something would happen sooner rather than later. So I loved when Wingo wrote back, next 24 hours will tell us a lot. So Trey now knows this is a storyline in the Metroplex. G-Bag had him on last time. Let's see how much more work he does. What would you throw out today? My cock intuition. King of compensation.
Yeah.
Is saying I'm immediately throwing out a second, and if they accepted that, I'm doing backflips, and I feel like I stole from them. It would make me uneasy, which is probably the definition of great deals. Both feel like they're giving something up, and you're both a little bit uncomfortable. That's a great deal. Throwing out the first feels a little rich, so I'm trying to think of something in between of a second, which probably isn't enough, and a first, which is maybe a little bit too much. But it would not shock me if there was breaking news that the Cowboys gave up their first-round pick to get this done right now, immediately.
Can't officially trade the first technically because they've got the swap with the Packers or with the Jets. So what they can do, though, is they can call it a second and it escalates to a first at a certain date, like with a certain trigger. Like it's got to be a Max Crosby's on the roster, and then there's got to be some poison pill built into it of if you do cut him at the end of the year to try and save your first round pick, then
you just solved it for me.
You owe me a couple firsts into the future, that kind of a thing.
So games played, number of sacks, does he make a Pro Bowl?
Something like if he plays 5% of the snaps for you, you owe us a first at this date.
What are you thinking for compensation? What would you do? What do you think they would do?
So he's not going to go for Garrett compensation, obviously. Grenard went for 2/3. And so my initial thought is 2 seconds, probably. Or a second and a third.
Man, the fact that the Ravens, who are closer than we are to winning.
Okay.
Allegedly.
I
agree, but...
fact that they sent him home.
Based on our doctor.
Right.
And based on finding out Trey Hendrickson's market had bottomed.
Fair.
I also wonder, though.
But would they have done that without that? Like, if they knew they weren't going to get Trey?
They claimed they were going to. A lot of people around the league thought, okay, we see what you did.
But I also wonder, with Jerry stressing of winning real soon and willing to give up the future, if the Ravens thought, all right, a common reaction we heard during that was, he'll be fine for 2 years. We don't have to worry about that. But we are scared about him in 4 years or after 2. And I just wonder if Jerry's like, I don't need the post after year 3 because of his window. I wonder if that doesn't factor in as much with the Cowboys as it would Baltimore or other teams.
Should. It's like, because I mean, if you're
it should factor in how Max is in year 4?
I'm saying that should be the way they're looking at it. At the end of 3 years, you're ripping this up anyway because you can't sustain what you're building. You're building kind of like a Jenga tower, and it's like, all right, that's going to fall apart. So if Max is part of it falling apart, so be it. But they're trying to win in the next 3 years.
So give me your offer.
My first thing is ABG, anything but George.
Which we got a text message last night. It's not a report, but someone thinking, who's pretty well connected. I believe the Raiders are interested in Pickens. Jerry may likely be dangling him to see if they bite, and that punched me in the stomach a little bit.
Yeah, because then because
I want it all together.
It needs to be all together, otherwise you're wasting your time. Max Crosby without George Pickens making this offense superhuman. I don't think does enough to get you close enough.
What's your offer?
2 threes.
And if I say no,
then
he's better than Grenard.
He's also injured.
Yeah,
right. I mean, he had a surgery in January, had a meniscus. I mean, he's older, and I don't maybe not older than Grenard.
Where was he on that list? The Fowler list. He was still fourth.
Grenard?
No, Crosby. He was still fourth, wasn't he? Yeah, I mean, so front office is still, and that was taken in June after everybody knew. The front offices now think he's at the top, like near the top.
I would do it for 2 seconds. Obviously, I would do it for 2/3. If it was an easy escalation, like 5% gets you a first, I would hesitate on that. Even though I'm in fun mode right now as things stand. What are the totals saying on the text, Pepe?
214 says Max Crosby is washed. We won't have more than 6 sacks this season. 970 would give up a first-round pick for him. 214, what about Vita Vea? 972, I would give up a second and a third for Crosby.
All right, we'll get back to this at 7:20. Commercial-free in the Expressway, Hump Day edition. We told you it was going to be one to listen to. Thanks for sticking with us and turning it on, leaving it on. The Tony Romo DWI video is out. After listening to it, are you on Team Free Romo? We'll play it for you next.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Free Tony. Free Tony. I'm kidding. I'm very conflicted. This is a 50-50 arrest video. In my opinion, Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. First, Cowboy insider Bobby Belt, reaction to the Tony Romo OWI, operating a vehicle while intoxicated while playing golf in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I when I first heard about it, I was like, of course this would happen when I'm not there to talk about it. But it's surprising, and I think that's all I can say about it.
Okay. What do you think CBS will?
My first initial thought, anyway, before I saw the video.
Well, it wasn't much of a thought. So, what do you think?
Well, no, I have thoughts I can't say about the air.
What will CBS do, if anything?
Nothing. He'll be back on the air.
I agree, and I found this kind of weird with the update from the Daily Mail, RJ Choppy, who I'm not dismissing. They're very credible and have been a good publication, but the headline is, Tony Romo might step back from spotlight in short term. And I was like, what does that mean? He's not going to do the media tour to talk about the games on CBS. He's going to withdraw from the Texas State Open. Step back from what? We're not going to see him until
we've been prepping for games, for God's sake.
We're not going to see him until game one.
Do they do the Hall of Fame game or anything like that? They don't do preseason games. Nance isn't going out there doing a preseason game.
I don't know what it was for. He was doing a bunch of media recently. He had popped on 3 different podcasts.
Well, he was out there golfing, so he sat down with Barstool. I think they do a little CBS tour. Maybe he steps back from that, but he is not going anywhere long term, said an unnamed source, quote, that wouldn't make any sense for us at all.
No, he's going to do 18 weeks and some playoffs, just like he always does.
He contacted his bosses almost immediately to let them know what had happened because he understood the story would spread quickly once it became public, said the source. He's already canceled his appearance at the golf tournament he was scheduled to attend and play in, and over the next few weeks, he's looking to keep a low profile while focused on getting himself ready for the upcoming season. So that is a source. I happen to think it's probably someone within CBS because they said that would do us no good.
Right.
But Tony Romo may be stepping back. He was stepping on the highway and in the police station. Usually these videos come out later than this, I feel like. This is an instant release as TMZ got their hands. Now, there's a lot of wind here, and Romo and the police officer, I think, were both guilty of not speaking loud enough, which added to the frustration of the situation. Here's Romo body cam footage once pulled over.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay.
All right, stop. There's the first joke everyone made, and maybe an alarm going off in the mind of the officer as 40-year-old Romo's going, I'm going to see Grandma and Grandpa. I'll be like, you messed up.
Yeah.
You must be messed up right now.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to make it sound cutesy.
Grammy made cookies.
Well, there's this
45-year-old, you get pulled over. Where are you on your way to? So I'm going to see Grandma and Grandpa.
Yeah. This is one thing, and I don't think it was being taken literal. I call my mom Grandma now.
Oh.
Because of the kids.
Oh.
So I wonder.
Because a lot of people are like, oh my God, both Romo's grandparents their grandparents are alive. What a lucky dude.
I say I'm going to grandma's. I just.
To your kids, though. Or even to Sarah.
I just, in general, I just now, because I'm so used to saying it to the kids.
But on the air, you've never said.
No, but I'm just.
I go into my mom's. Ma.
Yeah, I'm just so used.
The man of God is cold.
I'm so used
man
to
of cold.
I'm so used to calling it with my kids, so maybe sometimes.
Yeah.
I just get caught in that.
Okay. All right. A little choppyism to throw in for a possible Romo defense. I like that. I want you to be Romo's defense attorney here.
Easy.
Let's continue.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. All right. I'll take a driver's license from you.
You got it. What's your name?
Deputy Court.
So I want to meet Grandma and Grandpa, and I passed the Gore, which is the place you're talking about that you dropped over. I got it. You're saying I went over the white line.
All right. How many drinks have you had?
0.
You're coming from a golf course?
Stop.
See,
the internet had a humongous problem with this officer. I love how Choppy's got both hands on the hips after basically being called a drunk by that cop.
Yeah, just assuming that everybody who plays golf is hammered
in Wisconsin,
which is the drunkest state in the world.
Exactly, in Wisconsin.
Yes, that's true.
But still,
if you look at the map of like where the most
you just watched a game with your boys.
Yeah,
I know you're loaded.
Yeah, it's like if you look at the map of like where the most alcohol is consumed, every county in Wisconsin's red.
Is it?
It's great. It's a great little meme on social media. But yeah, just assuming that everybody who's at the golf course is just completely out of their alcoholic mind.
Yes,
which I don't think she was. I think she thought he was drunk. And she was connecting dots of, okay, well, you're at the golf course. People drink on the golf course.
I failed to mention that while Choppy is the defense in this instance, Bobby will be the prosecution. So we have our court case happening.
You can only return with one verdict. Guilty.
Right now.
How many drinks have you had?
0.
You're coming from a golf course?
I played in a golf tournament in Wisconsin State Amateur.
Okay.
So it's like a USGA event.
Okay. All right. I'm going to run you through some fields.
Second.
Field sobriety test. Are you willing to take any field sobriety tests?
I'm just going to call my lawyer.
Okay, step out of the vehicle.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
No, step out of the vehicle.
I'm not allowed to.
Step out of the vehicle.
24.
I'll take an additional 1017.
All right, stop. One, he did not pull a Rossini, which I didn't blame Rossini for. We all do anything we can to get out of a traffic stop, but he did not drop. I'm Tony Romo, former NFL player. I'm playing in this celebrity golf event. He's just like, I'm playing in this regular old golf event. But I need to hear from every attorney possible on this call my lawyer thing. Because where he was the most uncooperative, he was not getting out of the car, and he sat in there for a good while. We shortened this audio down, but he stayed on his phone trying to get in contact with his attorney, and she said, you are not allowed to. I think the law says, no, you cannot just sit there and call your attorney right there in that moment. You can do it afterwards, after we conduct and complete our official police business.
I had to AI this because I was like, wait a second. You mean to tell me you can't call your lawyer?
Right.
And apparently...
watching too many CSIs.
Right. Apparently, AI says you don't always necessarily have the right to call or consult the lawyer before deciding on a roadside.
Which I think makes sense. Like,
yeah, you're not. It's not like you've been Mirandized and like you're like, all right, here are your rights as somebody who's been arrested.
They say your constitutional right to an attorney applies after formal charging or during custodial interrogation, not during a preliminary roadside DUI investigation.
So he's not getting out of the car because he's on his phone. Then you hear the walkie-talkies and the police communication of, all right, we got another issue here. He is failing to cooperate.
I'll take an additional 1017. He's not stepping out of the vehicle for field.
I'll do it. I'm just saying that I'm not allowed to call my lawyer.
He said, okay, all right, I hear the other officers. I'll do it, but I can't call my attorney. So that's part one. Part two, he gets out of the car, and she's like, I'm going to put you... And she also throws out all these damn police terms that 99% of people aren't going to know. All right, time for the fields. And he's like, what? Am I, like, dissecting whether it's zone or man-to-man? She said, no, field sobriety. And then she's using all these other terms where he's like, what is that? I don't know what that is. So it looks like she's going to go ahead and put him through the paces there on the highway. And then she goes, no, it's not level here. I'm going to cuff you, and I'm going to go ahead and take you to the police station to do this. But nowhere in that video did I hear... First off, I thought he was going to be more hammered and more wasted. Thought he was like a little bit out of it, but I wasn't... You're not going to watch it and say he's clearly gone. I don't think you're going to watch it. Some people say he sounds way more wasted on his broadcasts. But
we're trying to catch a snap against the Seahawks.
They're like, I wish you would have crossed the white line on the kick conversion. So you had your Seattle jokes out there, but she didn't say you smell of alcohol. And here's a breathalyzer right here on the side of the road. They cuff him, put him in the back of the car. Then we go to the police station, and this is where I said, "Oh man, Tony, I had you back with the first part." Here's Romo going through the testing barefoot at the station.
Place your arms down at the side.
What am I doing after that?
Maintain this position until I complete the instructions.
Okay. What are the instructions after that?
So maintain that position for me. Would you like me to start over?
Well, I just want to see, what am I doing?
Okay, I'll start.
I was just asking.
So picture a straight line in front.
Yep.
Okay?
I got it.
Take your left foot, put it on that line.
What do I do after that?
Take your right foot,
Okay.
put it in front.
Okay.
Heel to toe touching.
Yep.
Place your arms down at the side. Maintain this position until I've completed the instructions.
Are
You
there
can-
any instructions after that? Or no?
Oh, dude.
Do not start to walk until you're told to do so.
Okay.
Do you understand the instructions so far?
So put my left foot down, right foot in front on the line, and then I'm going to wait for you.
Do you understand the instructions?
No, I don't. There's too many.
There's too many.
Okay. All right. So take your left foot,
Okay.
put it on the line, the straight line, real or
So
imaginary.
if you could show me how to do it real quick.
Take your right foot.
So left foot, put the right foot in front.
Willing to submit to a PBT?
What is that?
Machine that you blow in?
It's a preliminary drug.
It does not determine the results of
Oh,
my
no,
test.
we're not doing that.
Okay.
I've already heard from all the lawyers, don't ever do that.
Okay.
So
All right.
we're not going to do that. But
Okay. All right, sir.
did I pass this test?
You turn around.
No, I didn't, huh? Real quick, because there's a plane taking off.
You're
My
under
parents are
arrest
there.
for
Okay.
operating
We'll
while
get to
under the
that.
influence, okay?
There's a plane taking off.
He's intoxicated. That's what it sounds like.
Over the radio, it sounds, I think, much better for him. Like he sounds more sober, but he looks way more disoriented, in my opinion, in the garage. And then I'm like, is this an athlete mindset of show me step by step by step, and then I will put it all together in one smooth motion and blow you away? Or is he just not getting it and he's that disoriented? And then he starts doing his pregame stretches.
Yeah. Well,
And
yeah.
he's bending over and he's like, back surgery. He did drop the back
He had
surgery.
the back surgery.
After that or no?
You know, you're sore after you get done playing a round of golf. Maybe he was walking.
Yeah.
You know, and he's a little bit sore. From the fan text, this is a tactic. He wastes as much time as possible.
Yeah.
So when they take the blood, the levels have dropped. Other people have said, as a police officer, we're told not to ask how many drinks did you have. Because, if you ask that, like they said, we're told never to ask. She lost the case when she said, how many drinks did you have? I don't know why. I don't know why that was the case. I've had people ask, how many drinks have you had?
And the magic number on Family
Magic
Feud.
number's 2.
Number 2.
Number 2. And my neighbor's a police officer, said, whatever you say, never say the number 2.
So this is divided, and I understand why from the Tolos. Like, power tripping police officer, a lawyer will have a field day with this. He's good to go. He's in the clear. This is why you don't take the test, because now you can break down everything else she did. He wasn't slurring. She didn't talk about smelling any alcohol. She didn't put him through the paces right there on the highway. He also stood. He did the one balance test for 20 seconds. She's still running the clock. I was like, how long do you want this to go? That should be a pass.
Yeah.
That's a pass right there. Some people said those tests don't even do the testing, some people said.
Yeah,
Because they're designed for you to fail. One misstep, and they're like, there you go.
They keep going until you fail.
Right.
A lot of times, like
Yeah.
they're gonna get you to fail if they want you to.
And this is where it comes in.
I didn't.
My brother was telling me when you refuse certain aspects like the breathalyzer, then you're talking about the suspended license, which we talked about yesterday. So, final verdict. 877-881-1053. I think that I think he was buzzed, I'm guessing. Otherwise, if you're totally fine, you take the breathalyzer and you walk out of there. But he will get out of this, I think, because of the way all this played out. And money. And celebrity
So
and fame.
would you take the breath? Let's say you hadn't drank at all, would you still take it?
Yes.
I've always heard it's like
Yes.
never take it regardless.
Yeah, I'd
still
take
would?
it. Yeah, if I know I hadn't drank anything. Now, I'm not going to try to calculate if I had one beer what that's going to show up when I blow on that test, so I wouldn't do that. But if I knew I had nothing, then yeah, I would. He sounds intoxicated. He doesn't sound like himself.
Okay.
tough. Because he literally said I was playing in a golf tournament. No, I didn't drink. I buy the golf tournament, no drink.
Too many instructions though.
Yeah,
he gets NFL play calls in his headset that he has to repeat. He's like, too many guys.
It's like Gruden was putting Chris Sims through the paces right there.
Yeah.
All right, give us your verdict. 877-881-1053. Why can't the Cowboys just accept our drama-free compliments? Back to the Glory Hole presser, commercial-free in the Expressway next.
now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Rangers Diamond Cavs coming up at 8 o'clock after another win yesterday in Tampa. And even more baseball with former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone making the 9 o'clock appearance on the loaded Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
On your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Bobby Bell back here on Sean and RJ with Aiden and Pepe running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. All right, we covered the trade possibility a ton. Max Crosby, is it someone else? What would you give up for him? What else took place in yesterday's State of the Star presser? Jerry said the last time we made this many changes, which, again, it's kind of two opposite things lining up here, because I thought Jerry was readying us to say, oh, this may take a year. This may be a little struggle, because he goes, the last time we had this many changes was my first Jimmy year, 1 win.
Yeah.
But then, of course, he takes it to, no, I feel like this team could be on the cusp, and I like that you guys don't think, and I understand it, it's legitimate, why you guys are doubting that we can be a top contender.
And I don't think that's true, by the way.
What?
That the last time they had this many changes. They've had this many changes several times before.
Really?
Yeah, like however you want to look at it, whether it's coaching staff changes or personnel changes, they have blown out a group or a coaching staff a couple different times.
When Parcells came in here, I mean, he took a whole new coaching staff in. When Wade came in here, he took basically an entirely new coaching staff in. Jason kept over.
And roster, they've had a ton of roster turnover in a couple different years.
One of the first and early questions / compliments apparently was not received that way by Jerry and even Brian Schottenheimer. Here's Jerry on the relatively quiet, drama-free offseason.
I like the idea that the word is that we have had a quiet offseason relative to, dare I say, off the field noise or chatter, whatever you want to call it. I like that. That hasn't been the case. We've had a lot going on, and we've had to really scramble a lot, the kind of stuff that you don't see. But that should be that way. It's supposed to be hard. But we've had a very active, we have made a lot of decisions. We have made a lot of difficult decisions in my mind. But consequently, what might have started out as a really nice, let's take it in and let's get it all, let's take it to the shop and repair it up. What started out that way, especially on defense, we ended up turning it into something completely different than it was when we started. So we even did more than I could have anticipated when we started. And I personally like the fact that the perception is that it's been a quiet, non-confrontational off season. That's good. I have really a lot of that where I live in my mind. I do, but I have some times when it's not fun too. So all of that's good. I like the mood. I like what we're coming to camp with.
So Jerry, I think, understood what was being said to him. He also just wanted to give the organization credit for all the changes and the work that it took to make those changes. And then Shotty later on was like, I kind of chuckle when I hear it's been quiet around here. We've been busting our ass, and Christian Parker is like the hardest working assistant coach maybe I've ever seen. No. There's quiet, no drama. That doesn't mean we're calling you lazy. Right. So let's not confuse the two.
But also, like, you know, this isn't a team that has a lot of off-the-field trouble. This isn't the Chiefs.
That's not all-encompassing for drama.
No, I just, you know, they've had, I mean, there's been is drama.
Drama's like, contract stuff around here.
I mean, they've had that. They had George Pickens.
Drama is everything but the games.
Point?
Yeah, I mean,
everything but the play on the field is drama.
The George Pickens contract situation was the NFL story, free agent type contract dispute of the offseason.
Yeah, but it didn't drag out. Like,
Yeah,
this is
I think
nothing. Are you trying to say that they have had drama this offseason?
I'm just saying they've had news. News and drama there's a fine line.
I don't know that the Pickens one even, like, it was a situation that existed, but I mean, it was really early in the offseason where the Cowboys were like, we're not doing it. And where Pickens was like, okay, fine. Like, I mean,
normal Cowboy timelines is George Pickens is not in Oxnard right now.
Absolutely.
CeeDee Lamb, Zach Martin, Micah Parsons. I mean, it's a 180 difference.
They had they had for them a big free agent class for them. Mm-hmm. They had a great draft class. I mean, there's been news galore.
Yeah.
Now, again, is news and drama.
News and drama are different to me.
Yeah, they're
drama
different.
is Vrabel and Rossini. That's drama to me.
Drama's negative.
Drama is Micah sprawled out on a training table during a preseason game. That's drama.
I just I'm putting to me news and news.
Or Diggs has a concussion and nobody will tell you why, but he hit his head on something. That's drama, and they haven't had any of that.
So that's Jerry saying, yeah, we've been active, and Shadi saying it's been great, not quiet. You're going to see a confident team leaving Oxnard. I talked to a lot of people around the league that want to be a part of this. So that's Brian Schottenheimer. Very, very confident these days. I'm not saying cocky. Very, very confident. And I like the confidence as well. And Jerry liked that Dak wore the Super Bowl 30 win over Pittsburgh, saying, I like that we are not considered a Super Bowl contender, even though he feels very, very good about where they are.
Start the clock with Shotty then. Like, I mean, if Shotty's talking about...
That's what Broadus was trying to say yesterday while he was pulling a double shift. He's like, did you guys feel... And I was like, Brian, don't be negative. Don't ruin my fun.
And I don't even think that's negative.
No, Broadus is... Let me finish what I was saying. Did you hear what he said?
No, I was just saying, in general, the thought, the sentiment.
I'm not a fan.
Well, Broadus was like, did you guys feel like he's kind of passing this now to Shotty? Like, okay, now if it doesn't work... Now it's on you. Broadus was getting some of that in the press conference, and I was like, that's a negative thought, pessimistic.
Not from Jerry. I'm getting it from Shotty. I'm starting to get the sense from Shotty of all right, this is... Last year he talked all about what they're building.
On.
We're building. Now he's talking about, y'all are going to see what we look like. Yeah. It's okay, all right, that's fine. You got the year to figure it out last year. That was the building. Nobody expects you to have everything done in a year. But it's all right, now you're saying that right now we're starting the clock on your evaluation now. So, okay, all right, if you are welcoming to that and not just saying, hey, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Right.
Then okay, we can start the clock, and that's fine. If you want those expectations, that's great. I don't know that you're there yet. I don't know that your record is going to be substantially better than it was last year.
First-year coordinator and 7 new starters. That's a lot.
It's a lot to welcome, to basically open the door to judge me accordingly. Which if he wants that again and he does well, great. He's earned that then, and I respect that he's wanting to put it out there like that. But that is, to me, you're saying start the clock on your evaluation.
I think a great difference in contrast from last year to this year is the Micah drama versus Pickens. This took 25 minutes of press conference time for a Pickens question to come up. I thought that was great. Now, things were sidetracked by the Crosby. Oh, I shouldn't say Crosby because we're going to get hit with a linebacker. It's going to be someone else. We need to go through another list of names. Maybe we do it in Below the Belt or here of who else Jerry could have talked to an owner about on Monday night. But 25 minutes into a George Pickens question, and here is Jerry talking about GP.
He's a valued part of our aspirations and our potential success. The combination that he has with the other talent on the team, I think, will make you feel pretty positive about what we've got a chance to do. For the way we have worked this out is the way it fit. I'm proud that he will work it that way. I'm proud that he will. I hope that he comes out here and is the most prolific, successful receiver in the NFL this year. Now, how would you like to be a free agent and with his credentials and step out there and have a year like that? So I wish all of that, because if that happens, that was good for us. And we did it the way that we thought was best for everybody concerned.
So I'm with Bobby in thinking, and I think you agree, Choppy, George Pickens can be the best receiver in football this year, and I'm still pessimistic that a long-term deal gets worked out. And Jerry is saying, no, make no mistake, this can be a win-win for everyone.
Two completely different situations and different people. I want to give Shotty really accolade for how he worked through this with George, and in terms of not him, but how he helped us communicate and work through it. This can be a very win-win thing that we've done here, us, George, and George being on the team. Make no mistake about it, George could be a cowboy for the rest of his career, and that'd be a long time. Make no mistake about it. This just fit for us, and thank goodness it fit for him, and we got it done. And let's look at that. It's not uncommon with these teams around the NFL to have this tension going on regarding players and contracts and things. We, of course, are focused when it's us, but this is not uncommon to have happen. It gave us an opportunity, the process gave us an opportunity to make some decisions last year. A lot of people disagree with some of the decisions that we made, but it gave us an opportunity to make some decisions. I think going forward here, we're going to see, hopefully, the positiveness of some of those decisions reflected in this year's football team.
So there's Jerry on the difference between GP and Micah situations and saying it could be a win-win.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely that he's here next year. But if he is, and they sign, and let's say he has a massive year, kind of close to last year. I think having last year's year is probably unrealistic from the standpoint. I don't think CD's going to miss that many games. I should hope not.
Yeah.
But let's just say he does have a similar year. I mean, if they bring him back, great. Do we have to get comfortable with the idea that CD isn't here now? Like,
probably.
You wouldn't have both of them.
They got to a point.
You could get both of them, but you would at what cost?
When they thought CD's time had come, they said, all right, it's time for Amari Cooper to go. Like, you definitely have to structure things a certain way that says, all right, we got to maximize everybody's value here. And does it totally maximize things by saying we've got a $60 million quarterback and we've got $70 million tied up in wide receivers and we've got a $12 million tight end, and like eventually they're going to start looking for, like, all right, we got to create margin somewhere. Somebody's got to move.
Yeah.
And so at that point it probably would be, this comes down to, do they want CD or Pickens? And I don't think they even hesitate to pick CD right now. And so that's why something would have to substantially change with both of them.
Bobby, you were on the same text that suggested maybe the Raiders stuff could involve Pickens with Crosby. That pains my soul. I want it all.
That'd be a flat no.
I would not be happy about that. Do you believe that? And how would you operate if that is the case?
Well, so like we mentioned earlier, the initial offer they had out there had a player in it. Like it was not just a draft pick swap for Crosby. So it had Osa Odigizua in it. He's not here anymore. You would think they'd want to structure a deal that's similar. Now, obviously, you don't know how the Ravens' medical influences how they change things, but you would think they would probably want to go, all right, can we do like player and draft capital for this? And if they were going to do that, then the one who would probably make the most sense in a deal like that would be Pickens, I would assume. But I don't know. That's...
Would the Cowboys be better with Crosby on this year's team versus George on this year's team? Who would they be better with this year? And does that take you past the cusp where I believe Jerry thinks they are?
Well, they're more balanced. They'd be more balanced with Max, but I don't think that makes them better.
Yeah, I mean, they'd clearly be better defensively and lose something offensively. They're probably better with Pickens.
But see, with that type of hesitation, which I agree with,
barring a Flournoy breaking, if they're anticipating some breakout from Flournoy.
then I can't make that move because I need it all to really thrust me, get me over the top.
Yeah, your better chance of winning is scoring over 30 a game than it is, trying to rely on prevention.
To me, if the defense is going to work, the defense is going to work. Like if Parker's vision is going to work, it's going to click. And I don't know how much more one player is going to click that vision, like past the points that you lose or the offensive like field position and firepower you lose by letting go of Pickens. But yeah, if they were a better defense and this was like a finishing piece, Crosby, instead of come in here and save us, then it's a different question.
From the 903, trade Pickens for Max and then sign Stephon Diggs. Now that would end the drama-free offseason. My gosh.
I think we've speculated it's the Raiders.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't say, but Jerry did say he was talking to an owner. Chop has mentioned earlier in the show, there's not a whole lot of owners out there like with their hands like dabbling in personnel with NFL teams. It's like 3 of them. So if he's talking to an owner about like, hey, let's work on a trade, he's talking to the Raiders, he's talking to the Jets, he's talking to the Bengals.
Patriots, maybe.
Kraft is not really like Kraft isn't generally orchestrating personnel,
and they supposedly dislike each other. He's tight with Kroenke, but I don't think Kroenke's messing with real estate.
Snead is who you'd be talking to there, or like McVay. The guys that you're talking to, of like they may not be the only one making the decision, but Mike Brown, Woody Johnson, and Mark Davis have a hand in what they do with their personnel.
Chargers owner. There's a closeness there, I think.
I'm just thinking of like not just who he's close to, but who actually like does deals as an owner.
Yeah, other players that people are throwing out. Vita Vea. How does Vita Vea make any sense here? You have Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark.
He doesn't
make any sense.
Kenny.
Okay.
You could upgrade, but
Josh Sweat being thrown out. I like the names because we need some linebacker names as well.
Thibodeau. Well, the other thing, when they say linebacker, I wonder if that's again just kind of like a
outside,
like a cheat almost of just like, we need those edge rushers and linebacker because like they're calling the outside linebackers that this year. Thibodeau would be another name that's on the block right now that people talk about. And I would assume he talks to the Maras at least somewhat consistently. But the Maras have seemed very much like, we're not doing anything here. This is all John Harbaugh's show.
Right. All right, let us know. There it is. Are we getting suckered all over again, or do you think there's something legit? Trey Wingo tweeting me back last night saying, let's look at the next 24 hours, and let's keep an eye on Trey's timeline as well. Rangers Diamond Cavs coming up at 8 o'clock as they try to get win number 2 in Tampa. Let's chop it up.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, choppy.
What is the dirtiest room in your house?
Probably the laundry room with the crud. I know that sounds crazy, but the crud that gets under the washer dryer and in the back with all the lint and all that stuff. I don't.
Let's think
garage count.
Let's think from a bacteria standpoint.
Dirty, not messy.
Correct.
Bathroom.
Probably just naturally bathroom.
They had the NSF International Household Germ Study had volunteers swab 30 common household items, testing for bacteria, yeast and mold, E. coli, salmonella, fecal contamination. Ugh. They found that the bathroom is not the dirtiest. It is the kitchen, which makes me even more concerned.
Well, that makes sense, too.
Research found coliform, which is basically salmonella and E. coli, on more than 75% of dish sponges and rags, 45% of kitchen sinks, 32% of countertops, and 18% of cutting boards.
Yeah, this is the age-old question of whether to wash your chicken or not. As people will say, no, you absolutely have to wash it. Then there's others who say that's the worst thing you can do because when the water hits the chicken, it splatters the salmonella all over the place and everywhere else.
Do you wash it with soap, though, or do you just rinse it?
Are you asking a serious question? Are you asking that for real?
Yeah, I don't know. Like when you say wash your chicken, it's like we just rinse it.
Rinse it.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
obviously.
Well, see, I don't know why you didn't say rinse. 'Cause I've never heard the word wash.
I'm going to try that
And
tonight.
just use
I'm gonna
water.
try that out. I'll get back to you.
Because when I say wash, I think actual soap. When I say rinse, I just think water.
You know the secret to my brisket? It's done.
Done.
It's pre-brining it, but done.
Man, I sent Sean the greatest brisket video of all time over the weekend.
God.
He literally
Lincoln
texted
Riley's?
back,
I wanted
F you.
to kill you for
That's what he
that.
said. He said, F you for sending this to me.
6-minute video, and this guy's got 2 million followers.
Bobby Flay actually got destroyed for this on the internet when he said he washes his chicken. They asked him like a bunch of kitchen questions. They said, do you wash your chicken? He said, I do. And the comments just lit him up for that.
Because of it spreading?
Spreading and
Shooting
also
everywhere?
just like, it's chicken, cook it. Like there were some people who were like that.
People are saying wash it with vinegar.
Yeah, a lot of people like with, I'm thinking about like making tripe, like intestine, and people mess with like lime.
Jerry says not to be tripe.
Lemon, lime and lemon and vinegar and all that stuff to get it extra clean.
So they went and found the top 10 dirtiest items in your home. The dirtiest item in your home is the kitchen sponge. 75% of kitchen sponges have E. coli or salmonella on them. That's gross. The kitchen sink is number 2. By the way, you people making these cooking videos who put a plug in your kitchen sink and then throw the food in the sink and then prepare you sickos.
Why do they put a plug in it? You mean like they cook it in the sink or really?
No, they'll put like noodles in the sink or whatever, and then they
like in the strainer.
No, they'll put it in the sink and rinse it off, and it's like what are you people doing? The toothbrush holder is third.
Oh yeah,
and this is kind of scary because it's so close to your mouth. I mean, you get a small enough toothbrush, you go deep enough, you got a big mouth, you go to the back of your tongue, that's close.
What emotion that was.
Yeah. I thought this one would be higher. The pet bowl is number 4. That thing is just disgusting.
They say the dog's mouth's cleaner than ours.
Yeah, they can say that all they want. But we, how often do you wash the dog bowl, Peyton?
Once every couple months.
Oh, couple months.
Yeah, it's not at the top of my list.
Oh, this one hits because I've noticed, and I don't know if you've noticed this, but the coffee reservoir is number 5.
What's the reservoir?
Like where you put the water.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
It gets this algae in it, and how do you stop the algae, and how do you clean it?
Stuff will be floating in there.
Yes.
And I'm like, all right, is that the cleaner thing at the bottom? But yeah, after you look at that and you realize you've been drinking it for a while, it's not a great feeling.
No. The bathroom faucet handle. The handle where you turn it on, that's poop.
The other thing.
That's flat out poop.
The other thing in your sinks when you sometimes do this, give it the finger, the circular motion, and the grime that'll maybe come out from where the water's coming out from the sink. That is messy.
A pet toy is 7. The countertop, the kitchen countertop is 8, and that points to the splash.
Yep.
Stove knobs. This one surprised me. That would just be grease, I would think.
Amanda gets furious that our refrigerator handles will sometimes be a sticky here.
The kids get it, right? The kids get it.
She blames me, and maybe it is me sometimes. You're going in and out, and you're grabbing an ingredient, you're going back to this and that, and you're grabbing the fridge.
Yeah, stove knobs make sense. If you mishandle something and then before you wash your hands or whatever, you turn something on.
Oh, the above the stove light.
Oh, God, that's just grime.
How gross is that? How often do y'all clean that, and do you undo it? Do you take out the whole vent, or do you just take a wet paper towel like I do, and try to get the grease? And it's got a grease drip. That's getting ready to hit down.
If you take a towel and push on it, it's like a sponge. It all just comes. Oh, it's disgusting. And then above it too, like on top of the hood, where you get the kind of the grease. And then the cutting board is number 10. And this is why they tell you use a wooden cutting board. Never use plastic.
Why?
Because the plastic, for when you cut into it, you get plastic particles on it, on your food, so you can be ingesting plastic. But also, I guess it's more difficult to clean because whatever.
The top 2 makes sense. Like, the sponge makes sense. Like, people clean with it. It absorbs a lot. You don't really think about it. And then the sink makes a bunch of sense because I think people just think, oh, there's just water running through it. Like, how much does it need to be, like, deep cleaned?
My mom said easy fix for sponge, microwave for 2 minutes. I've never heard that.
Somebody on the fan text said I microwave my sponge off, and some that people thought were going to be on this, but isn't. Money is one of them. I thought for sure money would be one of the dirtiest things.
You gotta have money in your house.
Yeah, the bathroom doorknob and the toilet handle, like the flusher.
Yes.
That wasn't one of the dirtiest ones. That surprised me, and it surprised a lot of people. But by the way, a 2014 study examining public restrooms found staph, HPV, E. coli, and other viruses on surfaces like toilet seats, soap dispensers, and the floor surrounding.
What about inside the microwave? The amount of people who come to my
it's destroying it.
The amount of people who come to my house and expose themselves for not knowing how to microwave or cover certain dishes when you microwave them blows me away.
Oh.
I could give people a test and say, do you need to cover this while microwaving it? And 80% would fail.
My answer is no to everything.
You everything's uncovered?
Everything's uncovered.
Oh.
Kristen loses her mind with, like,
it's
when
awful.
she's like, I have to clean that. Like, she's like, if there's sauce, cover it.
Yes.
She's like, it's going to pop.
Yes.
It's going to go everywhere.
Fatty meat, like, you cannot reheat brisket uncovered in a microwave.
You mentioned the money. Kristen, if the girls handle change, Kristen immediately makes them use hand sanitizer.
We do, yeah. And one more thing, like, if it's like meatballs with sauce, I definitely don't want to cover it because I don't want the paper to touch my meatballs.
Oh my God! Well, you don't have paper. Like,
I can use wax paper.
Get a plastic circle thing.
Yeah, I could do that.
Put that over, or another plate.
Yeah,
I always use another plate too.
Right, chopping it up here on Sean and RJ 105.
I love how he goes. The most splattery thing, you definitely don't cover that.
Don't cover it.
Spaghetti with meatballs.
No, with meat. If it's meatballs, no, definitely not covering it. All right, Bobby. We know Bobby doesn't like this guy very much. I saw this from Awful Announcing.
Could be lots of guys.
Michael K.
Oh yeah, hate him.
Speaking of disgusting, this is disgusting. I like him. You don't like him. Joe Girardi, who is an analyst for them, calls him out.
Michael K., Yankees play-by-play.
Yankees play-by-play. Joe Girardi, former Phillies manager, former Yankees manager, now on the Yes Network, calls Michael out for stirring his tea with a certain item.
But let's talk about what you did last half inning. Please. All right. You asked for tea. Okay. Hot tea. Hot tea. Not sure why. I don't know if you're cold.
My throat's a little sketchy right now.
Oh, okay. And Jennifer was nice enough to give you your tea and your equal. And you steeped.
Right.
And then you added your equal.
Yep.
That dissolves.
Not necessarily,
And
Joe.
you stirred it with your glasses.
Right.
I don't know. Do you call it an arm on your glass?
Yeah.
Your glasses?
Yeah, this part.
Yeah. That was your stir.
Because Jennifer, our stage manager, who was nice enough to get me the tea, did not get me a stir.
It dissolves.
It does not. You have to stir it. So I used the eyeglasses. And you were offended by this, Jennifer.
Where did you go to school? You didn't take science classes, did you?
Oh, I did. I went to the Bronx High School of Science. I could see from your face, but it was an important part of the game. You were really upset. You were a little. We have a replay of it.
Yeah. I mean, I wish it would have been honey you were stirring, so it would have stuck to your head when you put it on. I mean, that's the first, and then you wiped it. Now, where did you wipe your hand on your pants?
No, it dried.
Okay, so first of all, I think Joe's wrong. I don't think sugar just dissolves in liquid, right?
Yeah, this is a dual ruling. The first part of this is, does it necessitate stirring? The answer is yes. Michael K. is right about that. You don't just like pour it in and all of a sudden it's now equally. No, you need to stir it.
But stirring it with the earpiece of your glasses on a hot day in Chicago, which it was probably 85 degrees, who knows? The sweat, the back of the ear juice. I mean, have you ever smelled that? I used to work with a guy who would smell the back of his ear all the time. Oh, nonstop, 14 times a show. And that's disgusting.
Bobby.
And not even cleaning it off. And then, like, sugar and liquid creates a stickiness to put it back on your face.
Is it worse if you, I know it's hot, is it worse to use your pinky?
No. Pinky, if you have no other option, use your pinky before you use your glasses.
Ooh.
But it's hot, right? I mean,
you just gotta be a man.
The first thing is to,
you can't use a pen. You can't use a pen, right?
Pen's
there's ink. You will
gross.
poison yourself.
No.
Well, yeah.
Pen's gross.
Pen's gross.
But what type of coffee cup are we talking about here?
It's probably one of those.
If it's this coffee cup, it's very difficult to do the swirl.
You can't do the
That's
swirl.
what I do. I get it. I sit here and I swirl it, and that's a good enough shake for me.
I think so.
This is hard to swirl because it's not big enough. I don't have enough.
It's not a wine glass.
It's not a wine glass.
Right now, if we were in this situation in the studio, what are we grabbing to start? You'd use your pinky probably.
I'd have to, or I'd have to drink it down enough to be able to swirl.
Right. Is this grosser than using your ball razor on your face?
Yeah, I think that's like 90% of people use their ball razor on their face.
What about just getting another cup? Like, hey, bring me another cup. Like if it's a paper cup, and then just kind of like
that's
putting it in there, and then.
Oh no! What you do?
Yeah, that's the
My
one.
grandmother did this.
Yeah. Pour back and forth.
Yeah. Pour back and forth.
That's the one to
that
do.
cools it a little bit and that mixes it.
Yeah, that's the one to do.
There you go.
But I think Joe's wrong.
I think that Bronx education.
That other one, that's disgusting. Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Let's do this Monopoly one real quick.
Oh, I don't know. Are you a Monopoly player?
Yeah,
I used to be.
We've established
I loved
this.
it.
He's terrible at it.
Okay. Is this the game where you think you're dominant?
This is the game where he and I have fought about who would win, and he didn't even know what was on the corners of the
Or do you want
board.
the car wash? Or do you want to end the segment?
Let's end the segment.
All right.
And let's say the Monopoly thing I think is going to take longer.
Okay.
I think we need it to take longer. There it is, Chopping It Up Hump Day edition on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Loaded Wednesday edition with the return of Roberto on DFW Sports Station. We keep talking about Seager. What about Berger getting traded? Who brought that up? It's next in Diamond Cavs on your home of the first place Texas Rangers after this.
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-2 pitch. Poked up the middle, gloved by Quantrill. He'll throw home for one, wins to first, double play. 1, 2, 3. They double up the speedy Simpson.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about showcasing your superstar?
7.
Thank you. Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Now, yes, the Rangers
Shall we find out who the superstar is to see if the tease was that good?
Ooh. That's part of the tease, is finding out who the superstar is.
Okay.
That is all part of it.
That's true.
So let's just do it right now. Actually, let's talk about the game last night first. Cal Quantrill, nice little start for him as the Rangers beat the Tampa Bay Rays 4-1 in Tampa. My buddy Dave was at the game.
Hey, Dave.
He was
Sitting in front of a fan?
Was that? Yeah, no, he was. Yeah, sitting in front, literally one fan in attendance. He has like 15 rows behind home plate, $45. That's how cheap you can get a ticket to a Tampa Bay Rays game. But Quantrill goes 5 1/3, 2 hits, 1 earned, 7 strikeouts, and 1 walk.
When you look at his month, how's the ERA of 4.63? Like in 5 innings, now he's had a 4 inning and a 3 inning, so it's not enough innings to balance out. But he's given up 2, 1, 6, 2, and 1. I'm taking that.
Yeah, that's 6. Like
6, like yeah, and that you're exactly right. 23 innings. Let's just say you take that game out. So you knock him down to 19 innings, and you knock him down to 6 runs. That's a completely different
taking it.
That's a completely different kind of performance. So you would absolutely take that. But his ERA for the year still is under 4. It's a 3.84. But that was a good outing. That was a good outing yesterday, and it was relatively efficient. 69 pitches is not a lot of pitches to be in the 6th inning on.
And he's got the 6th lowest strikeout rate in baseball with pitchers that have thrown 50 innings, striking out 7 Rays, the toughest team to K in the sport.
In his other 4 starts this month, he only has 7 strikeouts combined. And he had 7 here. And that, like you said, the Rays don't strike out a lot.
Bobby, you feeling a little bit different about Rocker?
In terms of like how he's pitching now or the long-term projection?
The long-term projection because of how he's pitching now.
No. I still think he's probably I think we're going to be a couple years into this and he's going to be dominant late-inning reliever.
Choppy, was Wyatt, I needed Bassick on this last night, was Wyatt going home a mistake with that ground ball to second?
Why don't I remember that?
You remember Wyatt in the rundown getting thrown out?
I must have been
top of the 3rd. You were watching the Cowboy presser. Top of the 3rd, Wyatt doubles, sets up 2nd and 3rd, no outs. Zeke hits a sac fly. It's 2-0. I think the infield was in, but it was a weak ground ball to second base. Wyatt's on 3rd, and he gets caught. He gets caught in the run. I was just wondering, so just take that scenario I just painted for you. You're on 3rd, and I think it was no outs. Weak ground ball to 2nd.
Yeah, they're playing back. You're probably going on contact. I would think.
Bassick, if you're listening, or Jared, I think they were playing in. If they're playing in, you don't go, right?
Yeah, you definitely don't. You wouldn't go if they're playing in. Playing in that early in the game, unless they thought it was like the runs are going to be at a premium that day.
Maybe it was 1 out because I said Zeke sack fly, but
one out.
Even 1 out.
Well,
right?
1 out. You don't want to get caught because if there's 2 outs and you don't go, being stranded at 3rd, you want to take your chance. Make a play. No, but I'll tell you this: the Wyatt play from last night that I was going to touch on was him diving in left field on essentially became the triple by Caminero, where it was clear that he lost the ball. I thought in the lights, I think, and Murphy thought that he lost it in the lights too, because that was just a very strange. I mean, he did a feet first dive, missed that ball. It was almost like he did a kick save. And he was trying to do a kick save in hockey. I mean, he just feet first dive to this ball. I mean, he didn't come anywhere near it, but for the 254, they had contact on, as a lot of teams are kind of doing that right now.
Okay.
And they were playing with one out. They're playing in with one out. So there you go on that situation.
And the Mariners beat the Dodgers, and the Astros beat the Angels. Late wins. Canzone, who got us, came up big again for the Mariners, and then freaking Jordan over the Angels. So both of them right behind you winning. Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, will join us at 9.
5:40 is your game tonight. So very random 5:40 start, but it's in Tampa, so you got to get there for they go right from the blue light special.
Heaven's waiting room.
Yeah.
Which, if you want to sit right above the Rangers dugout tonight, if you're in Tampa, you can for $52.
Ooh. Above the dugout?
Yeah, like the row right behind the dugout.
$50? They're in first place.
I know.
It's Tampa, man.
Tampa.
They've got a tarp on there as a roof. They can't even keep that on.
Mackenzie Gore going this afternoon. Well, I called this afternoon. It's 5:40.
Yeah.
Is going tonight. He's 6-8 with a 4.82. But to pay off the tease, showcasing a superstar, Corey Seager homers in his first rehab assignment.
He made a nasty play at short.
Yeah?
Oh, a deep in the hole, Jeter-esque type play. Except, he actually had
routine play.
He had arm strength on it.
Oh, shots fired at the arm strength. Corey Seager.
Did you think Jeter had a strong arm?
It was a decent arm.
Decent.
Yeah. I think it had to be to make that jump throw. It wasn't A-Rod's.
The dude was the king of, making every normal play just look like, oh, my God, he just had to jump and throw and dive.
What about the diving in the stands? Are you throwing that in there?
Honestly, I think the dive in the stands
broke
was the
his
most.
face.
I think the dive in the stands was the most performative of the bunch.
He is a theatrical.
He did a lot of great plays, like those jump throws, or the ones where he against Arizona where he caught the ball over the railing and then flipped over. Those are legit.
The Oakland flip.
What?
The Oakland
flip.
flip.
That one. The jumping in the stands against the Red Sox, I did think was like, he didn't need to jump.
PPP.
Dive. It was a dive head first.
It was a dive.
He's PPP. Pinstripe Placido Polanco. That's who he is.
Corey Seager's last 50 plate appearances in the major leagues: 4 singles, 3 home runs, 4 walks, 10 strikeouts, 28 regular outs. That's bad. But, he does homer in his first rehab assignment. So, I mean, just why waste? Why waste him there? Just get him up.
Yeah.
Get him up.
Don't let him get hurt there.
No, God forbid. I mean, I know they only got, the Monday's the trade deadline, so you only got a handful of days.
I missed yesterday's show. I was not here, but I saw y'all had Jared on. So what was Jared's outlook for how Corey Seager's going to get back to a 1,000 OPS?
You asked him about it, Choppy. He was basically, we didn't ask for what he could be and what he's going to be coming back. He's just, I don't see the Rangers dealing him. I don't see the Rangers trading him, and I don't think they're going to trade him either. Choppy was at 70%.
He doesn't
earlier in the week.
Like, he doesn't think they want to, or doesn't think they can.
Doesn't think they want to. I don't think he thinks they want to.
I can see that. I genuinely don't think Chris Young ever wants to move anybody he thinks could potentially contribute.
Right.
Yeah.
We had one Ranger fan all up in our mentions yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the same person who bitches and doesn't shut the hell up and is this freaking homer, and then when Seager comes back, gets hurt again or doesn't do anything, or you lose trade control for next year, they go disappearing into the night.
Kyle Young.
You'll never hear from that person again. But the minute Seager hits one big home run in a game that gives you another lead in the West, get ready for it. It's going to be, you guys try to run him out of town. You guys did this, you guys did that.
God forbid we're trying to run a guy out of town, not even hitting his weight.
And no one is sitting here. I'm not sitting here saying you have to trade him. I want to trade him. I'm way open to the ideas.
Yeah, my issue with trading him, and I don't necessarily want to trade him, but my issue with trading him is if you don't trade him now, you do lose a little leverage with him being a 10-5 complete league-wide no trade clause. And there's a potential, there's no season next year. So now you have to wait 2 years. We don't know what he is. We don't know what his trade value is.
Yep.
That's it. Be real. Like, if you think Corey Seager's still an elite player, fine. How do you think the next 5 years of his contract are going to look?
Yeah.
Like, is it going to age well?
You signed up for this moment.
Right.
You signed up for knowing...
They knew he wasn't going to finish here, and if he did, it'd be bad for the team.
If you want Corey Seager in his prime to sign with the Texas Rangers, you have to give him a deal that pays him handsomely when he's not in his prime.
Right.
Like, that's the kind of deal you have to sign.
That's the reality of it. But is somebody else in this major league club going to be traded? The Athletic, they did a fun little exercise. One player traded from each team at the deadline. Now, this wasn't saying it's a prediction of who's going to be traded, but it was just like a fun little, hey, this is one guy that we think we could see getting traded. And they have Jake Berger.
No. Nope.
And...
Man, that was a fun rumbling play to first base. That was a girthquake yesterday as he dove to first.
Yes. And I'll tell you this. I mean, in a year where bats are such at a premium.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm trading from my major league roster a bat.
I'm not trading Berger. I'm not acting like he's the best, but he comes up big too. Like, he's got big moments for this team. And I don't have enough offense to deal him, and I'm in a buy mindset.
You're in a buy mindset.
Absolutely not.
But the write-up is decent right-handed bats are in short supply. Berger, despite disappointing numbers since he joined the Rangers, remains a decent right-handed bat with power. He's under affordable club control for 2 more years, which can further entice teams in need of a weapon against left-handed pitching. Now, if somebody does come to you, and say, we want Berger, and we will overpay. We will overpay.
Right.
Does that change anything for you? Now, granted, you're probably going to get minor leaguers.
Yeah, I was going to say, what does overpay look like for Jake Berger?
Yeah, but your farm system's not in the greatest shape.
No. Bobby? Do you feel how I do overall about Berger?
Yeah, no, he's been really good for them this year. Like, I mean, numbers don't say like he's a monster or anything, but like I was just looking this up. I was trying to find it. If you take the 4 biggest like at bats this season of win probability added, like big clutch moments of adding to the win probability, Berger's 3 of the top 4 for the Rangers.
Wow.
This year. And then the other ones, in fact,
what a stat that is.
The top 6 are 3 Jake Berger and then 3 catchers. It's Danny Jansen and then 2 from Kyle Higashioka. But if you look at it that way, like he's been big crunch time performer for you, I could justify getting an overpay for him and saying, all right, let's move him while still trying to be competitive, if I think what I'm getting from Jock is sustainable, if I think what Wyatt's been doing is sustainable, like if I believe in those sort of consistent outbreaks, then yeah, I would make a move for it. If it's an overpay only.
I'm just going through the list of these teams in here, and I have to go through each team and see. But the Brewers, one of the people that they would say they would trade is Luke Adams, who's a AAA prospect, and he's first base, so you can just bring him up and slide him right in there, right? So again, like most of the people on this list are pitchers, and that's the problem, is that there's just not a lot of hitters that are available. But I think the point that they're making is like you have a hitter that may be available that you could get a little bit extra for.
Where do you think he ranks this year among qualified hitters? So we'll say minimum 50 games for the Rangers. Where do you think he ranks in OPS for them this year?
Berger?
Yep.
In OPS, 4th or 5th?
I would have guessed like 3rd. He's 7th. Which is nuts. He's behind Jock, Wyatt, Foscue, Duran, Nimmo, and Young.
Diamond Cavs in your home for Rangers baseball. Game 2 with Mackenzie Gore on the mound. 5 o'clock pregame, 5:40 first pitch on this station. And Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, will join us 1 hour from now on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We were talking Jonathan Grenard with the Max Crosby discussion earlier. Adam Schefter has Grenard being placed on the PUP list due to a pectoral injury he recently suffered. Micah Parsons placed on the PUP list yesterday. But the big NFL controversy just got even louder yesterday. Kyle Shanahan's explanation for the car accident, and was there a cover-up? We'll get into that next. Let me get you on over to...
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The real return of Below the Belt and the State of the Star press conference at 8:40 this morning after Jerry Jones got me all riled up and excited. And I'm hoping that something happens within the next 48 hours. I'm not hearing anything. I was just listening to Jerry talk to an NFL owner on Monday night. Trey Wingo saying, let's pay attention in the next 24 hours. Let's see what happens. Other NFL news real quick. Just told you Jonathan Grenard on the PUP list with a pectoral injury. Baker Mayfield is going to reach free agency. Talks cut off with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, so we are getting a very good quarterback in free agency, unless it's a bluffing tactic and something happens from a negotiation standpoint. Kirk Cousins is going to start training camp as the one over Fernando Mendoza, and Cooper Rush to Atlanta with some questions about the quarterback injuries there. Schefter says with Tua, Bobby's boy, dealing with a tight back, and Penix, Choppy's boy, still not practicing due to a knee injury, the Falcons are signing Cooper Rush. So,
hell yeah.
There you go. Make Penix even more expendable to ship out a Cowboy third or fourth.
There you go.
Drive that bus, baby. Those may be the two weakest arms in football right there, Cooper Rush and Tua.
What did you make of the Sorsby stuff from Archer that the Cowboys were interested?
So it doesn't surprise me that they'd have it. We talked about this last week when we were kicking around the idea of if the Falcons got tired of Penix and wanted to move on, what would the Cowboys do? It doesn't surprise me that the Cowboys have interest in any young upside quarterback and wanting to keep tabs on that and wanting to invest in it. They're looking for the exit ramp. That's the whole thing that we talked about earlier with Crosby about this 3-year window that they're trying to open up and that they're trying to be competitive in, is because they realize at the end of this 3 years, you probably your quarterback's done. And in all likelihood, that's going to be about the end of his time, and you're going to have to start looking for other options. That's why they tried with Lance. That's why they were trying with Milton and may try with Sorsby or whoever else in the future. Is they're just trying to get their contingencies in place.
Jalen Carter is not getting dealt out of Philadelphia. The two-time Pro Bowler gets $38 million a season with an extension of 4 for $152 with $106 guaranteed. So top D-tackle contracts in the league. Chris Jones, $31, $101 guaranteed in Kansas City. Jeffrey Simmons, $35, $100 million guaranteed. And Jalen Carter, the top, $38 per, $106 guaranteed.
My Super Bowl buddy.
Jalen Carter?
Yeah, I bumped into him. Well, he really just ran me over.
Where?
Did he spit on you?
No, I was doing, when I call it Tennessee Day at the Super Bowl, I do my laps in my Tennessee gear, because we got a lot of people. And he's a Georgia guy. And, he looked at the hat in a very disgusted way. Said, he looked right at it, I said, never lost. And I was like, I know. He never lost. Never lost. Bastard.
You should have gone up to him hands on a wheel.
Yeah, I should have said.
You should have swerved it. Get out of his way. Left or right.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see the, I don't know if y'all would have played it, but did you guys see has anybody watched the Netflix Quarterback?
No.
This time around? I was interested in Baker and some of the clips I've seen. I need to watch it because I've liked the clips they've shown of Baker, but they showed Baker talking to Jalen Carter that way. That Jalen Carter's locking up and goes, "You spit on anybody recently?" And Jalen Carter's getting all worked up, and Baker was like, "Yeah, you got to have some digs ready in your mind for when that moment comes."
I'll tell you this about the Baker thing. You don't usually see quarterbacks hit the free agent market.
That's disrespectful to me, given how much he's. Again, quarterback is such a bigger position to me, other than just there's leadership questions there. There's all these different things that you want in a quarterback. Baker's checked so many boxes in Tampa Bay and embraced that community. I think that's kind of disrespectful.
And he ranks 16th amongst quarterback salary.
Yeah, she's on a 3-year, $100 million deal. That's not for a quarterback. That's dirt cheap.
Yeah, $33 a year. So I don't know what he's asking for. you can go ahead and tag him for 44. Transition tag at 38. Let's get to the NFL controversy. I'm feeling like I was a little bit wrong. I still don't know how much the audience cares about it, but I feel they care about it more because of some of the details and possible cover-up. Choppy was on this Kyle Shanahan accident. And this happened a while back. The San Francisco and national media are being accused of covering it up and not reporting it. Here's Chris Sims, Kyle Shanahan buddy, on with Florio, and he said Kyle Shanahan almost lost his eye. And here's Chris Sims with a commentary on why this didn't come out, and this got people even more upset.
I was sitting there every day after it happened going, is the news going to break today? Is the news going to break today? Is the news going to break today? Right? I certainly looked at my wife a few times in the last 12, 13 days, and we looked at each other and we were like, hey, this is pretty amazing. It still hasn't come out. But I think when you get down into it, this is where, hey, being goodwill, treating people the right way, being successful, being powerful as the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, but being a guy that everybody in the community likes and knows, and that's where Kyle is gifted and cool. His ability, just like you heard Chris Forrester there, to talk to people, whether it's, somebody really important or somebody down the totem pole a little bit that way. And I think, between that and the goodwill that he's worked up there in the San Francisco area, and the fact that, of course, like you said, I believe he was coming from a chiropractic adjustment when this all happened, so he was close to the stadium. And as you know, and we know, these organizations are tied into the police departments that are around the stadium and the facility and all that.
That did not make fans happy as the report came out initially. Remember I said, why wasn't anyone charged? This was a serious enough accident that Kyle Shanahan broke his nose, 40 stitches, and no one is at fault. Everyone just go ahead. The police report has the 21-year-old girl in her SUV. The police department has her at fault. But what ended up happening, as Kyle Shanahan gathered the beat reporters yesterday, and he said, here's what happened. I was driving in my Tesla. Well, bad reaction, Tesla, the self-drive. Come on. Hopefully my dad's car.
I didn't know we were welling.
He said, I hit her.
Yeah.
I dropped my phone. I wasn't on my phone.
No.
But the phone was in my lap, and it went into the dreaded crack.
Yeah, I do drive with the phone under my leg a lot.
Really?
Yeah, in case I do get in an accident, it doesn't fly around. And it's under my...
That's why you do it?
I can get to it easier.
Wow.
I've never seen you drive with the phone under your lap.
When do you see me drive?
When
every
we're
trip we take.
Oh, yeah.
And you drive like this.
Well, yeah, if I'm on it, then I don't. But if I'm not on it, it's under my leg.
Kyle said, I hit her. I don't know why it was reported that way on the collision report database. The police report does not say that. So he wanted to make it clear. He caused the accident. He looked down. Matt Miller-esque crossed the line going 20 miles an hour, but he drifted on over, and the airbag hit him in his face, broke his nose. The visor really gashed me. I took my eyes off of the road looking for my phone. And people are like, all right.
Hey, he's going 20 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour over?
20 miles per hour, period. Why didn't you just say this? Why didn't you just come out with that? How did the police department get it wrong in that report? And why did she agree not to have any charges over the accident? So, a lot of questions.
There's a lot suspicious about this. First off, he was on his phone. That's what that sounds like.
Yep.
Because for him to say, I wasn't on my phone, guys, I just want to make that clear. But it did fall down there, and so I was reaching for it. Well, it sounds like you were reaching for it because, I need my phone. I want to be on it.
Yeah.
So it sounded like you intended to be on it at the very least. But, yeah, this was, I heard... I think it was CA and I can't remember who talking over the weekend about this.
Hopefully not Blake.
No, it was not Blake. But I heard them talking about it, and this is one of the things CA was saying. He's like, how did it not come out? What are people protecting him? What's going on that this got kind of buried down a little bit? And the explanation from Sims is wild to me because I did not know that was his reputation. Was everybody loves the community servant Kyle Shanahan. My thought has always been Kyle Shanahan is super aggressive and kind of a D sometimes, but it's nice that he's finally taking accountability for a car wreck, unlike Super Bowls and things like that.
Nick Wagoner, who's part of he's like the he's the Todd Archer for ESPN of the Niners. He said the error in the collision report database is not made by the California Highway Patrol. The error happened when moving from the Palo Alto Police Department.
Damn,
right?
Throw them under the bus.
So he's talking about them, and it was a clerical error, and Kyle was actually found. He's correct. He was found at fault, and also that it's the officer's discretion at the scene of a collision as to whether to issue a citation. Like, you don't have to be charged. Like, having a car accident, just having a car accident. You don't have to be charged with it, unless, of course, you're under the influence.
Adam Schefter was on ESPN Radio, and they asked him, "Why didn't you get this? How did this stay so quiet?"
Well, first of all, it's the quietest time of the NFL year.
Well,
and the 49ers did a great job at keeping things quiet. There were other people that knew. Sean McVay talked about the fact that he had a press conference, and the 49ers did some interviews with other media outlets where other people knew. It came up in those interviews. So, look, and the other thing is it's a sensitive situation. It's a situation that it's not like a transaction, right? Where there's a signing. There are certain things that are a little bit sensitive. People are a little bit private about certain things, and different stories move at different rhythms and paces. And that was probably the quietest week on the NFL calendar.
Which would make me think it would get out, right?
Yeah,
it would get out more.
And then Schefter and all the publications having it 1 minute after the 49ers released it, so they were in on it. Look, I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world. I find it funny that this is the journalistic story that we choose to attack and get all worked up about versus some of the other coverage and media crap. But this is where I'm happy that we're not. I think Grego said this one time.
Careful.
In the very beginning, he's like, don't get too close.
Yeah.
Don't get too close because they don't care about you. And I'm not good at that anyway, but there are certain people who have worked here. All they care about is getting their rocks off because they can text Tony Romo or a player or a coach. That's all they care about.
Right here.
I care about, we've cared about ratings and numbers and not who I can invite for my one event and pretend like we're best friends. And this is where I'm very happy. I'm not good at it anyway. I wish I was better at creating the relationships, but I'm glad that we're not too tight with Brian Schottenheimer, that if I found out he got in an accident, I'd feel compromised and not put it out there because I liked him a lot.
Hey, look, and ESPN's in a tough spot of their own doing because the NFL has a stake in ESPN, right? So there's a conflict of interest off the bat. And they're an entertainment organization. They're not necessarily a news organization. They're both, and they try to toe that line. It's an impossible line to toe.
What's real and what's fluff from the Cowboys State of the Union address yesterday? That's next, and below, right here on 105.3 The Fan. But let me.
today. The number one Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
To quote Mike Fisher, Jerry Jones or Jerry Poppins. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. And this can apply broadly to just about everybody, as the Cowboys had their State of the Union address yesterday. And this can apply to Schottenheimer, Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, whoever. The idea of how much of this is real versus how much of this is just fluff that you're throwing out there when you're talking. And before we play some of these clips from yesterday, particularly the one that has everybody buzzing about Max Crosby, Sean, you had said it earlier. I had said it similarly in my email. I think Chop felt this way. In general, we all agree. We think that there seems like genuine belief and excitement in the direction from the Joneses right now, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, there's not this. There's sometimes when you watch them up there, you're like, okay,
yeah,
you're gonna sell us on. Boy, let me tell you, when Matt Eberflus gets out there, like, we get it. We've seen that a ton of times, but this feels like real, genuine excitement for where the organization is heading and what they're building towards over these next, conceivably, 3 years or so, to try and be really competitive in this space with what is an aging core of important players. So that is what led to some of the discussion yesterday. And Peyton, this will be the first clip here from Jerry, cut 6. This is what got everybody a buzz yesterday when Jerry said, hey, you know what? We're so close. I maybe have even had some conversations over the phone about people.
I talked to yesterday. I talked about a situation yesterday with another team and another owner. Yesterday.
And that's the very brief 9 seconds is what he dropped. And that was enough to, out of that whole hour or so that they talked, that was the big crux of it was, look at that. Jerry is wheeling and dealing, ready to go and ready to make a move. And the logical fit here is Max Crosby. If it were anything short of Max Crosby, would you be disappointed?
Yes.
Now, and not just doesn't have to be Max Crosby, but of Max Crosby quality,
yes,
right?
I would be disappointed.
So I've done some looking around during the breaks and trying to figure out.
And again, his other quote, he was, we didn't walk away from Max. And that's like, all right, does that mean you're still interested? Does that mean that you're talking? or are you being technical, like in the way that the whole thing fell apart?
Right. And I think that it's definitely at minimum.
Because they'll do that sometimes and say, I said this, but that's not what it
That's not what I meant.
You know, here's the technical meaning of what I meant.
I always go back to, whenever you're trying to figure out technicality, I always go back to the reports that came out. They have offered to make DeMarcus Lawrence one of the 5 highest paid at his position. It's like, well, what's his position? Well, he's a defensive end. Okay, well, if you're calling him a defensive end, then you could technically get away with calling him top 5 highest, and he would be outside the top 10 edge rushers because you counted him as a defensive end when you made that statement. So there's always little technicalities you can move around on. I think at minimum it is the technicality, because I don't think they just walked away and said, we want nothing to do with this. Their deal didn't get picked, and when he got returned, everybody kind of hit pause around the league, including the Raiders, including Max Crosby, I think. And since then, I think it's just, all right, we're taking a wait-and-see approach. As soon as that fires back up, as soon as that's ready to go again, I think Dallas would be interested in knowing, all right, what's the price? What's going on here? And maybe that's the discussion that they had. Now, he did say owner, and this is something we brought up earlier, but I think that's not a unimportant choice of language from Jerry. Because if he's talking to the Mara family in New York about Kayvon Thibodeau, for instance, the Maras have said they're turning over all this to John Harbaugh, and that John Harbaugh is in charge, and this is fully his ship. They've still got Joe Shane there or whatever. Like, the idea being that you're not going to be talking to them and wheeling and dealing. So it would have to be an owner who's generally involved in some of the trade discussions or some of the trades that could go on. Well, that would be Mark Davis in Las Vegas. That would be Woody Johnson with the Jets. That would be Mike Brown with the Bengals. I'm not sure how involved the Bidwells typically are in Arizona, but like you mentioned Josh Sweat earlier as somebody that people wondered, could that be the target? If the Bidwells are involved, that could be another one there. But I know for sure those three are there, and obviously the Max Crosby connection is pretty strong. This would have to be on defense, you would assume.
Yes.
So I went to Spotrac. Spotrac's got a good running list of trade candidates that they keep updated at all times around the NFL. And that is based on either people who have been reported to be on the trading block or people that their contracts are structured in such a way that it would make sense that a team might be looking to move it because of it's flexible to move it. They're not going to sign them, and that's what it's going to be. So here are some of the names on defense that exist right now in terms of the big name players that could be trade candidates. Number 1 is Max Crosby. Number 2 is Daron Payne. Well, Daron Payne is a defensive tackle.
Yep.
That's not really what you're looking for.
Same reason, no to Vita Vea.
Jesse Bates, safety with the Falcons. He's a good player. They've invested a lot in safety, though, and there's clearly not like a big focus right now on trying to add to the safety position. Uchenna Nwosu, who is from Seattle, edge rusher, older, not at the caliber of like even your second tier edge rushers probably. So I wouldn't think that's the name that they're talking about. Could be, but I also don't think they're talking to ownership in Seattle and saying, hey, let's get a deal done for Nwosu. Budda Baker, safety from Arizona. Again, a safety. Kayvon Thibodeau, edge rusher with the Giants. You start going down this list and you start looking at more of these and you start seeing the defensive line and the front 7 players. The only ones who exist, one of them here, the only linebacker on this list that exists is from the Green Bay Packers, and it's Lucas Van Ness. Well, Green Bay's the one team that doesn't have an owner that he would have been talking to. So it's not Green Bay, it's not Lucas Van Ness. But yeah, they're owned by the people. They're the people.
Well, no, there's that story out there that they might be trying to sell to an individual owner, which I think the NFL should just step in and be like, no, guys, this does not exist. This is our kind of romantic sort of...
Green Bay's a genius business structure.
We will never have an owner of the Green Bay
Let's create some more
Packers.
shares for fans to fund us.
Yeah, we will
you want to buy
never
a piece
have
of
an
the team?
owner.
Sure, you can be an owner. Come on, throw us some money. It's a great setup. Green Bay's got it great. So the obvious name there clearly is Max Crosby. And so, you connect dots and say he's probably talking to Mark Davis. I think if you go back and look at it, I'm certain it's been in the last 15 years. I think in the entirety of Jerry's run, the team he has made the most trades with as general manager is the Raiders. And when you think over the years, that's who they...
Al Davis's name came up again yesterday. All those Al Davis training camp stories. Crickets used to not be able to see inside practice.
It's it's fresh on his mind. The Davis family and the Raiders. That's why it is. So
2nd round pick, I'm thrilled. 1st round feels too rich. 2nd, that can turn into a 1st. I need Max to be a Pro Bowler, not some 5%, 10% of the snaps. You want to talk a 2nd and a 3rd? I'm good. 2 seconds. That feels kind of right, with still a little discomfort that I'm giving up 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Would you rather give up 2 seconds or the 1st?
2 seconds.
Okay.
I think. And I mean, look, if you're talking about... I think the fact that you think it feels kind of right while also making you uneasy says that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you're taking a risk, but you're getting a good player, so it feels like, all right, I think so. Anything that makes you uncomfortable, cautiously uncomfortable, but still has you saying yes is probably the value.
Yeah, because this is really stupid. I want to say it. I'm going to catch backlash. I'm trying to think right now in my mind how it doesn't make sense. Is the Raiders keeping Crosby just as dumb as the Mavericks keeping Kyrie, or does it make the Raiders keeping Crosby? I know is stupid. That's really dumb. Do you throw Kyrie and the Mavs in the same exact mix, or does it make more sense for the Mavs?
I mean, honestly, I
think they're both dumb.
I think they're both dumb. I think it actually makes more sense for the Raiders. You could turn around the NFL, I think, much easier.
I think it makes more sense for the Raiders now because they've got to rebuild the value, and so they've got to show look, he can play. He's not broken. He's okay. And
but I'm just saying, keeping him for the season.
Yeah, for the season, it makes no sense.
If that player plays for that team in their next season,
that makes less sense.
The Raiders.
Yes, that makes less sense. Now, like, it makes more sense to me to start the season with him and then try to deal him.
The issue with the Raiders is, like, yes, for this year, but just say they just keep him. If Fernando Mendoza has a start of his career like Patrick Mahomes does, then it makes absolute sense for the Raiders to keep him because then they're a viable team.
But Mendoza's not even starting the year.
Right.
We don't think.
Does
it make more sense for the Cowboys to try to do this now or into the season?
From the Cowboys' perspective, it makes more sense to do it now. For the Raiders, I would think it might make a little more sense to wait until a couple weeks into the season. Because it's just from the Cowboys' perspective, they're going to want to get somebody up to speed. They're going to want to, Christian Parker's installing this new defense. Ideally, you'd like everybody on the same page at the same jump, kind of moldable clay from the start and not having anybody behind. But it's something that I think if you were to wait a little bit and kind of verify what your room looks like, there's not a whole lot of pain in doing that either. Now, we don't have time to play the cut because we're going to have to get to Brett Boone here in a sec.
So excited.
Quinnen Williams yesterday, the Cowboys did make reference to they want to get something done long term.
Does Jalen Carter, what's Jalen Carter's deal, 38 per, do to that?
It impacts it. Now, does he go above that? Probably not. I wouldn't think so. Just because of where they're at in their careers. Now, Quinnen's not like some aging player, but he's also not in the same position that Jalen Carter's at right now. So I think that it makes a ton of sense for them to do it, especially if they think he's going to play out of his mind in Christian Parker's system. Then it makes sense to try and get something done now. I don't think they were BSing about that. I wouldn't be surprised. They've done this before where they've gotten deals done at training camp extensions. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one they try to get, like, that they actually manage to get done sometime next month.
Just amazing how the quotes change versus what player they're talking about. How the code of conduct, how the policy changes, I should say, when it comes to yesterday. Stevens like, oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. We've already talked to his agent, and then you ask about Micah or some other things.
They say, who's his agent?
Yeah, who's his agent? It's amazing how the policy flip flops a little bit. All right, the Texas Rangers getting it done in Tampa. They've been getting it done lately. Let's celebrate it with Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, joins us on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube on your home of the Rangers next.
After we get you over to
Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-1 the pitch. Wind swings, it's a high drive to left field, down the line, hooking towards the pole. That ball is out of here! Austin wins a solo home run, and the Rangers increase their lead. It's 3-1.
Sandler with the call. This is your home for Rangers baseball. Nice start in Tampa Bay with a 4-1 win. And let's talk about it with our boy, Odyssey baseball insider Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, host of the Brett Boone podcast, featuring weekly interviews with the most notable names in baseball. Insider calls are presented by Grainger with professional-grade products for every industry. Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Good morning, Booney. Thank you for joining us and changing up the schedule. How big was the Mariners series win, and how does it impact your thoughts on the West and the deadline?
Well, I think the deadline, we're sitting here a few weeks ago talking about should we sell or should we buy, and I said it's just too early to tell. It's how they play. I think from their play they put themselves in position to have a pretty good case to say, hey, we're leading this division by only 2 games. Sitting there at 55 and 52, but nevertheless, we're in first place right now. If the season ends, we're going to the playoffs. So I think this series with the Seattle Mariners is so huge, and they've got a tough run right now. They're playing Tampa Bay, best record in baseball, and then you got the Astros, which is another big series. Now, I hate to say big series with 2 months to play because it's not that big, but it's big from a mental standpoint. And I think that's the biggest thing. A year ago, playing Seattle had our number. And as the hitting coach, obviously that's something I would never put forward. I would never put my thoughts out to my hitters. But I remember walking away from the Mariners series, and I was a part of 2 of them last year, and I thought, wow. And this is when we're in a run, and we're going down the stretch, and we had a lot of guys hurt, and we went 16-4, and I thought, we're going to make the playoffs. I said, I hope in the first round we don't play Seattle, because it was that. And I know if I was thinking that, I wasn't the only one thinking about it. They had our number. And the fact that this team this year has kind of switched the script on it, and it's almost like it's completely reversed from a mental standpoint. And it's not the whole thing. Postseason's a postseason. But I know as a player, when you go into a city and they just find a way to beat you and they kind of have your number, you start to believe it. Like, how are we going to beat them? Even if you think you're a superior team, you think it just seems like when we play them, man, they find a way to play their best baseball. And a year ago, that was Seattle. I didn't think Seattle was that much better than us, but I thought they find a way, or we find a way to lose a game against them particularly. This year, it's completely different. It's Seattle's on the bad end of that stick going, wow, how are we going to beat the Texas Rangers? That's huge, especially being in the division.
Up until the last few weeks, we've just been talking about getting offense and getting a bat, and now it's shifted to all relief. And I had a theory a couple of weeks ago, and Choppy's been doing some homework, I think, to prove it. I said, I think getting a bat, trading for a big bat in baseball is the hardest trade acquisition in all of sports now. We see NBA superstars moved. We see blockbuster NFL deals, which we never used to get. What happened to the hitters market, and maybe just the hitters in general? Pop quiz for you. How many hitters in Major League Baseball today are hitting 300 or better? We looked this up this morning. 6.
4. Yeah.
6.
Well, because it's not paid. It's not valued. The hitters today, and I don't blame them, they train for what gets you paid. And you'd be a fool not to. Yeah. And what gets you paid? OPS. OPS, controlling the strike zone, which I think is an important metric. But it's not the whole. It's by far not the whole picture.
Yeah.
And so I think the approach is different. The approach is hit the ball over the wall and find a way to get to first base. I still think the great hitters value average, and the great hitters still are great hitters for a reason. You look at an Alvarez from Houston. Is it so different that he can hit 330, but nobody else can? Everybody else 220 is acceptable. It's ridiculous. It's a metric that should come back. It is important. OPS, I agree that it's a part of the game and it's important. But I'll tell you this. When you get to the end of a game and you're facing the elite guys, the elite of the elite, which are the closers, the Mason Millers, Latz this year, which I'm so proud of what he's doing. It's great to have a nice OPS. But if you're hitting 220, what are your real chances of getting a hit? First of all, what do these guys do? They don't walk you. The great pitchers don't walk you. So when the game's on the line at the end of the, at the eighth and the ninth inning, when I got guys in the game that are there for a reason because they don't put you on base via the walk, I need a man that can get a hit. I need a Luis Arraez that can get a hit versus somebody that's got a great OPS. So, I poke a little fun at it. It is an important metric, but we've gotten away from the true hitter, and they're still out there. The great ones still hit like this game's been played for 150 years. They still have the approach of somebody that did 100 years ago that was a great hitter, and those are the guys that are hitting 300. You'll see the Juan Sotos, the Alvarez's, the Aaron Judge obviously hasn't been healthy this year. The great hitters, they still have that. The Freddie Freemans, he's getting a little bit older, but he's been a great hitter for a long time. So that's where I stand on that.
Brett Boone joined us here, 105 through the fan. It's funny you mentioned the OPS. Even when they show the lineup at the beginning of the games, they used to show the batting averages. Now they just show the OPSs of the players before the game. So even the TV, networks are getting involved. You mentioned great hitters. Corey Seager's been one his entire career, rehab assignment.
Absolutely.
How long do veterans need in the minor leagues on a rehab assignment, if any time at all?
Well, it depends on the time you're out. I was pretty fortunate in my career I think I rehabbed maybe one time because it depends how long you're out. And then it's kind of, I leave it up, Corey Seager, I'm going to leave it up to him. If we go down there and kind of open to suggestions, say, Corey, go down there, see how you feel. We want you to, get, usually there's a base, we want to get 15, we want to get 20 bats. But Corey might call you after 2 games and say, I'm ready to go. Physically, I feel great. I don't feel like I've really missed a beat in the box. I felt good tonight. Well, I think you got to trust somebody. You earn your stripes, and Corey's earned what he's done in his career, earned the right to have his say be valued, and you're going to trust it a little bit more. So someone like him, I'd play it by ear and let him decide. He might play 2 games. I know he hit a home run yesterday, but he might play 2 games and say, "Hey, I need at least another 2 or 3 before I get it, before I'm ready to go." So I think, depending on your tenure, depending on what you've done in the game, and your experience, I think that goes a lot into it. It's if you're a rookie and I just want to play because you're hungry, well, we might want to monitor you a little bit more. But a guy like Corey Seager, I think you kind of put a lot of the onus on him.
Booney, the optimistic thing to say is Seager's going to be Seager. This can't continue. He's hitting 182. Can you think of other cases when you played where a guy was in that type of rut, an established dude, for an entire half, and then he did come back, or he didn't come back? Like, what if he doesn't? When do you make up your mind? As the Rangers hitting coach, if you're watching a guy like this hit 182, what is your real confidence level that a light switch really goes on for the second half or the close?
Well, I think you're always going to be optimistic. You're always going to be down in the cage working, thinking this guy's too good to go this long. I've seen prolonged slumps like this. I've seen a lot of great hitters go through a lot. But you know what the good thing about this Texas Rangers team is? It seems like when I first got there, it was like, oh, we go as Corey goes. and he's the big bopper in the middle of the lineup. And it seemed like, when Corey's out of the lineup, we were a different team. Well, I think, and it's a credit to this lineup. I think Jock flipping it around and having a comeback year from a year ago. Langford, as long as we can keep Wyatt on the field, it's playing out just how I thought it was. I always said with Wyatt, you got to leave him alone. He's gonna mature at his own rate. He's a tinkerer. He's gonna get better and better. I think you're seeing a better, more mature version of Wyatt this year. And if he could stay healthy, I think next year's the year where he really comes into his own. He's doing a great job. The players like Duran turning it around from a year ago, the way he's played. Lopez, picking up Lopez. Nimmo's been a great addition. Berger's having a better year. Before Josh got hurt, or before Young got hurt, he had a turnaround year. So it's not so much, we need Corey to win. I think these guys have proven that they can win if Corey's not in the lineup. Now, add him to that. You don't have to rely on Corey, and just kind of let him be. And if he gets it going, that's just another huge plus for this lineup. But it's not the all being like we need Corey back to win. They've proven that they don't. And all he can do is, if he can quietly just re-enter the lineup and find his way, if he clicks and he gets it going again, then that lineup's even better. I think it's a positive thing.
Brett Boone, brought to you by Granger here on Sean and RJ. What type of dude is Jock? Because I'll be honest, I was ready to run him out of town. And he seems like the dude that you love to have on your team, but I find him irritating, and I hate that I have to apologize for how much of a turnaround he's had this year. And I'm waiting for him to be on another team so I can be like, I knew I hated baseball. Sports hated you the entire time. I'm just being honest about it. What type of dude is Jock? Because he feels like he's giving all of us the finger who doubted him every time he hits one of these leadoff homers.
Absolutely, he does, and it's a great feeling as a player. Jock's a different guy. Jock's a good guy. He really is. He's a goofball. He's funny. He's a throwback. He's old school. I'll tell you one thing he does. As bad as he struggled last year, he's a good example to how to prepare to hit at this level. He knows how to prepare. He's a pro. He gets ready for the game, and he's not down there taking 200 hacks every day. No, he knows how to prepare like a big leaguer, and I think he's a good example. His prep work for hitting on a daily basis, but he really is. He's a good guy. He's exactly what you think. But if you spend some time within the cage, you would. I'll tell you what, don't go spend time with him, because then you're going to be even more pissed. It's like me. I would never want to hang around the other team. I just wanted to hate you from afar, especially my opponent. And there's certain guys, you don't like the way they walk, they talk, and it's just and then in the off season, I'd be at an event, a golf event, and I'd get stuck like at a table with him, and now I'm talking to him, and at the end I'm like, dude, the guy's a good dude, and I hate it because I hate this son of a bitch, and I want to beat his ass.
Who was it for you? Who was it?
Come on, say it.
Oh, I had a lot of them. And especially the pitchers, because I felt like when I became friendly with a pitcher, it gave him a little bit of an advantage. He could give me a smile. One of my best friends in the game was Dave Burba. He pitched in Cincinnati, he pitched in Cleveland, and I used to play. I used to go to a golf tournament with him in the offseason. I'd get in the box against him, and he'd just start smiling at me, and I'd be man. And I love this man. He's like a teddy bear, and he's one of the best humans I've ever been around. And I'm like, I can't let him get to me right here. And he's having the most mediocre year. I mean, bats are flying off the rack. People can't wait to hit off Dave Burba in the end, and I can't get a hit. So I always tried to kind of distance myself. So yeah, like I said, don't go hang out with Jock, because he's charming in a way, and you'll end up liking him. He's a good dude. That's what I found. It's amazing. When I was out of the game for so long, you sit there and you compare it. Oh, these celebrations, and we didn't do that. To get off my lawn stuff, and then you get in the dugout with them, and you get to know these guys. These guys are good guys. I mean, like almost too good. And I think I've shared that with you. I would say to him last year a couple times, I said, listen, it's almost like you're too good of a guy. I need you to be a little bit more of a jerk. I want you to be a jerk. And But yeah, Jock, good guy, and he's absolutely giving you the finger right now because he continues continues to have good at bats, and when he's going, there is an energy because it's tough to. They brought him over here to be that guy, that mix it up and boisterous and roly poly. Oh, let's go with Jock. When you're not producing, it's tough to be that guy. It's like leading a team. I remember my time in Seattle, and it was a tough gig where I was kind of the guy in the middle of everything, the go-to guy, the clubhouse guy. And that's great when you're raking and you're hitting 330 and, it's easy to be the man. Everybody, whatever he says, let's follow him. But when you're struggling, it's a big weight on your shoulders. Like you got to be that guy, but you also got to be the guy that people want to follow. And when you're not producing, I don't care how good of a guy you are, how much everybody loves you. If you're hitting something, nobody's paying attention to you. Like, I don't want to deal with that. So it's much easier when you're carrying the mail, and Jock's doing a really good job. Especially he's found his little niche in that leadoff spot.
Fantastic stuff. Got to listen to the Brett Boone podcast. Thank you so much for adjusting when we head on out to California. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
The great Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider, brought to you by Grainger. With professional grade products for every industry, Grainger has you covered. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Is Tommy Yarsh as giddy as I am over that Cowboys press conference? And what else is he hearing in Oxnard? Tommy Yarsh debuts for the brand new football season after this.
Injured in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel first, 214-ORI17-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is time for the Red Zone, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. And we welcome in, for the first time this new football season, our Cowboys insider, Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Good morning, guys. It's great to see y'all again. I tried to say what's up to Sean like 6 times during that break while I was on the Zoom. Just completely ignored me and was kicking back and talking to someone else.
Volume off.
It's good to see you too, I guess.
Yeah, I keep the volume
Bobby
off.
at least said hello, even though it was a little different.
It was a special salute.
Yeah, I keep the volume off.
Right,
I was talking with Choppy, the commercial break. My bad on that. I will greet you in a more proper way next time. Let's reset the rules on talking about other players before we have this conversation. What are the rules supposed to be, Bobby, on what DallasCowboys.com can and can't talk about?
If it is a player under contract with another team, they cannot talk about them.
Talk about them, or like
they can talk about oh, that's a great player. They cannot talk about them in the context of playing for the Dallas Cowboys.
What if we said something like, what would you put the odds on the Cowboys acquiring the services of a player with some neck tattoos?
Would you be able to answer that, Tommy?
Probably not. I like my job. I'm not trying to toe any lines here.
All right, I'm going to give you my most excited press conference reaction. You respond how you can.
Okay.
And this is giddy, taking the bait, Cowboy fan, which is how I've been feeling over the past 12 hours. I actually believe, I know we get sold a lot of things. I believe that Jerry Jones thinks that they're on the cusp. I believe that Jerry Jones is in talks with someone about an on-the-cusp player. I do believe that player has a lot of tattoos, and I think that something happens, if it does happen, sooner rather than later. Your thoughts, and what's the other buzz out there about what Jerry had to say yesterday?
I think it's possible that there's the talks going on, or there will be talks going on over the next 3.5 weeks or so to see if somebody, and I'm not going to limit it to just one player, but if someone is out there that can really take this team to the next level. I think they've made good additions this offseason, and Rashawn Gary, Jalen Thompson, those guys, but they still need that dude on defense. And they've got one in Quentin Williams, they have one in Caleb Downs, but if you want to contend for a Super Bowl, I don't really fall in line with the notion that, hey, this team just needs an average defense to win the Super Bowl. I think you need an average defense with a great offense to help you win playoff games, but I think you need a great defense to win a Super Bowl. And I think this team is still some players away from being a great defense. I could be very wrong about that. We'll see. But if that happens, I don't know if it's sooner rather than later, and maybe we define sooner differently. I don't know if it would be something that happens this week. I think it might be something where we get through a couple practices and see where that position is going to be. But if that happens, I don't think I would be necessarily surprised. It doesn't sound like, though, anything right now in terms of the next 24 hours or so is imminent, which, of course, I've just jinxed it, so you're welcome.
Yeah, you're going to be stuck there now. Outside of just the buzz about Jerry picking up a phone and talking to an owner and things like that, do you get the sense of anything else that they talked about yesterday? They covered a little bit of ground, like they talked about Tyler Smith could take some reps at tackle, and does that all of a sudden mean Tyler Smith is in competition at tackle? They talked about Quentin Williams potentially getting an extension. How much of what you heard yesterday do you think was that's news or that's something that's imminent?
I think the Quentin Williams thing we all kind of somewhat expected, just because training camp is such a friendly confine for getting those deals done with players that aren't up this year but next. You saw it last year with Ferguson and Bland, and the interesting thing with Williams is what kind of a deal is he going to get, because Jalen Carter just got $38 million a year. Ooh. And is that money that you would be willing to spend on him? Or would you kind of lean towards maybe a Jeffrey Simmons type deal where they're the same age, you got a 3-year deal, and I forgot what 30 number he was at. But I think that's one that I wouldn't be shocked at all if that gets done during training camp. I think the bigger question is, what does Quentin Williams want? Does he want top-of-the-market money, which his agent probably says yes, but what's he going to be willing to sign for? Aside from that, I think it was interesting that when everybody in these press conferences always talks about, hey, this is Super Bowl aspirations. Jerry said, the expectation or a good season would be defined by being in contention for a Super Bowl because that means you've got a chance to play for it. I thought, though, that it was interesting, too, that he kind of recognized, hey, we understand that there's a lot of newness here. You got a whole new defense, a new defensive coordinator, but they don't really have a choice but to go and get it. So that with the, hey, I was on the phone with an owner yesterday, kind of supplements, I think, the idea of it wouldn't shock me at all if Dallas goes and makes a move here at some point.
Tommy Yarsh brought to you by WinStar. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. So Deron Bland and Ezra Raku, good to go, but just being watched closer than some of the others on the health report?
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. I think you watch them. Everybody is going to get integrated into practice, but I think they might be not behind the curve, I would say. But since they haven't played, they didn't do anything in spring on the field much. So I would say give them a little bit of time in that ramp up period. But as far as I know, everything I've heard, give it a couple days and they should be good to go. But Brian Schottenheimer said they'll be smart with them. And when you've got a guy like Bland who has had the foot stuff and it's been lingering, and even Jerry said last year that it's never something you want to hear with a corner. You really have to be careful with that, especially when right now he's probably your best guy when everybody's healthy. And with Ezra Raku, same thing. You just got to make sure that his hip is good, and especially if you're trying to hit those pass rush moves and bend like he can, that's all really important. So I think they can, kind of easily ramp it up here, and we'll see what happens.
Do you put pass rushing DN or linebacker as a bigger need right now?
Probably linebacker. I think if we're going back to what you said of, hey, this team needs to make a move, and you're telling me, hey, you're going to get a dude at either one of those positions, it's obviously pass rusher. But in terms of what the Cowboys have now where they could use help, I think it's linebacker. I don't think that you have that whole room filled out yet. If DeMarvion Overshown is your Mike and D. Winters is that weak side backer, then that's fine. But who else are you going to throw out there? You got Shamar James, but I think there are positions there where you could upgrade, or if you get a middle linebacker and move Overshown to another weak side spot, then you give some other guys an opportunity to shine.
Tommy, I don't know if Jerry and Schottenheimer received the compliment of a quieter offseason the way it was meant to be received. Maybe they didn't view it as a compliment. Schotty took it to, and Jerry eventually took it to, oh, we haven't been lazy. Like, we've been doing a lot of things. Well, we're trying to say there's less drama. Are you feeling that there? And a couple of days ago, we read quotes from Dak and Tyler Smith, and I think it was Guyton. And my sense of their quotes were, this is the way it needs to be. This is the way it should be about the quiet and all the focus on football. What did you make of all that talk yesterday?
Yeah, I kind of chuckled at it because, of course, it's quiet for us because we come into this every year, and it's all right. Last year it was, Michael Parsons. The year before that it was Dak, CD, and I'm sure you guys have dealt with plenty of those over the years. And this time, I think Joe Hoyt said it yesterday. There wasn't a George Pickens question until like 25 minutes into the opening press conference. So I'm sure it's from a media standpoint, and because social media is so prominent and these players see it and everybody in the league sees it, it's somewhat refreshing that there isn't something like that going on. I don't think anybody was trying to ensue that they've just been sitting down and not doing anything, enjoying some shotties on the beach or something like that. But I get it that they kind of look at that as motivation, and any teams use anything like that to get motivated. But yeah, it's what it should be. And you obviously want to limit all the contract stuff that you can, so you can have all your players here and everybody available, and you don't deal with any rust being knocked off when you miss all of training camp and play week 1. So yeah, it's absolutely a good thing.
Tommy Arish joining us from DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Tommy, we got these first couple of practices lined up before they get into the padded work. Where are your eyes going to be focused? Is this going to be on how's Christian Parker running things? How's Caleb Downs adapting? What are you going to be looking at?
Definitely how Christian Parker's running things. I thought it stuck out yesterday that Brian Schottenheimer, who really throughout the entire offseason has been very effusive in his praise for Christian Parker. And he's effusive in his praise for a lot of his players, but, Parker, he said a couple times that this guy's going to be legendary, that he's an elite coach, that he's an elite communicator. And he hasn't called a play yet, which is fascinating to me. So I'm going to be interested to see how he structures everything as a first-time coordinator. When he and I sat in his office for a long time earlier when we wrote a feature story for our training camp magazine, it was evident. You see why he says those things. Like, you see why he's so prepared, and seeing that happen at training camp, because that's very different from OTAs and things like that, is what I'm going to be interested in. And then, with that comes, how does Caleb Downs look? What do the cornerback rotations look like? If they do any sort of, light one-on-one work, who's sticking out there? So there's always plenty to keep an eye on, even early on.
This is the show, fight, debate, bet of the offseason. Is there a leader in the clubhouse for left tackle?
That was not the debate.
I think I don't really buy into too much that there is a battle there. I think it's Tyler Guyton's job to lose. I think that I don't know if that's Brian Schottenhauer being like, hey bud, we're gonna motivate you to go and get it. But I think that it's his job to lose. If he stays healthy and he's here on the field for 3.5 weeks, I think he's your week 1 starter.
What's the schedule for today?
We got a lot. We've got our podcast starting up today, and then Brian Schottenheimer will take the stand at 1:05. After that, at 1:45, we start practice. We'll talk to some players after that. And, it's going to be a full day out here.
Look at that. Well, he's giving us Dallas times there for the practice. Look at you.
Hey, that's next level.
I try.
That's next level, baby. Follow his Twitter account for the updates throughout the entire day, and he is going to be with us throughout the season, the great Tommy Yars. Thank you, brother. Good to have you back.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Tommy, brought to you by WinStar, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Is Corey Majors back? I honestly don't know right now. And the Tony Romo video is out. Do we need to free Tony after that? We'll talk about it with the KNC Masterpiece from Oxnard next. But let's get you set up with Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of
They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
What a sight on the fan cam. It is the return of Corey Majors and his rear end here on Sean and RJ with the return of Bobby Roberto Bell. Good morning, Corey. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. I'm feeling hydrated. I'm feeling rested and
lighter.
And lighter, actually, yeah, a little bit lighter.
Are you embarrassed?
No, because it's part of human life. Peyton and Corey. This is one of my favorite things in the world.
Diarrhea?
No. Although I will always say I would much rather do that than throw up. I never like to throw up. But the training camp is one of my favorite things in the world. I love this trip. I love everything about it. I love being able to go do things. And yesterday was brutal for me. Not being out here, not being able to be right here whenever Jerry said, "I got something for you." And so, yesterday was tough. And so I said, I'm going to figure out a way. Got some medicine, and we're back at it today. So
Did you get diagnosed with anything?
I'm awaiting a result.
Ooh,
so when I know that, we'll have more information.
Did at any point, I do this when I have the RIA, I will get in front of the mirror.
What?
And I will look, and I will ooh, do I see? Is that an ab? Because I always say you're one stomach bug away from your goal weight. Do you, I turn sideways to see?
That's what Spittle came in here after he came in here and said, I guess we can never have a healthy training camp. He's like, Corey's been shredding. He's going to be even more shredded after this.
I guess they don't talk enough about the positives of that.
Kevin, I will say they do have a full-length mirror in our bedroom, in our hotel room. So, when you get out of the shower, you might take a little glance at yourself just to see. So,
goodness.
When did you know you were going to be good for today's show?
I think it was sometime yesterday evening. Okay. I told Kevin, I said, if I can sleep well tonight and not wake up in the middle of the night dying, then I'll be okay. And so when I woke up this morning, I was like, all right, I can do this. So we'll see how things go. We have a long day today. We got a lot going on with today's show. It's going to be awesome. We got Donovan Ezeraku joining us at 12:45 today. Chrissy Scales will join us at 11. Mickey will be on with us. Pat Doney's going to hop on with us at noon. We also got some FC Dallas. Skip Schumacher joining us today.
Wow.
And then yesterday we had Chicharito.
Yeah, and then we got Cowboys' first practice. Then
it's going to be a grueling one.
Hopefully we get a chance to talk with Devontae Williams. That'll be nice too. So,
Kevin, I'm dying to get your Tony Romo breakdown. I am hoping that you watch the video and the body cam of his pullover on the highway and then the testing at the police station. Did you watch both? And are you believing that he got screwed over a little bit? Are you free, what? Tony?
Why did he get screwed over? Because he was going to see his grandparents?
Well, did you think he was blasted?
Yes.
Oh, you did? So did Bobby.
But to be fair, I already thought that the second I saw his mugshot, and so I was probably a little biased going into just the one video. I didn't see the other one that you mentioned. Was that at the police station?
Yeah. Did you see it, Corey?
No, I have not seen that yet.
Some parking garage, I assume.
Yeah, they had him do all the testing because they said the highway was not a flat surface. To me, he was way more out of it at the police station doing the testing than in the car because you had the wind.
You'd think he'd be better.
You'd think he'd be better. Right? Do you agree with me that in the police station, he just
more disoriented? Yeah.
Play the police station audio here, and I was getting annoyed myself. So I imagine how the police officer was as she was trying to put Tony through the paces.
Place your arms down at the side.
What am I doing after that?
Maintain this position until I complete the instructions.
Okay. What are the instructions after that?
So maintain that position for me. Would you like me to start over?
Well, I just want to see. What am I doing?
Okay, I'll start.
I was just asking.
So picture a straight line in front.
Yep.
Okay.
I got it.
Take your left foot, put it on that line.
What do I do after that?
Take your right foot, put it in front. Heel to toe touching. Place your arms down at the side. Maintain this position until I've completed the instructions.
What are the instructions?
You could,
Any instructions after that?
Oh my God.
do not start to walk until you're told to do so.
Okay.
Do you understand the instructions so far?
So put my left foot down, right foot in front on the line, and then I'm going to wait for you.
Do you understand the instructions?
No, I don't.
Matter of fact,
I'm going to go step by step.
Okay. All right. So take your left foot, put it on the line, the straight line, real or imaginary.
So if you can show me how to do it real quick.
Take your right foot.
Oh my God.
So left foot, put the right foot in front.
Willing to submit to a PBT
What is that?
machine that you blow in?
It's a preliminary.
It does not determine the results of my
Oh,
test.
no, we're not doing that.
Okay.
I've already heard from all the lawyers, don't ever do that.
Okay.
So
All right.
we're not going to do that.
Okay. All right, sir.
Did I pass this test?
You turn around.
no, you did not.
Can I use my phone real quick? Because there's a plane taking off.
You're
My
under
parents are
arrest
there.
for operating
We'll get
while
to
under the
that.
influence, okay?
There's a plane taking off.
How could anybody think, just based on that audio, that he was not drunk? Hey, Tony, shut the F up and they'll tell you the instructions.
But hold on, what's the next instruction after that one, though?
That feels like
no, I don't.
That feels like classic drunkism, right? The over talking. No, I'm good. How is your day?
I don't know. It sounded like he needed a big picture. You know, I need the big picture, and then I'll understand exactly.
How do you
what
want me to put my feet down?
And then
I don't know, like a normal human.
His heel toe, he didn't go heel toe. He cheated a little bit and had a gap in between of the heel toe. But people are saying it's probably 50-50. They may have Romo fans. Yeah. You have the officer in the first clip was like, oh, you haven't had any drinks and you're just coming from a golf course
all day.
So they're like, okay, she's insinuating that all golfers are drinking.
I did think Romo had a fair counterpoint there when he did say, so you think I'm drunk just because I'm leaving the golf course. I was on his side with that one.
She didn't say anything about, I detect an odor. I'm smelling alcohol. There was no breathalyzer there. And then the thing where he was getting into some hairy territory was not getting out of the car because he wanted to call his attorney. And some people are like, how can you not call your attorney? You should be able to call your attorney. And that is not Wisconsin law. Let me go ahead. They're on another call. Just wait. They're going to patch in three-way here. But Romo, he had to hear the other walkie-talkies responding, saying, now we have him being difficult. And he goes, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah, I had to look at that because apparently that is. I don't think it's just a Wisconsin thing. Like while they're doing their sobriety tests, you don't necessarily have the right to call. It has to be after they have brought you back to the station or charged you with something.
Corey, what do you think?
He was drunk, and he should be treated just like everybody else that gets into that situation. Just like all of us, man. Like
I thought he was going to be more drunk though. We've seen a lot of cases where it's like no doubt about it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
you thought he was going to yell, Dez caught it. Dez caught it.
That's why he was pulled over in the first place. And then people are like, okay, if you cross this white line, is that grounds for all of this?
Yeah, like why they pull him over in the first place? What was the reason they pulled him over to begin with?
Yeah.
And he said obviously it was the white line.
Do you think we should have expected this, though? Because if you look at his career, he did usually kind of crumble under pressure.
Wow, you and Bobby.
Wow.
Getting you guys on that jury, he'd be serving life for this.
Life.
Right?
He's lucky the field sobriety test wasn't the Giants in January.
I actually think that his start, just play the very, very beginning of the first clip, I think this was a tremendous mistake as he tried to be all cute and all homey and family. I think this set off the alarm for the officer.
Where are you coming from?
The golf course. And I'm going to meet Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. All right. I'll take the driver's license from you.
You got it. What's your name?
Deputy Core.
So I want to meet Grandma and Grandpa, and I passed the Gore, which is the place you're talking about that you dropped over. I got it. You're saying I went over the white line.
All right. How many drinks have you had?
0.
You're coming from a golf course?
I played in a golf tournament in Wisconsin State Amateur.
Well.
Okay.
So it's like a USGA event.
Okay. All right. I'm going to run you through some fields. Field sobriety test. Are you willing to take any field sobriety test?
I'm just going to call my lawyer.
Okay, step out of the vehicle.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
No, step out of the vehicle.
I'm not allowed to.
Step out of the vehicle.
24.
I'll take an additional 1017. He's not stepping out of the vehicle for field.
I'll do it. I'm just saying that I'm not allowed to.
So they didn't do the field sobriety there, and she's
Because you
like,
said it was uneven.
she's like, okay, we're parked against the wall here on the highway, so you're gonna walk into the police car the other side. And he's like, are you freaking kidding me? What, you want me to like walk into traffic? And she's like, you can't squeeze.
Yeah, you can't. The door's not opening
into that gap right there.
Was it?
But Grandpa, I think the alarms go off if we get pulled over at 45 years old. And they're like, where are you headed to? And we're like, Grandma and Grandpa's house.
Grandma and Grandpa.
I'm like, you must be hammered.
See, I thought it was the next part where he's like, what's your name? I was like, come on, dude.
I was just trying to be nice. He didn't drop the Rossini, though. He could have.
Yeah.
Do you think he was pulled over
Except
for
this
the?
really happened.
Do you know who I am?
Except this really happened.
Was he pulled over for the white line, or was he pulled over because the tournament he just left? He shot 35 over.
No, he did not. Okay, that was for the whole 4 days, though. That was not for the one round.
Well, plus 35.
That is not an arrestable
35
offense,
is,
Bobby.
Is pretty.
I think he was 11 over the last day.
I say this was like the Wisconsin amateurs circuit or whatever.
All right.
They're all
Yeah,
drunk
that's
out
tough.
there anyway.
Sean, would it have been the
It would
greatest
be.
moment of your life if he goes, hold on, let me call Jim instead of his attorney? Would you just love that?
Yes, that's right. Call McCarthy.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Wisconsin tie. And
Yeah.
Kevin, I heard your fantastic extended coverage after the presser with the G-Bag Nation. Are you buying or selling something is going down and something is up in the air as you had the extended coverage with Broadus and Slater? I'm buying it.
I am selling it imminently. Like
Imminently?
What's your time frame for that? I could see them doing
week.
then I'm selling that for sure, and I will readily admit if I was off on this. I just think he threw it out there as a little bit of chum, knowing that they did have the discussions and they might have the discussions again in season.
I'm hyped up, Corey. I'm ready.
I'm buying
bid
once they figure out what they have out here at camp. I think that they're like, do we have enough? And once they see what they have, they're going to go, crap, we don't. And Jerry's going to say, I have to go do something about it. And it might be before the trade deadline. It might be earlier.
If it was for Max, what are you okay giving up?
Next year's first.
Yeah.
Whoa! They're both saying the one. Okay.
Yeah.
As long as that's it. Yeah, I would do that. What about y'all?
2 seconds or a second and a third or a second that becomes a one if he has 8 to 10 sacks.
Yeah, to trade the first, you have to trade it as a second right now, and then say it escalates to a first in the spring or something.
I mean, if the Raiders are in on that, obviously, I would support that.
Let's make that happen. That sounds good.
All right, let's head on back out to Oxnard. The return of Corey Majors with the KNC masterpiece next on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live from Oxnard for day 3 of Dallas Cowboys training camp coverage. Want to give a big shout out to our presenting sponsor, the On Time Experts, AC Heating and Plumbing. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, man, I'm back, Corey Majors.
I am back, thank you.
Of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
I'm doing great, Kevin. Thank you for asking.
Lettuceitis is cured?
Well, we'll see. We're doing everything we can to ensure that is the case. I'm just excited to be around this environment again. I love this part of the work. This is a lot of people. They think of this as like a trip, right? They're like, "Oh, I get to go out there and hang out," and I'm like, "Oh man, this is where we get to like really show what we do well." And when it comes to football, man, we know some football, and we do great interviews. And so I'm really proud of this, especially with what this station's built over this time. I mean, since we've been here, we're on year 15, 16 now, something like that. I'm really proud of what we've accomplished, and this is yet another opportunity for us to show how good we are at this stuff. So I missed being out here yesterday, but there was one thing I knew. No matter what, I knew that Kevin was going to be able to handle it because that's what we do. All right, that is what this show's always been capable of. So I'm feeling good, and we'll see how the whole day goes.
Yesterday we had Chicharito on the show. Today we're going to have Donovan Ezaraku and Skip Schumacher, among others. Alec, that was a pretty normal intro. How about you?
Yeah, I got a song I could play here, my bad. But I am excited for today's show because not only are we touching the footballs, we're touching the baseballs too, because after a gritty win yesterday, I'm excited to hear from Skip. I think he's going to be in a good mood.
Did you know?
Are we like always undefeated before he hops on with us?
We have been rocking and rolling. I need to look that up again. But do you know, if the Rangers can win today, this would be the first time all season they've been 4 games above 500.
Wow.
So we've already tied the record from 5 games in for 3 games above 500. That is the best this team has been this season. Put aside that bums me out just a little bit. And focus on the positive that here we are, baby.
Yeah, dude, we're in first place. The rest of the league is chasing us. Well, the rest of our division is chasing us. And you can't be mad about that.
Do you want another fun fact about the Rangers before we do NFL overreaction reality?
Yes.
Do you know the Rangers have the biggest divisional lead in the AL at 2?
That's, again, Kevin, it means more in the American League. In the National League, they're so busy, trying to show off stuff with they're top heavy. They're like the Big 12 used to be.
The Dodgers are like, do we want to trade for Tarek Skubal or not?
OU and UT, and then every once in a while an A&M would be like, hey, we're here too.
Yeah.
And then like an Oklahoma State would be like, don't forget about us, and you'd be like, good luck. But it's very top heavy in the National League. In the American League, Kevin, it's just a lot of really good teams beating up on each other.
It's very middle heavy. It's very dad bod.
See, you know what? You say that until the American League wins the World Series, and then what? What?
Do you think that the National League is more Dallas socialite and the American League is more
Fort Worthian?
Yeah. Oh, I was going to just say dad bod as to not offend.
No, Fort Worth blue collar workers.
Okay.
They're out there getting it done.
Yeah.
Making sure, and then you also have the Fort Worthians who are like, we also run the oil fields. And then
that's going to Landman.
Yeah.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality to start right here. NFL fans will be sad if the Cowboys are actually really, really terrible. I know there's a lot of people who hate the Cowboys, but I think they hate the Cowboys when they achieve something only to crumble on a bigger stage. So overreaction or reality, many an NFL fan will be sad if the Cowboys are actually really, really terrible.
I don't think they'll be sad, but they do seem to love the Cowboy hope. so that they can like stomp on it.
Yes.
At moments.
The Cowboys can do that themselves.
But I think if they're not good, then they also love to be able to stomp on that and just be like, it's just not. It's not as the Cowboys fan isn't going to be as loud in those moments.
Yeah.
So, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think they'll be sad about it by any means. I just think that they'll just be a little less aggressive towards it.
Alec, what say you? NFL fans, many of them would be very, very sad if the Cowboys were actually really terrible.
Overreaction. I think people really do love to dunk on people that they don't like. And there is still this giant persona of the Cowboys are annoying, the Cowboys are this and that and the other. When we talked about it yesterday, they talked about it at length in the presser. Very quiet offseason. I really don't think there's anything to hate on because there hasn't been a whole lot outside of, a potential pass rusher that got brought up yesterday.
To the max.
I don't think there's a lot to hate on, so I do think it's a weird position to take, but I think people are going to love to laugh.
Can I step in here real quick about something?
Sure.
I was listening. Listen, I know I was out yesterday, but I was listening, and I was listening to the press conference as well. And the word quiet was not used, I believe, on this show. The word drama-free was used on this show. I want Shoddy to understand that I know they did some work in that building, but there was not a lot of Jerry drama that went along with this Cowboys offseason.
How much would you have loved it, though, if instead of any of those insinuations, he would have just been like, hey, man, there could be an opportunity for us to acquire somebody and really take this defense to the max. And he just looked at everybody.
Shoddy or Jerry?
No, Jerry. I would be shocked if Shoddy would have said that.
That would have been awesome. But like Kevin, think about this for a second. Even with the George Pickens situation, the Cowboys said, no, we're going to do it this way. And everybody was like, yeah, right. And then all of a sudden, it went exactly like they thought it would. And then Kyle Yeomans, who's now up in Baltimore, he was like, hey, guys, we had him on. He was like, I don't think there's going to be much drama with he just needs to be in the building. And everybody's like, yeah, right. And he shows up in the building, and they're like, he signed his deal. Everything that we thought would be drama was not drama. So it wasn't that it was quiet. It was just drama-free for Shoddy.
NFL overreaction or reality? The signing of Malik Willis or the new deals of Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers were the worst moves of the offseason.
The Malik Willis one makes sense to me on a scale of it's not a lot of money for a bad quarterback. Does that make sense? Like you didn't overpay a guy. You paid a guy to essentially help navigate you in through your next 3 years of tanking and rebuilding the whole thing. So, and you got a guy who can kind of run around and do without a good offensive line for a while if that's what you need to be. So, I think that one's a really bad one still. Like that's what you're telling your organization and fan base.
Alec, NFL overreaction or reality, the signing of Malik Willis or the new deals of Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers were the worst moves of the offseason?
Reality, and I'm with Corey where I do understand the Malik Willis thing. Like, it makes sense. They didn't overpay, and there's familiarity there because it feels like half of the Packers organization went to the Dolphins in the offseason, so it makes sense. But the Aaron Rodgers one sticks out like a sore thumb because why? Like, that's my one question. Why? He's not good at football anymore, and you've got a new head coach who he's been around the league before, so I feel like if you're going to try to masquerade as a competitive team, you go make a trade, you move up in the draft to get somebody that you can develop because Mike McCarthy does have a track record with quarterbacks. You do something, or you just go all in on what you do have in youth in your quarterback room already. You don't go and get a broken Aaron Rodgers.
Right. All right. NFL overreaction or reality? I think I know where you're going to go on this one, Corey. Expectations for the Giants have gotten too high. Remember, this is an organization that in the last 2 years has won 7 games combined.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a coach that got fired.
What's the expectation for them right now? When you say expectation,
the way you discuss them makes it feel like you think they're going to be a 500 team, and I think that is way too high.
I'm sorry that I've put it that way. I think they're going to be like 7-10. I think,
right.
which is close to 500.
I
see where you are. I think they're going to make a significant jump because you just said they've won 7 games in their last 2 seasons. I don't think they're going to be that bad this year.
Okay.
But I don't think that they're quite at that place where they've turned the corner yet. But I think they're going to be competitive enough to make you go, dadgum. They might even win one against the Cowboys this year, and then you're going to be like, what just happened?
I know it's a divisional game. Would you rather? What up? Would you rather? I mean, I thought that was Kavanaugh and Jesse Holly. I thought they were going to stop by, but they just kept on walking.
They're busy. They have stuff to do.
I guess. Would you rather, I want you to really think about this, lose to the Giants or at the time a winless Cardinals team?
Well, I mean, I've already predicted the Cardinals thing, so I'm already used to it. Mm-hmm. I'm already there. I've already decided that it's happening, Kevin. So I guess I'm going to say that.
Okay.
Will
they still be winless at the time?
Yes.
I think you might be right.
You just said they would be winless Cardinals.
Right, yeah.
And so I think that's why I'm like, yeah, that's going to happen. I'm just decided that that's already there.
All right, Alec.
It's predestination.
You can answer that other one if you want. But overreaction or reality for a team that's won just 7 games total in the last 2 years, expectations for the Giants have gotten too high.
Overreaction. We talked about it a little bit with Broadus yesterday, where I think we might be discounting them a little bit too much because they had a decent offseason. And one thing that Broadus said that stuck out to me was that organization hasn't really taken the leadership aspect very seriously, especially when it comes to the head coach. And now, I don't think Harbaugh was very good the past couple of years, but one thing he can do is lead a team. And so they have an idea of what the identity needs to look like. Let's see if it actually translates on the field.
NFL overreaction or reality? Shoddy seemed to think it might have gone overboard last season, but fights at training camp are not necessarily a bad thing.
I agree. I think that's a reality.
It's a fine line.
Yeah, it really is because I remember getting into a fight in high school with one of my teammates on the field, and he got sent off. I had to go do stuff too, like I had to go do laps or something like that. And I felt like, I was like, oh no, like he's my friend. He's my friend and teammate at the same time. And when I got to the locker room, everything was fine.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, man, listen, dude, I know what was going on, and I let it out. Some of these guys, man, I watched. Kevin, I had a lot of TikTok time yesterday, so there were lots of old scenes from Ted Lasso that popped up on my videos.
They're going to ruin that now.
I'm not worried about that right now, Kevin.
All right.
God, I hate that opinion, but it's okay. It's your opinion, and whatever. But there was this one moment where they were talking about something that happened on the field, and he was like, "Look, dude, you never know what's going on in somebody's life. These guys have stuff. This is their opportunity to let some things out. Be aggressive. I don't think that fights are bad. I think if it distracts from your practice, it's a problem. If it becomes too much, it's a problem. You're right. There's a very fine line, and you guys got to realize y'all are on a team. Y'all are trying to figure out how to do this thing together, and ultimately that's what you want. But you still want to walk this line of competitiveness. You don't want dudes that aren't showing any fire out there. So I think chippiness is good. All-out brawls could be a problem if it's causing a distraction from what you're trying to accomplish.
Alec, I know last year Shoddy seemed to think it had gone overboard, but to go along with that overreaction reality, fights at training camp are not necessarily a bad thing.
Absolute reality. Let out some of that pent-up aggression and whatnot. Get it out early and learn how to temper those attitudes and all the fiery emotions that do come out from a physical sport. You need to learn how to prevent some of those penalties from popping up. Bobby has his favorite stat about Sam Williams and his sacks compared to his personal fouls. If we can address some of those things right now, no harm, no foul in a couple of scrappy fights and whatnot, just to say, hey, it's great to show the physicality and that you care, but let's not do that during the regular season.
All right, one more quick one for y'all. Overreaction or reality? It was, in fact, coaching that was holding the Ravens back.
Defensive coaching, yes. I don't know about Harbaugh winning more. I mean, Mark Andrews was the one that dropped that football, so I don't know if Harbaugh could have caught it for him. But defensive coaching last year, absolutely. And so we'll see if there's a new line for it to be drawn. Yeah, no, I think the defensive coaching last year. Maybe I'm wrong about Harbaugh in New York. Maybe he's not a good coach. But
or a fine coach.
Think about this. For the Ravens, for the longest time, they've had Ozzie Newsome and DaCosta. They're good GMs. They have a good understanding of what they want on the field for players. If all else fails, we're going to have some awesome defensive tackle fall in our lap, and we'll draft him. Or Kyle Hamilton will fall to us. Something like that. So they always seem to have the talent, but they were always lacking just something.
So, Alec, last one for you for today. Overreaction or reality? It was, in fact, coaching that was holding the Ravens back.
Reality, and Zach Orr had one of those fall from graces like Bobby Slowick with the Texans did, where he was supposed to be one of the next hotshot head coach candidates and then had a really bad season. And where is he now? Where is all the conversation? I think the defensive coaching, as Corey mentioned, was abysmal, but I also think they had plenty of personnel issues on top of that.
All right, there you go. There's NFL overreaction or reality for the day. We can pick that back up again tomorrow or Friday. Coming up next, though, we will check in with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, live from training camp on 105.3 The Fan.
And Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas and Specs. How about them savings from Specs? Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. We bring in our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Man, I think he mostly means you, Corey.
I'm good, Mickey. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate it.
Are you guys playing catch this morning?
DJ threw those on the table. I think he just likes people to have things to fidget with when they're around.
And me just carrying a pen all the time.
Yeah.
This is also how he notified me that they were walking up to the podium in case I got locked into content. He threw the baseball across the room, and I was like,
hey, pay attention.
Yeah, we got to go to the podium. We got to go to the podium. Now, are you ready for, oh, man, an intense, rigorous day of practice or what?
You mean like an OTA or mini camp practice?
That's exactly.
Was Kevin being sarcastic?
Yes.
I caught it.
Yeah, okay, good. Because if you didn't, I don't know what we've been doing all these years. But, just to kind of set people's expectations for today. Because
they're not in full pads and they're not hitting each other hard yet.
But you know how it goes is you just get step by step closer to actual factual football. And this is another step. But if you wanted to temper people's expectations a bit for today, what would you say?
I would say helmet, jersey, shorts, no pads, and this is the NFL rule. You got to have 3 ramp-up days. So they go back to starting what the practices were like in the off-season with the OTAs and the mini camp. So they got to ramp up. That's the rule. I'm sure the coaches somewhat hate it. They understand it. But it's like after all this time waiting and you get here and it's like, all right, let's go. And then
But then you hear about potential injury to Shamar Stewart. And you're like, oh, yeah, we got to be careful.
Yeah, Shamar Stewart was doing a drill this morning for the Bengals, and he walked off gingerly.
Another one?
Yeah.
Well, last weekend, somebody tore their ACL?
Oh, yeah, for the
Stroughton.
And
Carolina?
Yeah, and it happened for the Chiefs as well. They had a similar injury. So
But I guess the real challenge for these coaches then is how do you keep the guys from standing around, and how do you actually, in these 3 days, take advantage?
Yeah, I think you just got to have a whole lot of energy from the coaching staff. And when they're doing stretch or when they're doing these little drills, you got to get all fired up. That's okay, let's go. This is serious. And I think that'll be the tone of this training camp because he wants a lot of competition. And so even though you don't have pads on, kind of what you have to do a little bit is pull back so everybody doesn't get too physical because, boys will be boys.
Yeah,
right?
we were just talking about how fights will happen, and that's not always a bad
and not
thing.
exactly fights,
yeah,
but how
I get
hard you're practicing,
I get
right?
you.
And guys laying out to make catches and DBs kind of crowding the wide receivers to break up a pass and then the poor offensive line is at the significant disadvantage. Because they don't have pads on. So there's a lot of pushing and shoving. And so they got to be careful. And remember, it wasn't at training camp. It was, I think, in the offseason when McCarthy got fined $500,000 for being too physical.
And you can't have people on the ground in certain instances.
Yeah.
You were talking about the offensive line and competition. We've kicked this around. Do you feel as though it is a real left tackle competition or a... Look, Tyler Guyton, just don't screw it up.
I think there's a real competition. Now, the other thing I thought was interesting is when Schottenheimer pointed out that they're gonna give Tyler Smith some snaps at left tackle
because you got to be prepared,
and he's got it just in case, right? And if he's the next best option, well, then you got to give some guys some snaps at left guard.
Yeah, TJ Bass.
And you had TJ Bass playing behind the center during camp because of Hennessy getting hurt.
Right.
So now you got to find somebody else. And I think, I'm forgetting his name, Keegan. They signed him in the offseason. I think he's got to get some snaps at center. And then he also mentioned that at some point during training camp, Tyler Booker's going to get some snaps at center. So I thought that was interesting. So, I think it's more than lip service saying we're going to play our first best five guys, right, in some form or fashion. But Guyton's got something to prove. He's got to stay healthy. He needs to be out here on the field, and unless it's a debilitating injury, he's got to learn to play through things. And I don't know if he's gotten to that point yet.
Is that an art that it is difficult for some players to learn in the NFL?
Yeah, I've seen that, right? And the other thing I've seen in training camp are guys are all Thousand Oaks or all Oxnard or Austin, and then when it's time to play football, it's like, whoa, where'd that guy go?
Right.
He disappeared because the lights came on.
The word yesterday was substantive.
And communication.
Yeah, that was the other word, and that's been the word for me all offseason with this defense for sure. And I'll get to the defense, but Jerry said we want to operate as if we're one of those better teams, and I'm just trying to remember how long it's been since they didn't operate kind of in that vein. But it seems, or was that kind of lip service on the all-ins?
No,
kind of
I
stuff?
think the key thing that he ended up saying is, I'm willing to sacrifice tomorrow for today.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, I don't remember him ever saying it that way, meaning if there's a move we can make and it makes sense that we're going to go ahead and do it, we're not waiting around. But again, somebody's got to be available, right? And you just don't throw out a second-round draft choice, say, well, okay, we're going to bring somebody in. That guy better be awfully darn good, but then why's the other team trading him?
Yeah, that's always the question.
Right?
Always
so
the question.
You got to be careful and I got to look at guys that are still out there.
Yeah.
At maybe positions they'd be interested in. But again, a lot of those guys that are veterans that are still out there, they don't want to go to training camp, right?
Yeah.
We've done this for 10 years.
Look at that huge Davion Clowney.
and a lot of those guys also are looking for, they're trying to get some leverage. Like, what's my leverage at this point? Everybody's got 90 guys on a roster, and I'm not signed. Well, maybe if I wait because somebody gets hurt and then somebody gets desperate and says, oh, well, I'll give you this, right, on a one-year deal. And again, with some of those guys, they're veterans and you're on the roster the first game of the season and that guarantees your contract. So there's a lot of other things that kind of go into that.
On the communication front, that's been kind of the thing I've wanted to see. And I said one of my key things I wanted to watch was how guys are communicating after the play in the secondary, because I really want to see what they're talking about.
How about before the play?
Absolutely, but I want to see I want to see after the play.
Oh, you mean like out here
before the play too? I want to know that they got something, and then out here for sure. Okay, guys, what did we see there? What are we doing there? Because I think that's where you get that, because you hear Shoddy talk about the after-action conversations. I feel like those things can happen in these practices,
I mean, if you think back to last year, and there were so many misalignments, so many busted coverages, and
so many of those dudes weren't even on
these guys know what they're doing, right? Nope. Yeah, and some of them were playing for the first time, so the communication part definitely has to improve. And for a little insight, when they had the alumni day and they invited the former players, I shouldn't call them old.
I appreciate how quickly you corrected that, though.
The former players to come back and watch practice, go into the meetings. They got to sit in the meetings, and I'm thinking it was Darren Woodson. I was talking to him. And I said, so what's your impression? And he goes, well, I'm in this meeting, and they're going rapid fire on, here's the play, this is what we're supposed to do, now what's your responsibility? And he goes, these guys were given answers. And he goes, in some of them stuff, he goes, I don't know if I could play today if I had to know all that stuff.
Wow.
Right? And he goes, these guys had the answer, and this was an OTA practice. So hopefully that carries over to when they actually get out here and everybody knows what they're supposed to do. Otherwise, you're going to get left behind.
Because when you know what you're supposed to do, Kevin, we always feel this way. When you know what your responsibilities are, then you can be creative with them.
Yes.
Then you can come up with, I'm going to go make a play, like Darren Woodson used to say. Or I've watched Downs in his communication at Ohio State, and he's like, I know we're supposed to do this, but because of this, this, and this, we can also do this. When you know those things, but it didn't feel like. It feels like more of these guys are more prepared.
They are.
It comes from Christian Parker saying, what is it? We need to have our degree, our master's degree, and all those things by the end of
this. Let me tell you something about Caleb Downs. So it was it around lunchtime, and I was trying to get water where the players eat out of the refrigerator, and he was stocking up for his room, so putting water in his bag, and I'm sitting there waiting, and he goes, oh, go ahead. I go, what do you mean? Finish. I'm not that important. And he goes, no, sir, go ahead and get your water. And I was like,
that's
just
nice.
Just a little,
yeah.
It's like he doesn't have to do that.
Right.
What are you doing?
Right.
It's like it's only me. Come on. And but that's him.
Yeah.
Right. All the time. So it's not like a stage thing out there when you see him. And, they're going to throw him out there on the first team nickel, and he'll be in the slot, or at least that's the way they finished the mini camp. So that'll be interesting to see. But the communication, when there's competition, you better know, because you'll get left behind if you're blowing assignments.
When you talk about that competition, this is something I've wondered for the last several years. Do you feel like people at all, specifically on social media, might get too caught up in a particular spectacular play or an interception, and then they're surprised when a player gets cut because they've not looked at the entire picture and the body of what this player's been doing for camp?
We could go back to last year with Trayshawn Holden, the wide receiver, and it seemed like every day out here he's making some spectacular play, right? And everybody gets all fired up and, who's going to knock somebody off the roster? And then the lights came on in the preseason games, and it's like, where'd this guy go?
Yeah.
And I've seen that in training camp so many times. This guy's name came up the other day. Daryl Clack. He was a running back, and we kind of nicknamed them. They were in Thousand Oaks, right?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Clickety clack, right? And every training camp, it was like, this guy's going to be the backup running back. He's going to push Dorsett. And then the season starts, and it's like, where'd that guy go?
113 career rushing yards.
Yeah. And there was another guy. He was a DB, Victor Scott. Was always all training camp, and then he had a nice career as a backup. He was fine, but he never kind of stuck out there and earned the starting spot. So, yeah, you got to temper yourself when you see the little highlights posted on social media and everybody gets excited. That's why we're here to do our job to make sure we bring some understanding of what's going on. But it's difficult because, excuse me, there's so much out there, especially from people that aren't here.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like you got to understand who to trust and who to believe.
You know what? And it's funny because if we go back into the social media culture, I'm even thinking about something I would post. Would I be like, what a great job filling that gap right there? Or is it going to be the Holden falling out of bounds, one-handed catch? And I was like, what's really going to get more traction? Even though it might not properly be telling the story. So you have to balance that out, too.
Well, that's the day we live in.
Indeed.
Right?
This is the life we've chosen.
With the, we didn't chose to have to promote stuff online so we get more likes, right?
So I should not be on the lookout for your TikTok page or anything like that, is what you're saying?
I wouldn't know how to get on.
Dude, I would love the idea that Mickey doesn't know that a TikTok page exists for him, but somebody's always shooting TikToks of him, and that it's out there.
It's just him saying hello, and
then we're having regular conversations, and people are like, we love this content.
Or my Instagram page.
Yeah, we could make these things happen. Mickey, thank you very much. DallasCowboys.com. krld-fm.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for a little bit of baseball nuggets. Let's talk Texas Tampa, and are these the perfect trade pieces for the Rangers? Next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Cowboys' first full...
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
And here's the 0-1. And that's hit back up the middle. Base knockout into center field. Duran rounding third. The throw from Mullins is not in time. Zeke dives across the plate. RBI single Evan Carter. It's 4-1 Texas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard. Thank you very much to Mercedes-Benz of Plano and Best Buy Windows and Siding for helping make this thing happen. And you just heard Mickey Spagnola in the Wild Fork Foods Hot Seat, your #1 go-to for meat and seafood. Now, it's time for a little baseball nuggets. Let's start with the triumphant Texas Rangers. They win again 4-1 over the Tampa Bay Rays, just the second time they have been 3 games over 500 this year, and the other time was when they were 4-1.
Oh, that's good. So we're back to kind of like the beginning of the season.
Yeah, so if we can win today, that will be the most games above 500 the Rangers have been all season.
And then kind of like if they would win the next one, that would be the most. So every win from here on.
Exactly.
Without losses.
And if you go all the way and do that, you will have the best record in the history of the Rangers.
Shout out Cal Quantrill
for sure.
Giving us those 5.5 innings yesterday.
No.
It's 5 1/3. The 7 strikeouts, pretty impressive on his part, and he's one of those guys that it's fascinating because he can fill so many roles on your team, and he gets a start for you and gives you the innings you need. A good start that puts you in position to not have to score a ton of runs and come away with let your bullpen do its work.
I do believe this is the first time in his career he struck out 5 of the first 10 batters he faced.
Wow.
Ever.
That's
pretty wild.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where you're just like, I don't know what I'm going to get out of him this year. I really don't know exactly what I'm going to get out of him. And before the season, Kevin, I was like, hey, we're seeing that he could be a potential starter in this rotation. Well, we kind of saw how the rotation fell into place, and he took on that role just like Latz took on his role. This is the thing that Skip's been telling us is he's got a clubhouse full of guys that are all like very unselfish and all very like, I will do what it takes to help this team win. Brandon Nimmo being one of those guys too. I won't hit leadoff so that Jock can hit leadoff. And now here we are with a group. Yeah, man, this is great. This is really nice to see from Cal Quantrill because if you didn't get that start, you kind of sometimes you have those moments where you're like, I don't know if we can get through this if we have 4 runs given up in the first 3 innings.
Yeah, no, you're right. And it feels like they've been just kind of trying to get themselves to Jordan Montgomery, which the word is, he is traveling with the team now, or if you're trying to just wait until Cody Bradford is ready. But either way, it has really helped bridge a gap. So I think you're spot on about that. Now, I want to shout out Jared Sandler for this stat that I saw yesterday. Jacob Latz had yielded a 184 on-base percentage so far this year. And that's before last night when he came in, locked down another save in all of 10 pitches for his 21st save of the year. It feels like we've run out of hyperbole to talk about how great he's been. So I'll give you this. Jacob Latz, with that 184 on-base percentage, is the 6th best in Major League Baseball history among pitchers with at least 40 innings pitched. They're all chasing Jacob deGrom from 2021, whose on-base percentage was 160. Couple of the other names in there, Dennis Eckersley twice. And
Koji Wahara, right?
Yeah, that's right. And Sean Doolittle. So I don't want to disrespect him or his doctor or father. So it's those. Okay. I don't know. And so those are the people that he is behind. And it's mind-boggling how just excellent he has been this year.
So I'm going to ask Skip this later. There's no way to get him the national credit he deserves, is there?
I don't think so. Do you think?
Because somebody on Jared's post, they had they tweeted back to Jared, and they were like, dark horse Cy Young candidate, and I was like, "There's no way." How good, no matter what, nobody knows who he is enough yet. Like nobody would look at he could be just this for the rest of the season, and I don't know if that would still earn enough credit for what he's accomplished for.
Yeah, and I think the issue that he would run into there is you have somebody like Brian Baker with the Rays or even Cade Smith with the Guardians who have more saves, like 28 and 30 respectively, but that's fine. I don't...
The local credit is all that matters right now.
I don't need Jacob Latz to be anybody else, and I appreciate everything that he has already done this season. Hopefully, he is able to keep up at this pace because it's been just preposterous.
Do you think he's found a career now as a closer?
A little bit. I mean, let's say it stays more or less the course for the rest of the year. There's no way in hell that you don't go into next training camp saying he's our closer, right? Why
would you?
I know. Moving him to starter would be terrible.
We have a left-handed closer for one, and so that's already insane. And for two, we have a left-handed closer that can throw a variety of pitches. And if I'm him, I understand starter money's great, but
closer money can be sweet too.
Yeah, especially since you can handle those duties right now.
Absolutely. And I will go back to what I mentioned earlier today. The Texas Rangers now have the biggest divisional lead in all of the American League. Now, don't look too much more into that stat because it's really close, but it's still happening.
It kind of would have been awesome last night if the Angels or the Dodgers, one of those West Coast teams, could have done something for us against the Astros and the Mariners.
Man, this is the second time in the last, I can't remember if it's back-to-back days or 3 days, that the Angels have really jobbed us out by giving up the advantage late to the Astros. So you know what, Angels? Thanks for nothing.
The stupid Dodgers, they gave it up early in that game, but then they had the lead in the 8th inning and gave up 2 runs and then lost that game. And I'm like, come on, guys, help us out a little bit.
Now you're
the freaking Dodgers.
I know exactly. They were like, oh, we're going to trade for Tarek Skubal.
But I guess that just does point out, Kevin, how it means more in the AL.
I mean,
They're top heavy, but our worst team took out their best.
I hope that is true, but just be ready for the Yankees, because this is an astonishing thing I'm about to tell you. The betting odds for Tarek Skubal, the Dodgers are the favorite right now to land him. Second favorite on the list, the New York Yankees. The favorite to get Francisco Lindor, the New York Yankees. The favorite to get Mason Miller, well, hopefully you're seeing where this is going. It is, of course, the New York Yankees. But believe it or not, Byron Buxton, it's the Phillies, followed by the New York Yankees.
Yeah.
So the New York Yankees are first and second in the betting odds. Now, I realize they probably wouldn't get all these people, one would think, or even more than 2 of them, but they're first or second to get Buxton, Miller, Lindor, and Skubal. Again, I'm not saying they would go get all of those people, but that is a terrifying combination of things. And then on the flip side, you have the Mets, who supposedly are ready to deal at least 6 players before the trade deadline. So you'll need to at least package something up or at least do 1 deal per day.
It would be very Yankees, though, to pretty much replace half your team at the trade deadline and then go deep into the playoffs, maybe not win the World Series.
I mean, that is what they do as of late, go deep into the playoffs and not win the World Series. But just remember, it can turn out poorly for you. The Boston Red Sox just traded for Curtis Mead. He made his debut with the team on Monday, and then he broke his wrist. So he got hit by a pitch. They followed up to see, and indeed, he is on the injured list for an indefinite stay. He just got there. He played 1 game. Hurt.
Can I give you a little positive, not baseball news?
Sure.
That I just saw. Andy Reid said Maya Bieniemy is out of ICU and making progress.
Woo-hoo!
So there's a little positive news for today.
That is absolutely great news. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll dive into our Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day with sideline reporter extraordinaire Christy Scales. Next right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much to the On-Time Experts AC Heating and Plumbing for being the presenting sponsor of our training camp extravaganza. And right now it carries on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Oh, look out. Your number one go-to for meat and seafood. We bring you sideline reporter, notebook extraordinaire, Christy Scales. How are you today?
I'm doing well. I don't know. A lot to live up to following Mickey, so...
It's very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah.
So I'll start with this question, and then we'll just move off of this subject. How many presidents do you think you could name?
Oh, gosh. Let's see.
I'm not going to make you do it.
What, 45? Off the top of my head, probably 40.
Oh.
But, I mean, they wouldn't be in order.
Sure.
You know, I'd be scatter shooting.
I can do like maybe
I'd be
the
like
first...
Blackie Sherrod, scatter shooting.
Yes.
And what I'd be doing is, in my head, I would be at the Hall of Presidents at Disneyland and kind of like, okay, that guy, the weird-looking guy, the big guy, that little skinny guy. That's how I would be doing it.
Yeah, see? And I'm like, I remember Martin Van Buren from Seinfeld. And so they're just whatever it takes.
William
to
Henry
help.
Harrison.
Yeah,
you know,
he died in 30 days.
George Washington's your favorite, right?
Oh, well, sure. The father of our country.
Did you know he had red hair?
He had red. He was a ginger all along.
Yeah.
And then he put on that powdered wig.
And I swear I said we wouldn't talk about, at least certainly not modern politics, but that kind of tripped me out because I'm just so used to seeing everybody in their powdered wigs and whatnot.
They were all in black and white sketches, so
Yeah.
I don't know how they could have any hair color other than black or white.
Is this how you thought
or
this segment
gray
was going to start? Yeah, or gray. Yeah.
I never know how it's going to go.
That is a
That's the joy of doing the show, though.
I mean, until Technicolor, right? until Dorothy landed in Oz, how are we really to know?
And then that entire movie is just essentially an analogy for the gold standard.
Well, it is. And so Dorothy represented, you know, the innocence of, you know, the Midwest. She gets caught up in this political maelstrom and ends up in Oz. It represents Washington, D.C. Green money follows the
Yellow Brick
Road, which is the gold standard. And, of course, the Scarecrow represents the American farmer. And people think they weren't smart, didn't have a brain. And Tin Man is the Industrial Revolution. And
Heartless.
That's right. Cowardly Lion, the politicians who knew the right thing but didn't have the guts to stand up, had no courage. Sure.
Except not really, because none of that stuff happened to her. She just had a fever, right? Like that's what we discovered at the end of that movie. That's your reveal.
And there's a whole 2 other movies that are made about it recently.
And by the way, in the book, her by Frank Baum, her slippers were not ruby red. That was ruby red for the Technicolor for MGM. They were actually silver because it had to do with populist in the silver movement.
Did you know? Man, I'm hoping we could just keep going with weird factoids.
Hold on, I got a question. Did you know she knew this? Or
Absolutely
did you just throw
not.
It out
We
there?
didn't talk about this ahead of time. So I'll take that and I'll tell you this. Did you know?
Christy prepared for I told you, nobody's more prepared than Christy Scales.
That Mr. Baum was inspired by Nikola Tesla lighting up, I can't remember which park it was, with electric lights. That was the inspiration for the Emerald City the first time he saw that. And that's why he wrote it in the book like that. Boom! So about the Cowboys. This is something that I've been thinking about for a while. And I know it might seem like one answer is more obvious than the other, but do you feel like there's more pressure on that player who's supposed to be a starter, whose their path in the NFL is set, but they could lose their starting job and perhaps their role forever, or that fringy guy who's just trying to stay in the NFL and might not make a roster of anybody's?
During camp?
Yeah.
The fringy guy who's trying to make a roster. And knowing that he's also the good news about camp is in preseason is you're auditioning for 31 other teams as well. So you have that. But each of those 31 other teams have people who are auditioning that could take your spot. So you'll have 2 or 3 guys that survive the final roster cut every year and told that they're made the team and they're on the 53, and then the next day they get let go because they bring in somebody from one of the other 31 teams after they scour the waiver wire. So the real answer to the real answer to your question obviously is they're all under pressure. But I would say just such a large majority of players, I think people don't understand what a transient business it is and how they've been on 5, 6, 7 teams just trying to catch on.
And the comparison I was thinking of on the other side was somebody specifically like Tyler Guyton, all the hope in the world.
Sure.
It seems like he should be the left tackle. We're having a perhaps real, perhaps faux competition depending on who you talk to. But like if he were to lose that, is that just slot him as a backup forever? And I know it's better than not being in the league, but that feels like a pretty big hit to your career trajectory.
Yeah, obviously. And I think when you, going back to your original question with pressure, I think that you kind of mean like pressure from the outside, pressure from media, right? Pressure from fans, whereas as opposed to like the internal pressure of just trying to get there. I think the guys who have like 3 years in the league, or maybe they're entering their 4th year, and they can just hang on and get one more year if they could be vested, right?
Yeah.
And then rest of
we
their
don't
life.
think about as regular folks.
And it's such a, gosh, I wish I had it in the one note I don't have in front of me right now, but it's a pretty low number of players that actually get a second contract from the team that drafted them or originally signed them. It's really pretty low. So
the Cowboys do their best
I'll use,
to
for
raise
example, you like a Dorrance Armstrong, talking with him one time, and what a relief and what a great thing. And he was one of like 2 or 3 from that draft class that actually got a second contract.
Yeah.
You go through the media guide and look at old, year by year, all the draft picks, and it's like didn't even make it to a second contract with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Ended up going elsewhere.
And with Guyton, too, just like anything else, Kevin, do you have a sponsor out there on another team that you can go get a change of scenery? Because in this one place, you're going to have I know what that guy is. I know what we put into him, and it just hasn't. If let's say it didn't work out, I know it hasn't worked out, so we moved on from him. He goes somewhere else, has a sponsor. Maybe he has a little less pressure, as you say, and is able to grow his own way at his own pace, and that's something that could work out for him.
What is y'all's, I want to ask you, both of y'all, what's y'all's interest level in the More Than Words campaign for Jaden Blue? Because I know he's saying all of the right things, but I mean, you can sing that if you want. But obviously last year was just an abject failure in terms of all of the setup to it. How excited are you guys to see that, and maybe how the rest of the running back competition plays out behind Javonte?
Yeah, well, they'll get plenty of opportunity in these preseason games since Javonte probably won't see the field during preseason.
But he will be on our show.
Oh, is he? So which day?
I think probably tomorrow or Friday.
That'll be great. I really like Javonte.
As Raku today.
Oh, now very well spoken. That's a good guy right there. With Jaden, hey, it's all words. To me, same thing. Tired of all the words, right? We'll see. We'll see. The one thing is, it's all the changes on the coaching staff are really on the defensive side of the ball and not the offensive side of the ball. So, his coach knows exactly what to expect of him.
Yeah.
And said, though, they had the meeting. Shoddy talked about having the meeting with Jaden, the exit interview and stuff. So it's all out there. Now it's up to him to live up to what he says he's going to do.
Yeah, now, I mean, it absolutely is when Schottenheimer, I go back to that one phrase of, if I gave you a piece of advice once, you probably should have taken it. And that was just to the rookies for this year, when they were in their rookie mini camps. And so, I feel like that's the same thing. I'm not going to give you that advice multiple times. You come prepared for it, or we're going to find other options. And I don't think that they're going to sit there and wait on running backs when they have their starter and they're trying to find the guy. So he needs, if he wants the role, he can absolutely grab a really good role here if he puts the work in and shows that he's prepared for it.
Yeah, and I really hope he does, because he could be a real home run hitter for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you need a home run hitter like that.
Yeah, somebody that has that kind of speed and that can do what he can do. The one guy that's really interesting to me, because our linebacker position is really very interesting to me. I got lots of questions.
Good word.
And that's because we just don't know what we don't know about it yet, except for we got our fingers crossed for DeMarvion Overshown to stay healthy. But Barham's name keeps popping up. And whenever people are like, just put Barham in, I'm like, I don't know anything about this guy yet. As far as what I've watched, I'm like, I can watch this college film and think things, but this is also the NFL, and there's going to be how much runway do we need to give a rookie like him before we say let's go ahead and put him as a starter on this defense?
I think he needs some, because I think it wasn't until his senior year there at Michigan that he got switched to kind of edge and that kind of thing. So he's still kind of a young pup, and the way that they used him in that role, even if they ask him to do the same thing here, how would it be different, you know, within the scheme and stuff? And so, that's, and he's a rookie anyway. So, I mean, that answers the question right there. But someone who can come in, there are it seems like there's always a handful, but it seems that there's more of a handful this year of guys who can really come in and play an important role and be a really, may not be a starter, but can really have a huge...
I think Malachi Lawrence is one of those guys.
Absolutely.
Curtis Robinson is somebody who jumps to mind for me.
Mm-hmm. But so, you know, beyond the 22, or beyond your starting 11, particularly on defense, you know, the rotation. And here's your chance. I mean, this is the chance to earn the snaps in the game. But I think that Jay Sean is certainly a guy who, as the season rolls on, that his snap count would increase as you go along, right?
That's where I am with a lot of the guys that we're talking about, is that by the end of the season, by the middle of the season, their roles will develop in this defense. I'm assuming, if everything goes well, that Christian Parker's defense, these guys will all have their places and they'll be making the plays that make you go, oh, that's why.
So with that in mind, the person who jumped into my mind, especially with what y'all were just talking about, is Devin Moore. Because I'm thinking, obviously we know Bland, but if I said Carson, Durant, Revel, Downs, Kendrick, Moore, couldn't you see any of those players being the ones that like maybe get more playing time? Maybe not Downs or Bland, but the rest of them getting more playing time and being far more important than maybe people at this moment think they will be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I really do think that there's more open competition at that position. And you say, obviously, Bland, but are we counting on that with the foot?
Yeah, we probably... he's got his fingers crossed.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's like some of these guys, the ones that people think, oh, you know, they're steady Eddie. It's like they can't stay on the field. And you mentioned DeMarvion. I mean, his injury history is well known, but you can't count on that either. Maybe I'm just being cynical because I'm going through my note, and it's like all these numbers of games missed by these key players, you know, over the past few years, and just I go through and I write injury histories in my notebook of all of the players, so that if they were to get hurt and maybe they're looking at Duran's foot, well. Oh shoot! What was the one that had the surgery? Was that the right foot or the left foot? Well, it was the left foot.
Yeah.
Well, they were looking at his right foot. Well, that's good. Well, he missed 2 games last year with a bruised right foot. So I've been doing that. So I've been a little, kind of dialed in on the injury stuff, and
especially at home, she's got the big spider board.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. It looks like CSI, the star.
Especially for the cornerback position, don't you feel like if health was not an issue, you'd feel pretty good about the talent of the group, but I realize that is not the world we are living in going into this
You know, even like the Josh Butlers of the world and the Kalen Carsons and the like, you know, guys that, you know, we've only seen them really scratch the surface, because when they finally get some playing time, something happens and you know, then it's their turn to sit.
See, that's and I'm putting too much faith in him, in Christian Parker. With just his past with secondary seems good. And so whoever the mix is of players, my concern is that my concern is not necessarily who they are, but I feel like they will be prepared. And that's something that I didn't quite have the feeling of last year, was just whoever it was. I just felt like they weren't prepared, and I feel like they will be under Christian Parker for whatever reason. And maybe that's a little naiveness, but
I don't think it is.
But that's the everything else for me is everything up front. I feel like the secondary is going to be okay. We'll figure it out, and then we're going to have a player that really stands out for us. But everything up in front really has to stand up for them too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that, you know, before getting out here last week, and not just you guys, but, you know, several several of the shows on the Fan. It's like, what do you want to see when you get out there?
Right.
And the answer was communication.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, I couldn't agree more, because I can't tell you the number of plays last year just there on the sideline during the game where,
Too many.
a big play would be given up and the guys are looking at each other with their hands up like, what's going on? Or I thought you had this, or I thought you had that. Just kind of like, and you can, that's going to happen, a couple times, but not. Oh my God! Last year was like watching
sometimes
a ping pong match. It
an
was a
offensive
ping pong
coordinator
match. There'd be a huge play one way for the Cowboys offense, and then goes back the other way.
Yeah.
Man, it was terrible.
Offensive coordinators can occasionally find something in your
Sure.
scheme to go, you're going to be foolish on this play. We're going to set you up, but not that frequently. Not as frequently as we saw it last year.
See, you guys are nicer about it. I was thinking it looked like a bunch of Jerry Lewis movies out there at times.
Yeah.
And you're like, even I should have been over there.
And his eyes go cross-eyed.
Now,
Three Stooges.
Exactly. I know we're starting today, and it's a ramp-up period and everything like that. Obviously, we know the preseason games are important, but I wanted to focus in for just a second on the joint practices with the Rams and the Saints, because it feels like pretty consistently for years and years, those joint practices will be a huge telling factor for progression. Is that fair
Agreed.
to say?
Oh, completely. Those are the two most important days of the summer, much more so than the preseason games in terms of, at least from media for us, trying to figure out
best on
who's
best.
doing what.
Yeah.
Now you're still you're going to get a better idea of where the pecking order is, of who's playing where and things like that. Now you're still not going to show a lot, right? Especially if you're going to play the Rams and Saints, later in the year, you're not going to show a lot of things. But get to see the starters, because you're not going to get to see the starters when the preseason games are going. So. But, I've said this for many years. I think I'm the only person who enjoys the preseason games, just because.
Broadus for sure is on that list, I think.
No, I think you're wrong, Christy, because I was watching some flag football the other day at the gym. I was doing some work, and then I was everybody was stopped watching the flag football at the same time. And I think everybody just wants football. They're
that's true.
They don't
That's
whatever
true.
it is, give me some football.
But who's going to be the guy that just jumps up out of nowhere and makes some plays, and Trigg will probably make a couple of dynamic catches and things like that, or make a leaping catch in the back of the end zone for a score, and everyone's going to be all crazy about, we got to get him, and then
poor Scooney.
and then on the next series he might miss a block or something, So
we were talking about that with Mickey, but people don't see that follow-up video, right?
Right.
They saw the video of the catch, and then unfortunately it feels like Luke Schoonmaker takes a disproportionate amount of hate per what he actually does on this team from the fan base.
Well, it's funny, people don't realize how much Scooney's out on the field, and as a second-round pick, he's got a pretty decent contract. But then last year he made like $500,000 in performance pay, meaning that he was on the field so much. So and Brevin Spanford, they were both. I think maybe Spanford was like 5th and Scooney was 7th, something like that. So it just shows how often you use. We use the multi tight end sets.
The Rams were the inventors of it, right? Except for.
And that's the way I understand it. Hey, you win a Super Bowl, you can be called the inventor of whatever you want. Thank you so much for the time, as always, and I'm looking forward to multiple people texted in and talked about how spoiled we are here in the DFW with all of our great broadcasters, and you are firmly in that category.
Well, I appreciate that, and hopefully I am on the air a lot less this season than last season. We had a few too many injuries.
It is a double-edged sword.
So the only person who kind of enjoys preseason games to see the young guys, and the only media person definitely that wants less airtime.
Well, yeah,
once we get into regular season,
because we're like, yay, it's Christy, and then you're like, oh no.
That's why Babe calls me the IRS agent. It's like you hear from her, it's bad news, because it's usually injury. So thanks for letting me come on in this format and talk Wizard of Oz.
Absolutely, and please tell me when your podcast, The Notebook, is starting. We might run into some copyright issues, but we can figure this out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus how not to spend your lottery winnings, next on The Fan. Players Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we are going to have Skip Schumacher on the show and Donovan Ezeraku. It is going to be a jam-packed day here live from Oxnard. We've also got that Muse ticket giveaway, but right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah.
The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medford Plex. Mm-hmm. It's great to hear those sweet, dulcet tones once again. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. You can answer today's question of the day there. Plus, how not to live life as a Powerball winner. We'll get to that here in just a little bit as that number here keeps on climbing and climbing closer to $1 billion. So if you're playing actively, let me know, 877-881-1053. But today, it's another glorious national holiday, gentlemen. Today is National Chicken Wing Day. We had Chicken Tender Day to start the week off. Today is National Chicken Wing Day.
I got a question for you, Alec.
Oh, no, that scares me.
If this was like the Highlander and only one of those products could exist, are you going chicken wing or chicken tender?
Oh, man.
I know, it's a terrible decision.
Yeah, that I would rather just not. That's tough. Honestly,
Tindy.
I'd probably go.
I think I'm taking the wing.
That's fine. You can do whatever you want and be wrong.
Oh my God. That is.
Okay, well, I don't want to be wrong, so I think I'm taking the tender.
Dude, you know how much meat you get with one tender?
I know.
That's true.
You get one tender or one wing. You're taking one wing.
See, in my scenario, that is not how the equation works. Okay, I didn't say it had to be a 1-for-1 trade. Okay,
you know what? If you're right. If I'm going, I can have whatever limit I want. I would probably be like the amount of flavor that attaches to wings is amazing.
And it feels like they'll do that special where it's like, hey, 10 wings for $10 or 10 wings for $8. Whereas with the tenders, it feels like, hey, it's just on sale today, 3 tenders for $12, and you're like, wait, what?
That's a good point. I'm changing my mind. I'm going to be wrong, Corey. I'm sticking with the wings because the flavor. Oh my gosh.
Well, and also, I mean, just think about it. Paige, Fudd, like there's so much more when it comes to the wings.
Yeah.
A playoff team, man. I'm always taking a playoff team over anything.
Big facts.
So the question of the day is, what is the ultimate wing flavor? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you. Kevin, why are you laughing?
Is there any way I can pass? Because I know my answer is going to be mocked incessantly.
Nope, you got to answer it. It's required. It's in your contract somewhere.
It's obviously the buffalo flavor or the mild. Like that's.
I'm not going to mock that.
Okay.
It's an OG.
Yeah,
it's
and
respectable.
That is my favorite. I think there are variations like the teriyaki and the barbecue that work for sure. But if I had, just to make that one choice, I'm going with the original till the end of time.
I'm okay with that. That's respectable. That's one of the long-standing giants.
I just thought it was going to be too boring of an answer. So
this is always a very tough one for me because. Every my history has always been like get the standard whatever flavor. What did you say? Mild
buffalo. Whatever.
Yeah, that's good as long as you're doing buffalo or oh my
ranch
God, blue
cheese.
Blue cheese is the only way to go.
I would never.
But then so I was always those were good. I would always order those, but. It was always lemon pepper or garlic parmesan. Those were the two that I was like, I have to have both. So I'd always have to have that trio. Well, then somebody introduced me to Baker's Gold at Pluckers.
Yes.
And whenever somebody introduced me to Baker's Gold at Pluckers, it changed my life. And this is like...
I don't think I've tried that.
Well, you should.
Okay.
And I say this as a friend, Kevin.
Yeah.
Well, I think somebody also introduced me to like the spicy lemon pepper last year. That was freaking awesome.
So good.
That was really good. But the Baker, I got half and half last year. And quite honestly, I don't even know if their wings are so big. But it was at the draft party, and I was like, I can't wait to have some Baker's Gold. And I got there and started eating them. They were like, have you had this one yet? And I was like, no. So I got some more. I was like, these are so good. But I'm going to go with Baker's Gold as my favorite flavor that I've ever had. It's sweet and spicy, Kevin. So it's got a little bit of both going with it.
Okay.
But right now, I am. I just want to let y'all know. After a full day of clear liquids only, I have eaten half a bagel.
Oh my goodness! The future is now.
I've eaten a half of a dry. Well, actually, I put some butter on it. So half of.
Oh my god!
I needed some fats.
That's flavor for me. That's flavor for me,
dude.
Man. I'm proud of you, Major. So look at that.
It is a plain bagel.
That is progress right there, getting some carbs back into that system to fuel that engine.
Alec, the question is going to become, because I feel like this happens to all of us, is he going to be safe for a few hours and be like, that means I'm good to go. Where are we going for dinner tonight? Pile it on.
Man.
And then... You know what I'm saying?
You know, that's what Adrian just said. Are you allowed to do that yet? I sent her a picture of the bagel. I was like, I've successfully taken down a half a bagel. And she said, are you allowed to do that? Did the doctors say that's okay? And I said, well, they haven't called me back yet. But I said, I'm just kind of going with what my body's telling me. So I'm listening to my body right now.
Trust your body.
Yeah.
True.
Always say that. Look at that. I've often said that, Corey. 877-881-1053, National Chicken Wing Day, your favorite flavor. I've seen a ton of lemon pepper. That is probably my answer, but I'm with you, Corey, and I see from the 469, specifically the Pluckers spicy lemon pepper. That revolutionized the game for me. Somebody, I want to say it was in my time in college. I think we got together for a Cowboys game or something. I heard one of my friends order it. I'm like, that's a thing? And they're like, yes, and you need to try it. So I did a traded a wing for a wing to try the spicy lemon pepper, and it changed my life. And I believe they're doing dollar wings today for National Chicken Wing Day. So I will be there at the Arlington location tonight if you want to come hang out.
Alec, this is Will Call Bar in Deep Ellum. Kevin, you and I did a couple of shows down, or not shows, we did a couple of appearances down there for Cowboys games. And they have one called the Recycle Rub. And it's the dry seasoning, uniquely made dehydrating. They basically just keep using it over and over.
Okay.
Like they keep throwing them in this rub and whatever. They just keep throwing stuff together, and so it's just over and over used. The onion, pepper, garlic kind of stuff. Those seasonings that go on it. It's a Recycle Rub. That wing was amazing, and I do know that Diggs used to go down there specifically for those wings pretty frequently from the owner. He's pretty tight with one of our sales guys. So
okay,
yeah, the Will Call Bar, lots of the areas down there, they done some really good stuff. But yeah, the Recycle Rub's also pretty good if you ever get a shot at it.
That sounds interesting. I like that. Let's see. I see a shout out for Duff's in Southlake. I actually went there for the first time last year from the 940. That was pretty good. Some nice New York style wings going on there. From the 214 Cajun Rub. From the 817 Mango Habanero. That's another good one too if you want a little bit of a kick. A little sweet and spicy action there. I'm a big fan of that one. Except for I had to stay away from it for a while because I got scarred kind of like my father did with the tea growing up, Kevin, where he would switch the soda.
Yeah.
He did that when I was in high school. I want to say we were at Cousin's Barbecue, and they had smoked wings, and I got the regular, and he got the mango habanero. I went to the bathroom. Bad mistake. He swapped ours and didn't tell me, so I just downed a whole wing, and I was on fire for half an hour. It was not the greatest experience. Great flavor, but I was in pain.
And you know what? You just mentioned something that's important about some of these wing and food challenges. It's not necessarily just the eating of the item. It's the aftermath that will get you, right?
Yes. It's always what time are you willing to invest in the bathroom after? That's always the moral compass that you got to let spin, because sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes it's not. But speaking of not being worth it, guys, This headline is just ridiculous to me. $167 million Powerball winner from Kentucky back in the news for his 5th arrest since hitting the jackpot. He has been arrested 5 times since winning over $150 million in the Powerball. So his name is James Farthing from Kentucky. He is back in the news because on April 26, 2025, he won a $167.3 million prize after purchasing one singular $2 Powerball ticket from a gas station in Kentucky. One day after posing with his giant check, he was arrested in Florida for kicking a cop in the face at a bar.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Not only that, his then girlfriend was also posing in the picture with that check. She was arrested on the same day for trying to fight customers at that same bar. Then in March of this year, security footage allegedly showed him breaking into a Kentucky home, leading to his arrest on charges of second-degree burglary and marijuana possession. He drove off in a black Porsche, and then police arrived at the scene. They ended up finding him at a parking lot of a gaming store. He's been convicted of numerous charges in the past, including theft, receiving stolen property, escape, drug trafficking, promoting contraband, all kinds of stuff. But yes, the most recent story came this Sunday when he is yet again getting arrested for getting into an altercation with a woman. His 5th arrest since winning $167 million. So that is how not to carry yourself after winning the Powerball if you win it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. That feels like a simple enough thing to follow. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Training camp has started, so we've got hold-ins across the NFL. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Fake pitch going deep. There's a shot for Pickens. He got pushed. He cocked the ball to the post. Touchdown to Pickens. Dagger.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. What say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with some more Madden updates. We talked about the rookies yesterday. No Cowboys in the top 10. Trey McBride, of course, part of the 99 club, leads the way. Jahmyr Gibbs at a 98 leads the way for running backs. No Cowboys in the top 10 there. We'll get back to Jahmyr Gibbs in a minute. And then top 10 wide receivers, Jamar Chase and JSN, of course, are both 99s. They lead the way. At number 6, CeeDee Lamb. And then they also have Justin Jefferson at 5. Then CeeDee Lamb at 6. Drake London, Devontae Smith, Terry McLaurin, and Mike Evans, which we played that highlight to try to remind them in case they forgot. No George Pickens in the top 10 wide receivers.
Okay, that's irritating. Doesn't make any sense at all based on the fact, like, first off, look at the dude's build.
Yeah.
And secondly, look at the season that he just had last year. He was used properly. This is ridiculous. Mike Evans, quite honestly, doesn't belong there right now.
I don't think Terry McLaurin belongs there.
Terry McLaurin doesn't. He could be 10, but I don't think Mike Evans. I want to see Mike Evans healthy this year, and then I'll have a better understanding of it. But yeah, Mike Evans historically has belonged in the top 5, 6.
Right.
And you know what? Quite honestly, got overlooked many, many times. Kevin, I did see a beautiful video of Joe Burrow throwing a pass to Jamar Chase this morning. And my first thought was, it's sad. My first thought was, please stay healthy for the sake of football.
Sure.
For both of them, it's really, if Joe Burrow had been healthy this entire time, I can't imagine the numbers that both of them could be on pace for.
I like for the sake of football.
Yeah.
That actually makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Because I'm a football. As much as I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm also a football fan too. And you could absolutely watch other opponents out there and be like, they're really good, and be excited about that because you like the game.
Now on the quarterback front, Stafford and Allen, as we discussed probably last week, are both 99s. Burrow is third on the list, followed by Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Drake May, and Dak Prescott is number 7 on that list. But let's go back to the running backs. Jahmyr Gibbs. It appears as though Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are holding in as we speak. Neither one of them participated with the Falcons and Lions, respectively, in the first training camp practice for both teams. Both players had conversations with their teams this offseason about potential long-term deals. I don't know if that will get done or how long this will last, or it'll be just like, hey, let me just do this for a statement and I'll be back ready to go tomorrow. But Saquon Barkley helped kind of reset things with that deal for $20.6 million per year. So even though those fifth-year options have been activated and they're with the club for a couple more years, seems like they're going the Zeke route of, I'm still under contract for 2 more years, but I want to get paid now.
Couple of things involved here, because and maybe you do have this. Did you see this morning that Tua is going to be out for a little bit?
And do you see who came in? Cooper Rush is here.
Penix is still waiting for a little while. So with Bijan, you are their offense.
Yep.
You're everything to their offense. Their quarterbacks are not prepared. And with Jahmyr Gibbs, again, you built the entire offense. You let the other guy go because he is your offense. Why wouldn't you just say, okay, let's go ahead and get this deal done? These are the things that don't make sense to me. When you have an employee that is that good, that effective, that powerful at what they do, you go ahead and you make sure they get paid and taken care of and go on about your business. There's no reason to play games with dudes like with these kind of guys. But I understand running back's a position now. But if you're going to build your offense around it, if you're going to say this is what we do, then you might as well go ahead and take care of them.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
but I guess we've seen too many times, Kevin, the history of the running back. It has been where they get paid and then it falls off.
This is when you get paid, and I think everybody understands that, especially like you just said, with the potential fall off approaching. But yeah, with the flare up from Tua, Cooper Rush back in the mix. He's been added to the Falcons. We will see how exactly that will go. All right, let's go from that to Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan said that the car crash was his fault. It was interesting because he went out of his way to say that the accident report is wrong and it was actually his fault, and he hit a 21-year-old, I believe, college student who was in the other car. He said what happened is he was not on his phone, but his phone got kind of, I can't remember, it was either on the side or on the bottom.
It was on his lap and slid in the crack.
Yeah. And so
we all hate the crack.
For sure. Huh? And he was trying to get it.
Get caught there.
And he ended up not being locked in on the road. He said he took his eyes off the road for 2 seconds. Bam. Accident. We've talked about how just really intense it was for him. I've not heard anything about what happened to the woman on the in the other part of the accident, so obviously I hope that she's okay as well.
Yeah, it was, the other day, Kevin, somebody texted in, and we were asking questions that we just didn't know the answer to, and that's why we were asking the questions out loud. We were like, hold on, what more do we know about this, et cetera, et cetera? And somebody was like, this sounds like a cover-up. And I was like, look, man, I'm kind of with you.
Yeah.
But I don't have any facts that back that up. And then to hear Shanahan come out and say, I don't know why the report said this, it's wrong.
Yeah.
And then they said it's a clerical error. It feels a little bit weird, but at the same time, if it's just that, and he, this is, I'm glad that Shanahan did that. I feel bad for him being in this situation. He said he was only going 20 miles an hour, and it was that impactful of a wreck.
These are thousands and thousands of pounds of vehicles.
Yeah, that's just fascinating too, because he said it was just a violent wreck.
Yeah.
And when I think of violent wrecks, we saw the Errol Spence video.
Yeah.
Do you not remember that Lamborghini?
I do.
And so and he somehow made it out.
Yeah, that was scary.
So that's sometimes I'm like, there's lots of questions still for me, but I am happy to hear that he's like, no, we need to make this correction up front here.
Now, sticking with...
And also, maybe let's have a discussion about what we do with our phones while we drive.
I mean, that is a very good idea. Let's go to Sean McVay, who, and I love this, they were talking about the hype that the media has put on the Rams at their pre-training camp press conference, and he said, quote, I respectfully say that your guys' opinions don't mean S to me. Unquote. Now, obviously, I had to edit the S part, but the rest of it is a verbatim quote, and I think that's exactly how he should feel, right?
I think he loves it. I think he loves it, but he has to say that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Luke Kuechly, in case you care, is going to be the Netflix's lead NFL analyst for the 2026 season. And then let's go to the cornerback market, where we have yet again another highest paid quarterback just by a teeny tiny little bit. Denzel Ward, the previous highest paid quarterback, is Nate Newton, is right here, this is the beauty of training camp, is you just got amazing, should be in the Hall of Fame players just hanging out right here. But Denzel Ward, he gets $31.1 million, surpassing Trent McDuffie, who got $31 million.
Okay.
So, and I know that seems ridiculous, but remember, that's $100,000. So it's 0.1, but it's $100,000. So well done, Denzel.
Which is a lot
Ward.
to me, a regular human.
It is a lot to me as well. I think we would all take that $100,000. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk about the question that I've been pondering for a few days. Who will be the Dallas Cowboys non-Dak MVP? And we will talk about it with...
krl-fm Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have bullet points in mind, but I have a feeling that Pat Doney from NBC5 is going to throw us off. And I want to start with this. Did we accidentally just shun Nate Newton? Because it felt like, now that I'm looking at the big picture, it felt like Nate Newton wanted to come on the air right then, and instead we went to commercial break.
Well, and he walked over, and I said, I'm sorry, Nate, it's my turn. You need to go ahead and go the other way, right? Absolutely not. He walked over, and he did look like he was ready to hop on and give you some hot takes, and I couldn't believe that Corey said no. It was hard to believe it.
You know, he was looking at the headphones, and I just assumed he'd pick them up and put them on, but I think he saw this other equipment, and he was like, I don't know what any of that is, so I didn't know what he wanted to do, but he's always welcome.
Yeah.
Nate Newton's always welcome.
Except for that one time,
Except for that one moment where we didn't invite him.
I
think that I think just the idea that he should know. You know, he's our guy. We love him. We always love to do the Cowboys hour whenever we go out there on Wednesday nights. Or hold on, that's the Cowboys crosstalk that we do on Wednesday nights. Looking forward to that again this year.
Now, Pat, we have Cowboys things to get to.
Sure.
But you just asked me a question, and I saw a social media post that you made, and I see the direction that this is going.
Okay.
Are you sad that more people outside of, I believe, Mac Engel in 2018.
You got it.
Is the only person to run into the ocean with you? Is it because it's so cold when you go out there, or what's the story?
I've gotten a combination of excuses, and I'm going to leave them at that. You know, excuses is whether it's, don't feel comfortable swimming, shark attacks, being afraid of the cold water and all of that. Typically what I enjoy is then taking my annual selfie in the water next to the elementary school children who are playing in it. It's not too cold for them.
Sure.
But for all of the members of the Dallas media.
It's definitely a good idea to take a shirtless picture of yourself next to children who aren't yours. So I think that you're doing a great job, Pat. I think you're doing a great job here.
I'm going to hear it back now. But the invitation is running. I mean, every year, 14 years in a row, and everyone's like, oh, no. As if it's like this egregious idea to swim in the Pacific Ocean in California.
Yeah, what time?
Yeah,
yesterday at 6 p.m.
Okay.
6, 7, some might say.
Do you want to do it?
Well, because remember, I ran into the ocean here. I've been in the ocean out here. But my story's a little different, Pat.
Okay.
I was walking along the ocean line.
Story.
And I'm deathly allergic to horses.
Oh.
Yeah, so if I did the whole thing where they did all the little pokes on you and find out things, and the welt on me was like this big, and they were like, I said, can I ride a horse? And they said, if there's a hospital next door.
Oh, got it.
So my brain says, stay away from horses. And
you would hate the horse beach that's right down.
So
just kidding.
We're on the beach at Oxnard. And he's sitting Kevin's on the hill, and I'm walking from the water up to the hill, and I turn and see two horses running down the beach.
Come on.
And Kevin can attest to this.
Oh, it's true.
I turned around and sprinted into the ocean because I felt like I can swim. But I can swim,
so literally,
but I can't be around a horse.
You were only willing to get into the ocean to avoid death.
Actually,
and that was the only way that you would possibly get in the Pacific Ocean.
That's not true, but I did. I love the beach. I love the ocean. I love water. So I'm more than happy to go do this whenever you're ready.
It's like a cold plunge refresher that's not quite as cold as an ice tub. It's amazing.
Every family vacation, we go find a beach because I love beach.
But now, from my perspective, I did not see the horses because I was not looking down the beach. I just saw Corey walking towards me and then go, whoa, and turn around and run into the water. And I was like, what the hell is happening? And then I saw the two people on the horses, and I was like, what is this, Planet of the Apes?
What's going on?
Come on.
Were you not aware of his allergy at the time?
I knew, but I hadn't seen the horses yet. Once I saw the horses, I was like, oh, man, this is serious. He just dead sprinted, well, as best as you can on sand.
I understand. It's hard to run.
Into the ocean.
Yeah, but I bet you felt alive after you came out. It was definitely a refreshing experience. Yeah. So the invitation's open. Let's go.
Okay, all right.
Come on now.
And then from the 817, my kids are not allowed around the fan staff now. Well, that's Pat. That's not us. Now, All right, so there's a lot of things to talk about in this camp, and I really wanted to include you in one of the topics that I wanted to throw out there. Who will be the Cowboys' non-Dak MVP this season? And then kind of as a tag on, who do you think they need it to be? So it can be two separate answers potentially.
Yeah. I think it's going to be, and I think they need it to be, George Pickens. I have real DeMarco Murray 2014 vibes coming from George Pickens this year. Prove it deal coming after this year, 1-year contract, last year of the deal. Offense seems to be tailored to success for him, much like it was toward the running game during that 2014 season where they just dominated on the ground over and over. I have a feeling that this is the year that George was great last year, and I think that they've really, from what I've heard, really spoken to him quite a bit this offseason about making sure those little things from the off-the-field perspective, namely being on time, things like that, are going to be things that they really try to emphasize with him.
Question, did you think that was overblown at all that last year because of who he is?
Look, if you perform on the field, we know that it doesn't really matter at the end of the day in the NFL, but I do think when Brian Schottenheimer is talking about creating the greatest culture in all of professional sports, and I will say, when you walk around this locker room, there are a lot of really good dudes on this team. I mean, I think that the team starts to mirror the coach from a personality standpoint, and Brian, other than Pete Carroll, is toward the top of the list when it comes to that high energy, optimism, enthusiasm type of coach. I think you feel that. They're emphasizing that with George this offseason. Obviously, he can do it on the field as well. And I think we're getting ready to see the best version of him on the field this year. And I think they need him and the offense to be dominant again because everyone's asking about the defense. Is the defense going to be better? And I do think it will be better. But they can't have the offense take some massive step back with the defense being better this year as well, or else they're going to struggle again to get in the playoffs.
Like the Rangers starting pitching. You know,
it's exactly like that.
I'm curious what y'all's take then from Jerry, because I've heard him say this a couple different times now, and I heard it yesterday in the presser, and that was basically it sounded like if he has this great year, that's great for him.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound like, and that will give us any more reason to bring him back. It just sounds like that'll be the best thing for him for free agency.
You know, and that's exactly what Stephen Jones said about DeMarco Murray in 2014. I remember standing right here on these tennis courts, interviewing him in a group, talking about DeMarco going into the final year of his deal, and he said the best thing for our team this year is for DeMarco Murray to have the best season that he's had in his entire career. And the same is true with George Pickens and the Cowboys as well. I mean, it's good for the Cowboys if he has a phenomenal season and raises the money that he's going to get paid this upcoming offseason.
I definitely agree with you. It seems like they tried to backtrack just a step when Jerry was like, well, that's not to say that he couldn't be a Cowboy for many, many years. And I was like, smart. That's smart right there. All right.
And I could see George Pickens being a Cowboy for years to go. I'm not saying he's leaving after this year after DeMarco did.
But I agree.
Prove it deal, prove it year, I think that is good for a player to produce on the field, and it sets them up to be focused.
So for my who will be the Cowboys non-Dak MVP, I'm going to go with the other receiver, and I'm going to say CeeDee Lamb. Who do they need it to be? DeMarvion Overshown. I'm going to stick with that. I know there are a lot of different options, but I keep thinking about last year when the scouts, coaches, executives, and everything were like, hey, we've only seen him for like 5 minutes on the field, but he's the 8th best off-the-ball linebacker. Then he got hurt again, and even this year, they're like, he's still the 12th best one. I'm like, man, that's when he barely, or not barely, but like he struggles staying on the field. If he becomes your MVP this season, that is going to have ripple effects on both parts of the defense on either side of him, and huge ripple effects for this team. So I think it will be CeeDee Lamb just because we've seen it so many times before for your non-Dak MVP. I think the Cowboys need it to be DeMarvion Overshown because that's another person who they can make themselves a hell of a lot of money if he has a good season.
I was just going to say final year of his deal as well, so tons of motivation there to be his best. Not that these guys don't already want to be great, but there's a little bit more on the line there. And when he is on the field, it feels a little different from a defensive perspective. There's no question. And with what Christian Parker wants to do from a schematic standpoint, at least what we think he wants to do, having versatile pieces like a linebacker who is as fast and as big as DeMarvion Overshown,
it sure feels like that would be a huge thing for the Cowboys if he has a career year this year.
And it's kind of funny how it could work in cooperation with Pickens, because if they let Pickens go down the road, man, Overshown feels like he's got franchise tag written all over him if he stays relatively healthy.
Very
this year.
possible. Another name, too, how about if Quinnen Williams becomes the all-pro level player that he can be as well? I mean, he's another one who there's a long list. I mean, Savone Revel,
You're not stealing Corey's answers, though, are you?
I don't think so. Do you have answers here?
Yeah, we teamed up on this before.
We were talking about
it. Oh, my goodness.
He and I were out there surfing this morning, and we were talking about it. And then we said hello to the
and I said, Pat, just throw all these answers.
I know what you're about to say.
I wanted our guest to sound awesome. So he's doing great right now.
Who is your non-Dak MVP? I'm curious who your choice was, Corey.
I mean, if Overshown's healthy, that's the dude for sure. But it could be Downs very easily, because I think the thing with Downs is, and it falls from Christian Parker. And the other day I was like, man, maybe we're putting too much on Downs right now. And Nick Harris was like, I don't think we're putting enough on him. And I was like, whoo. Yeah. But then I think of how I listened to him at Ohio State and how he is the great communicator. Yeah. He is the one that's telling guys things that they can do, the adjustments that they can make, and that's what he's going to do, and that's what they're going to rely on him for right now. Immediately, they're going to ask him to do those kinds of things. And Christian Parker talking about how he's a frontline soldier, like he already is the guy that everybody thinks he is. We've heard that multiple times, and what we saw on film physically stands out. It's the other things that he does that make the difference and get the guys in the right places and set up. That's where I think he might be the one.
I just keep going back to, he did it as a freshman for Nick Saban.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick Saban is hard on players. I mean, really hard on players.
Especially young players.
When he got to Ohio State, didn't Saban say, you got yourself one?
Yes.
Ryan Day, you got yourself a good one?
The other day, Fernando Mendoza was talking about facing him for the first time and saying, this is what it's like to face that Ed Reed type safety, at the next level. He wasn't comparing him to Ed necessarily, but saying this is what it's like to have one of those guys you have to account for every single time he's on the field and in every place that he is.
Because he's out thinking you.
He's a huge piece this year. They need him to be at least 90% of the hype, and the hype is pretty big. So I mean,
if I like that you said 90%. Do we need Deron Bland to be at least 90% of his contract?
They need Deron Bland to be on the field. It's just the foot thing has just been a consistent deal. And
Mickey said he's healthy.
He is, and we're being told that he's no players on PUP, right? No players on NFI, so that includes him as well. And such a likable guy. All of his teammates love him, and had the huge year that year out of nowhere. They need him to be at least a consistent, good cornerback in the NFL. I don't even think they need him to be like this shut down, unbelievable guy. If he can just be a solid, good cornerback in the league and
hold down an outside spot.
That's it, and play most of the games, then I think that they would take that for this year, and that's a crucial part for the defense as well, no doubt.
I would be inclined to agree with you.
I'm putting that much pressure on Parker too that I just feel like the secondary is going to be stout. I just feel like they're going to be prepared, they're going to be stout, and they're going to be a little bit tougher because they're going to have a little bit more pride because of how he treats this thing.
I love hearing players like Dak and coaches like Brian Schottenheimer talk about facing the Vic Fangio defense and how annoying and hard it is. I'm talking, these guys are unbelievable, their knowledge of the game, and they feel like they cannot figure this out. They cannot crack the code. Well, the Cowboys have brought the code now here to Dallas. And while it may not be the full Vic Fangio experience, and I know Christian has said he's going to make it his own, and I get that, the point is this could be a lot harder on opposing offenses than it has been for a while for the Cowboys.
It's not a smoke and mirrors defense either. It is what it is, and it dares you to do things outside of what you're comfortable with. And it keeps you from doing those things most of the time. And that's what I like about it is it's not a trick.
Right.
And then when you have the players that fit in it, it's that much better.
Yeah. Do you guys see the parallels at all between Caleb Downs and Christian Parker in terms of expectations are sky high for both, but we have never seen either one do what their actual job is at the NFL level? But they both say the right things, they both do the right things, and everybody is like, these are going to be game changers.
Yep. And the people around them have nothing but unbelievable things to say about them and their futures and the potential and the ceiling. They're both rookies, if you will, in their position.
Right.
and they're coming from places where, there have been dominant, defenses or performances, and they've been a major part of it. Absolutely. I think the parallels are there for sure.
Well, surely people know already, but on the off chance that they don't, where can I catch all of your reports and social medias?
Love it. We'll be live on NBC5 here throughout training camp. Newey Scruggs will join me here in a couple of days as well.
Hey, when you see Newey, will you tell him go Duke? For me, we're at a really big power imbalance right now. That would really help me
Pat,
out.
it used to be like Dewey would text me to tell Kevin stuff, and I just said, "Here's Kevin's number. You can tell him."
When there were reports that they were considering John Shire to come to the Mavs, I was concerned for my guy. I mean, I was really concerned for my guy.
He had that Connecticut game to get him through, so don't worry about that. All right, Pat, thank you so much, as always, for the time, as one of the friends that we have made along the way. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the hits keep coming. We move into the Expressway. We will start it off with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher and then go to Dallas Cowboys second-year stud Donovan Ezeraku. All of it next, right here on The Fan. fantasy masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. We bring to you the Texas Rangers manager, Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. How you doing?
You could say good morning. We're on the West Coast, so it's the morning here, so it's totally fine. Now, just to show you how we occupy our time in the breaks, did you ever think that Bugs Bunny cartoon set an unrealistic standard for baseball when he would throw the one pitch and the guy would swing 3 times and they would count it as 3 strikes? That could never happen.
It's quite an intro. I wasn't prepared for this one. It feels like I've done that multiple times against some changeups. So they probably watched me do it, and that's how they set it up. No, but that's a great intro. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem. I was hoping. Look, if the team had lost last night, I would not have started in such a fashion. But speaking
good feel.
Okay, speaking of baseball, at a time when injuries facilitated the need for starting pitching, why did you think that Cal Quantrill was the man for the job, and just how helpful has he been, particularly over this last month?
Yeah, when we got Cal in the offseason, I had a previous relationship with him in San Diego. I was there when we drafted him. I was there when he was called up. I was also there when we traded him. So I've known him for a few years and, had the chance to, obviously get him this offseason. Just knowing who he is, the trust factor has played, on some really good teams. And he also has pitched in the postseason, game 1 starter. So I knew what we were going to get. And he's at the point of his career. He said, hey, I'll do whatever you guys need, whatever you guys want, bullpen, start, whatever it is. I'm here ready to win. And he was really valuable for us out of the bullpen early on. And then, we needed a starter. And there's a guy that, we knew was going to throw strikes, wasn't going to beat himself, and a guy that, I've seen and trusted. So, the game planning last night, I think, was, what separates, what maybe what he was last year or so until he was to what he saw, you guys saw last night with just the pitch usage, with Jordan Teagues and Wentz back there together with Cal. I thought the game planning was awesome. The split finger was incredible against a tough left-handed lineup, and he utilized the cutter and the fastball at the right time. So long answer to the question, but I think it's really back to the trust factor of early on when I saw him drafted out of Stanford.
Now, speaking of those starting pitchers, usually in spring training, you ramp up to the 75 pitches. I know that is what Jordan Montgomery just hit. How is he looking in availability for the big club?
Yeah, still going through some different scenarios on what that looks like tomorrow. Quite honestly, of different guys that could fill in the spot tomorrow. If it's an opener, if it's a starter, Monty's obviously in the mix of that. We're not really sure what we're going to do as far as does he need another rehab start, or is he going to go and help us in the near future. So. He's very, very close. He's recovering great, and the stuff is trending the right direction, which is always positive.
Is there any symbolism that he was on this trip to Tampa, and that's where the Rangers World Series run started? I was just asking there.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think it just kind of the timing all worked out right.
Now, Evan Carter has had the last 12 games have been fantastic for him. 353 batting average, 979 OPS. And last week, I think it was, you told us Wyatt had just kind of adjusted his hands, and you've seen that difference in him since he's done that. Is there anything that you're seeing that Evans changed in the last few games that's made this difference for him, or has he just found some confidence?
Well, I'm actually on the field right now early watching him bunt kind of at the 130 early BP mark. And I think he's just kind of slowing the game down a little bit, not trying to force it. He's really good at when he just, the strike zone judgment is as good as anybody's. And when he slows it down and tries not to rush and try to get 4 hits per at bat, that's when he's really good. I think he's been really working on off-speed pitches and feeling good about. He's always been able to hit the fastball, but he's been getting a lot of off-speed pitches thrown to him, and that's part of the adjustment. Is like, okay, what's the league doing to you, and how are you going to adjust? And this has been a learning year for Evan. And quite honestly, he's been able to out-talent probably his whole career everywhere he's been. And now the league finally adjusted to him because he has, he's been playing every day for the first time and has the most at-bats at the big league level, playing the most games, by the end of the year for the first time. So the league adjusts. So what are you going to do to adjust to them? And I think Evan is now understanding what game planning really looks like. Credit to JV and Brandon Nimmo and having an understanding of what, each at-bat, each at-bat and each pitch adjustment looks like. And he's been doing a really good job, especially lately.
Now, I know that is big for the club, but individually for Evan, you've told us in the past you need confidence. Sometimes you need unreasonable confidence at this level. How cool is it to see Evan Carter, come out and say, hey, I know I'm more than just a defensive guy, and to see that start to play out again?
I want all my players to think that. That's the goal, is everybody to feel confident against any team, any at bat, anytime they're on the mound. That's the delusion, that alter ego that I kind of want from every single player. And so that's always good to hear. I don't want anybody to ever be satisfied. I want everybody to keep evolving. I mean, Jacob deGrom and Eovaldi are evolving. So that's and why can't a 23-year-old Carter want that? And so I think the fact that he's coming out and saying that, and he's again 130 at the Trop in the middle of a 13-game set here. He's out here early bunting. That just shows you where he's at.
Now, speaking of evolving, the entire offense this month is leading the American League in slug. How has this offensive slug explosion developed across the team this month?
Yeah, it wasn't because I said, hey, we should just start hitting home runs. I promise
it's
you that.
a good plan.
Yeah. And if it was, I would have wished I would have said it way earlier. But honestly, it's just a product of some really good game planning, really good approaches. If you think about the home runs, they're not just pull side. They're in the middle of the field. Doc the other day hit one the other way to lead off the game. So it's just a product of really good swings and game planning, and then taking shots at the right time. And I think that's kind of the main thing for us is, what is the game plan look like, and are you taking shots at the right time, and not only just pull side slug, but the whole field. I said it before. If we lead the league in doubles, that'd be a great thing. We're not, but I think that's the mindset that you want to have, because if you're going for the double, that's not the home run, that's not the ball on the ground, that's kind of the in between stuff. And then if you click one, you click one.
I've always been kind of curious about this, Skip, because Zeke Duran, 8-game hitting streak right now. Also, he has 5 sacrifice flies. I think that's the best for the team, according to Jared Sandler. When it comes to sacrifice flies, is that always a, hey, you did exactly what we asked of you, or is it a, hey, we got the run in? What's your philosophy on that, or is there ever this part of you that's like, that could have been a double?
Well, think about the bat last night, the sacrifice fly last night. It was second and third, nobody out, infield in. He ends up hitting a sac fly to the right side, scores the run, gets the guy at third. I mean, that is a baseball play. And Zeke Duran hit a jack slider that is not many righties are hitting this year. And that's what he did. He stayed on it and hit to the right side, and not only got him over, but got him in. I mean, that is a pro at bat. Zeke's a baseball player. So as far as the philosophy, I want the big part of the field. I want you to be able to stay on everything and try to hit it over the center fielder's head, quite honestly, because that allows you just to stay on it. And I want you to get the job done for the most part. Now, there are guys that you can't hit the other way because there's 98-mile-an-hour sinkers in on your hands, right? So there are some times where I'm like, go ahead and pull it if you need to. But I think for the most part, it's 75% of the pitches are on the outside corner. So the most part is use the big part of the field.
When you were talking about the velocity that the pitchers are, obviously it goes up every single year. Have you seen the statistics about the upward tick in hit by pitches as well? And is that something that you feel like you've noticed on a game-by-game basis?
Yeah, I do, because it's a lot of grip it and rip it right now, right? I mean, that's kind of what these facility trainings are. You grab it, you throw it as hard as you can, and you throw your off speed as hard as you can and see what happens. And I mean, Ozuna's gotten hit by a pitch probably, 7 times, and Nicky Lopez loves to get hit by a pitch. I mean, Tony La Russa said the best chance I would to get on base was if I got hit by a pitch. So he wanted me to, so that shows you what kind of hitter I was, and what he thought of me. But I do believe a lot of it is the product of guys just, trying to throw it as hard as they can and, air mailing some. And I'm totally okay with some of our guys getting hit. I just don't want it up and in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Is there, I know he's back in Frisco tonight. Is there a specific kind of timeline for the Corey Seager rehab stint? And then to go along with that, we all know he's Corey effing Seager, but he's also had multiple injury starts and stops. So do you have to take more time with him because of that?
So he's playing tonight. He's playing shortstop tonight, and then we'll evaluate to see where he's at. Most likely a day off on Thursday, and then kind of see, where he's at, if he needs another day, if he's ready to go. So that's kind of where our mind is at with our medical team and with Corey, and trying to figure out what the next step is. But I don't think we're in position to just go one game on, 3 games off, 1 game on. It's go time, right? I mean, this is where we're at. We're at the point of the season where we got to go, and I think he's obviously part of that solution. We know who Corey Seager is, and trying to get him into the later months when you can kind of sniff what's going on around here and try to get into the dance, and that's just kind of the goal.
How sweet was that defensive play he made in Frisco yesterday in the hole?
It was great because, Corey's obsessed, obviously, with hitting and just trying to make sure we are, he's getting all his swings in and feels good rotation-wise and everything, and just started taking ground balls. And then so you see a backhand like that and throw across his body, make the play. First of all, I mean, it's an unbelievable play when you're fully healthy, let alone a rehab assignment in a Double-A game. Just shows you, where he's at and try to get ready, and he feels good after the play. That's what I'm concerned, right, about is how do you feel after? Good job making the play on the rehab assignment, but do you feel good? And the fact that he came out feeling really good and made that play is always a good sign.
When you slotted him in yesterday, you absolutely expected Austin Wynns to have that home run, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I started him. I had just that gut feel that he was going to hit a home run late in the game, and I was like, this is a good spot for him to do it. So I just told him to do it when he was going to the plate. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, this Austin's had some had a good offensive year a couple years ago in Cincinnati, so he's got it in him. But he was navigating the game so well with Cal. I was just happy with that. Then they scored a run against him, 2-1 game. And then he comes up with a home run like that. It just momentum shifted. It was such a big home run at the right time.
Man, I love when you call the home run play. Like you said,
it's my favorite play that you call, Skip.
We really enjoy that play. Do you? I know this might sound like a little bit arbitrary, but y'all are 3 games above 500, tied for the best above 500 you've been this season. Do you feel like your team, your guys, have made a compelling argument to add to this team? And how does your communication with CY look specifically this week leading into Monday's trade deadline?
Yeah, this is no BS. I've said this, for, multiple weeks now that I am focused on our guys. As soon as I'm looking at other guys and other organizations, that means I'm taking my eyes off the most important part of my job is the 26 guys I have. So there's just no way. I just don't, quite honestly, I just don't have time to look at different options that might fit, right? And I got to figure out how to get these guys better. That is literally the goal every single day, and we're having a fun time coming to the ballpark right now. As far as the conversations with CY and I, we always have conversations, but again, whatever he and Ross and the front office decide to do, I know that we're getting JJ back. I know that we're getting Seager back, and that feels like a pretty good situation in itself.
With that in mind, because you know the nature of the business part of baseball, do you have to have or have you had a specific club meeting with the players talking about the trade deadline to make sure the focus remains with this club?
No, I haven't, and I'll tell you why. Because I was traded in 2013. I was on trade rumors suggesting I was going to be traded to another team, and that never happened. So, I mean, it's just all the stuff that you read and you hear about. I mean, it's just like, people putting stuff out there that really have no idea what it is. So it's conversations inside the clubhouse. Of course, it's just that time of year. But quite honestly, it just doesn't mean anything until something actually happens.
And Skip, it does kind of feel like with this club that you have, and maybe you're responsible for the culture. Maybe there's some guys that you would like to. I was kind of curious, has the leadership changed and evolved since you took this club over? But it does seem like the culture in the club is very focused on winning a game each day, and that has come from you every time we've talked to you. So it seems like you've gotten them all to buy in on that.
Yeah, I think it's a credit to our coaching staff too. And I think, when you acquire guys like Brandon Nimmo, it makes my job a lot easier, because that's literally his sole focus is how can I feel 100% every day to give my team the best chance to win. And when you have that as, you're one of your leaders, and Eovaldi and some of these guys that are, don't feel like 100% all the time posting. I mean, Wyatt Langford got hit in the leg like 15 times the other day, and he was like, no way am I coming out of the game, right?
Love it.
That just shows you what this is, what it's supposed to look like and what this thing's all about. And it shows the young guys like, hey, you can play at 75%. It's okay. Like, this is the big leagues. Take advantage of your opportunity here. Let's effing go. That's kind of what the Wyatt Langford, Eovaldi, Nimmo, style play is kind of evolving inside that clubhouse. And by the way, Jake Berger too. It's been awesome to watch.
I freaking love that. We're fist pumping as you say that. And
so fun. I want to go play for him right now.
Last thing I've got for you, just so I can kind of educate myself. Do you guys have any conversations in the clubhouse about, hey, one more win, this will be our most games above 500 this year? Or does that just not matter because you're like, hey, just go out in every game, focus on winning these series, and the rest of it will take care of itself?
Yeah, so I was trained and I keep bringing up the Cardinals, I apologize for this, but how I was trained by Tony La Russa was, if you gear up in spring training and act like it's Game 7 every single day, then when you get to these leverage spots, you just act like you've been there before, because you have over 100 games. And so the mentality is from day one in spring training is, how are we going to win today? It doesn't matter what the standings say. It doesn't matter, the game's up, game's behind, whatever it is. You have to remember that the time that we got to the playoffs when I was a player in 2011, we were 10 games out in September, and we got in. So it doesn't matter where we're at right now. We have to focus on how we're winning today, and that is it. And that's why we have 7 guys out here early bunting at 1:30, because that might be a big part of today's win.
Well, I hope you understand this, and I love talking to you every week. I really wish that team would not have made the playoffs. I hope that makes sense to you.
It does. I apologize. It's the last time I'll bring it up, I promise. You got to stop asking those questions.
Well, thank you very much, good sir. 2 in a row, 4 out of 5. Good luck today. We appreciate your time, as always.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan. I definitely needed him to laugh at that and understand.
I thought for a second he was like, are you talking about my team right now? What are you talking about? And then he was like, hold on. I got it. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not lying right now.
You were fist pumping.
It's you're 75%, you're okay to go.
Yeah.
That's a message to a lot of people on that team. And there have been guys that have come through here. There are guys that are here that if they got a hangnail, it's not going to work, and they're not out there firing on all cylinders, trying to do whatever it takes to get this thing done, because they don't have to fight for it, dude.
Yeah.
Some players. I think in a manager like Skip's mindset, a guy who had to scrap and fight for everything the entire time, he feels like all of his players should do the same. They should have that same mentality of whatever it takes. And you want all your big dogs to have that same mentality also. And that's not necessarily always the case. But if you have dudes out there, the Wyatt Langford part, you just said it Monday. Evan Grant wrote, this is his team now.
And that particular play, when he talked about how he kept getting hit, that felt like the moment in the game and the day.
You want your guys to follow that guy. You want your guys to be like, yes, that's exactly the mentality I'm going to have. And Skip's had this, mentality he's been working with all season. And for some of the guys, it took a little longer. Some of the guys might never get it. I mean, there's a when you're following one way, and maybe that's not the one way that it is with this group, then whenever you don't have that around, maybe sometimes it does open up some doors for players that will be willing to scrap and fight for everything.
Now, the question came up on the fan text, what's going to happen from the 817 Ezekiel Duran's at bats when Seager returns to the lineup. So I'll tell you kind of what Skip's stock answer has been to us before is they'll
find a way.
Exactly. They'll figure out that problem when they hit that, which it sounds like potentially maybe on Friday, but to your point, he's got an above 900 OPS this month, I do believe, just like Evan Carter, and an above 300 batting average. So the stock answer usually there is he'll be in the lineup somehow, some way.
But I do want to go back to what he said about Seager, because Kevin, I don't.
Time for you to go, Seager.
He said we're in the middle of it right now. We don't have time to start and stop with you.
Yeah,
like he literally just said, he didn't say to you, Corey Seager, but he was saying, look, we don't know, we just aren't at that spot right now because we're in the middle of a playoff hunt. We are full speed at this thing, and we can't sit here and make these little adjustments. So if he's going to come back, he needs to hit the ground running. And Kevin, I don't know if that's like a message that he's made clear to him or if Corey just knows that. But like this can't be one of those we're fiddle farting around for things. This needs to be ready to go, and he needs to be ready to go make a run with this team, and he needs to be all in on that too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel like it's about that time.
Let's get something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Muse at the Dos Equis Pavilion on August 14th. You can buy those tickets or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. We got Donovan Ezeraku coming up in just 1 second. In the meantime, while we get that all ready and set up, wanted to throw this out there. Yesterday, Ohio State signed a deal for the richest patch sponsorship in college football history at $18 million. And that very same day, it was surpassed by Notre Dame with a deal that could be worth upwards of $20 million. And right now, with the perfect timing that you would want, we bring to you Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to say super soft. It is Donovan Ezeraku. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing very well. Doing very well indeed. Now, one of the things I was hoping you could recap for us, because I was reading an old article from Boston.com where your mom recounted you sharing to her wanting to be a football player. Can you recount how that story kind of went? Because I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, so I was a really young kid, probably about like 7 years old, first year playing football, and my dad was the one that always, took me out to practice or whatever the case may be. He was the one always there. My mom kind of scared, as every mom typically is. She didn't really want me to play football, so I realized it was my passion, and that I wanted to play in the National Football League at such a young age, but she kind of made me work for it, make me work for the, the fact that I wanted to get out there every single day. So, she would say things like, if your chores aren't done or if your grades slip, the very, very motherly answer that she'd give me. And that was pretty much it. Like I made sure I was on point as a kid growing up. Chores were done. Grades were great, so she didn't have to worry about it. So
the threat was good grades or no football, right?
Yeah.
And then she also said at the time that she told you, but what do you really want to do for a job? That's like a hobby. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, some along those lines. And honestly, when I realized that you could play this game and, for a living, I said, what do you mean? There is no plan B. There's no plan B, C, D, or E. Like this is everything. This is the plan A.
Sometimes do you feel like that level of commitment is to, whether it's professional football or anything else, that's what you have to do. You almost have to be like, hey, I got no plan B because this is my dream.
Yeah, I think you definitely got to be crazy in a sense when it comes to chasing your dreams and anything that you do as a person. Not just, if you want to play football, but if you want to, go be the greatest entrepreneur or whatever the case may be, you got to stick to your plan, but you got to understand that, you will lose and there will be lessons. But those lessons and those losses will just make you better.
Is there a particular lesson that immediately jumps to mind when you say that? Because I'm with you. I know some coaches might argue. We've had several coaches like, there's no lesson I couldn't have taught if we would have won. And I was like, all right, coach, I hear what you're saying. But were there any particular losses along the way that you were like, this made me who I am?
Yeah, I would say I learned a very valuable lesson that anything worth having and anything worth keeping comes hard, and you really have to work for it. And I say that just because I wasn't really heavily recruited coming out of high school, and all my buddies and all the a lot of kids in South Jersey at the time were getting the offers from the big time schools, and I was just sitting there looking, and it was just something I had to learn. My parents taught me, and they were just like, listen, you gotta keep your head down and work for it. Especially when it comes to us, for some reason, we get tested a little bit, and we have to show that if this is what we really want to do, then you have to work for it.
Now, Donovan, last year coming into your rookie season, a lot of people were putting really big numbers on the sack numbers for you, and I was like, let's temper this just a little bit. I was like, I just did a study, and that range was typically 3.5, 4 for rookies in that range. One Bobby Belt had a really high number for you, and he's on our morning show. You'll see him out here next week. He ended up losing his hair, and had to have his head shaved last year. Do you think if he puts a high number on that again this year, that he will again lose his hair?
I don't want to put a number out there or anything like that. I understand that last year, he might have said, a pretty high number, and I apologize that he had.
I believe it was 6.5 was the over.
He doesn't look too bad bald now. He doesn't look too bad.
That's what we told him. That's what we told him.
Please say that one more time, because do you know, immediately after that, he put a hat back on, said he refused to look in the mirror until his hair grew back out.
He doesn't look too bad bald, but honestly, this is what training camp is for. To prepare ourselves for a great season, and I understand. For me, I don't really listen to the outside noise per se, but for me, the sack numbers weren't what I wanted it to be, especially coming off of a year like I did at Boston College. But I understand there's a learning curve. And I think not everybody understands that, but I understand that there's a learning curve. And I think that the lessons that I learned last year, going back to that part, that's what's going to help me be successful in my career and going, just ascending upward, especially starting this year.
And so that's really interesting, because I got to know then, what is your mindset going into, not that you've been in the league for 10 years, but going into camp 2 versus first camp? There's a whole lot that gets thrown at you.
There's a whole lot that gets thrown at you camp 1, especially because you're coming off of, draft prep, all that good stuff, OTAs, minicamp, you're nonstop, you're learning a whole new scheme or whatever the case may be. This year, I think, granted, we are learning a new scheme.
Right.
I feel like I'm able to grasp that pretty well. I'm not really thinking about too much outside of that. But my mindset is playing free, playing fluid, being the athlete that I am, yes. But really embodying that. I feel like in a way, I still did play tight last year. It's so much being thrown at you. You kind of got to learn from that. Like I said, that learning curve. So that's pretty much my mindset going forward.
Can you tell in the middle of a game? And, can you correct in the middle of the game if you feel like you are playing tight? Do you, have a moment you're like, stop it?
You can tell, and I think that we had a coach last year, and he would be like, Don, just go rush, right? Sometimes it's kind of tough to make that switch. Yes, it's possible, but it's kind of tough because you've already got a lot going on, and sometimes it's hard to let go of, say you made a bad play earlier in a game. As much as, we have to have that next play mentality, it is kind of tough, right? But, yes, you can make that switch, and I think your mindset is different, especially when you can have that mindset going into the season and then continue to remind yourself, to continue to have that mindset.
I think one of the big positives was watching early in the season in run defense, and then watching later in the season, I was like, this dude's grown. It was really, really fun to watch that progression. As you just pointed out, you have a new coach this year, new defensive coordinator. That relationship now kind of the way the scheme works, does it fit better for you? And how do you feel like your relationship with him is already going to kind of change the way you play?
Yeah, I think I had a good relationship with our previous staff, but I can say that I have a good relationship with Coach CP. Scheme-wise, I think, I maybe this is, not selfishly, but like having the confidence that I have, I think that I can play in whatever scheme. I'm very open to this new scheme that we have, and I think that Coach CP does a great job of explaining what he wants his guys to do and how he wants it to be done, and I think that I can go and apply that. So I believe, yes, this is going to help me as well as help some of my teammates as well.
Dude, we just had Rangers manager Skip Schumacher on the show, and every week he tells us to be at this level, you have to have an irresponsible confidence that you can play at this level. Yeah, you do. So you saying, hey, I feel like I can play anywhere, I absolutely agree. Yeah. A lot of people think that people are sleeping on Rashawn Gary. What have you seen?
I am one of those people.
From Rashawn Gary.
I mean, honestly, I don't understand why. He's been a very consistent player the past couple years, right, despite whatever situation he's been in at a previous team. But he is who he is. I feel like what people see is that's exactly who he is. He's a dude from Jersey just like me. So I know how he gets, but he's going to be a vocal individual. He's going to, try to, not try to rile guys up, but he's going to push his teammates, to be the best versions of themselves. So he's got that leadership role, but obviously he's a worker too. We're this whole offseason since he became a Dallas Cowboy, and even this past summer when we were on our break, we're working every single day. We're either getting position drills in, or we're getting a lift in, extra run, whatever the case may be. And like I said, I know how he is, kind of just off of kind of where we're from or whatever the case may be. But I'm going to be pushing him too. That's kind of what makes us great and what will make us great as a team, but as an outside linebacker unit, being able to go off of each other and push each other to be the best versions.
Kind of to piggyback off what you were just talking about with the run stop, you've said in the past, look, you can't just be a one-trick pony at this level, maybe at any level. How much pride do you take in your run-stopping ability?
Yeah, I take a lot of pride in it. I understand that without you can't rush the passer until you stop the run. And it makes it easier to go rush the passer when the team is in second and long, and third and long. You know what I mean? So with that, it's you have to take pride in it. And obviously, being a smaller guy per se, playing outside linebacker, defensive end, whatever you want to call it. You might think that this is sweet. It's not sweet. So,
well, we appreciate your time.
It's not sweet at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely, very much. Last thing, you're wearing a T-shirt. Yeah. Do you think if both of your arms were on the same side of your body, it would be called an F shirt?
I guess so.
It makes sense, doesn't it? All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is how I choose my last question.
Yep.
Tom
I'm proud of you, Kevin.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks, we're the Kansas City Masterpiece. Coming up next, live from train.
Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it looks like we got this timing just right because it's time for Brian Schottenheimer on 105.3 The Fan.
Hot mic, damn it.
Mini mic.
That's a fine already. I'm fine myself.
There we go. Where's Cal?
How you doing?
Let's go. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Brian, can you give us your thought process on how you did the training camp schedule? It's like you had 2 practices and you're off, and then you're off again on Sunday. I don't know if that's because of the travel you have to do.
No, that's a great question, and I'll answer it. It goes back to the whole thing, Calvin, of always evolving. I just, talking to some of my peers around the league and how they do things, I got a bunch of different options, and I'm always looking to grow and get better. And really what we like about this schedule is, you go 2 practices in a row. Usually it's a medium and then kind of another medium to hard. Then they do the stay day, so they're able to kind of get their legs and bodies back. And then after that, we come back with another hard one leading into a player's day off. So 4-day cycle. You're able to get your install in based off first, second down, third down, red zone 2-minute in that 4-day cycle. And then we come back off of the player's day off with a review day. So have them put out and work really hard. The other thing I think you guys are going to notice that I'm really excited about doing some sports science stuff. We're going to condition these guys during the ramp-up period. I think it's important to build the engine of these guys when they're fatigued. Last year, you guys remember I put them on a line because I was pissed off. I'm not pissed today. I'm happy. It's the first day of training camp, but we're going to condition. It's well planned out, and again, the numbers are showing you, hey, let's get these guys in tip-top shape. Why? The best teams in the league are the best conditioned teams, and we want to be able to, outlast everybody.
The amount of travel you have to do, even out here, like you got to go to Seattle, then obviously you've got Rio. How much does that concern you in terms of your sports science staff and kind of work all that in?
Yeah, we're on it. We sent a team of about 12 to 15 people down to Rio, and we're working through the logistics of cargo ships and things that you have to do to send some of your stuff down there because customs is hard, but it's part of the game. It really is. Coaching in Seattle, you go East Coast. Here we've got a lot of travel, and it is what it is. But I guess the positive thing is, we're out here, we go to Seattle, we come back, we go to Arizona, and then we go home. So.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys, just administratively start off, will everybody be cleared to practice today? I know you said it yesterday, just double checking.
Yes.
There will be everybody will be good to go. Yesterday you mentioned that practice will be more physical. What does that look like? How does that manifest itself in this day and age of being physical in practice?
Yeah, a few more padded practices, a few more 2-hour practices. I think I shared with you guys in the spring, I'm not a big 7-on-7 guy, but we'll have a few days that are 2-hour B-type practices where we're going to do 7-on-7 and 9-on-7. Part of our winning edge, we believe, is, owning the line of scrimmage. I'm really excited about those battles of watching our offensive line compete against what I think is going to be an elite defensive line. And so, you'll see a lot of padded work, and because we got to build some calluses and get ready.
Brian, Lindsay Theory at the ESPN. What is the benefit to a team going into training camp with no distractions or no lingering business issues to take care of?
I think that's more of a issue for you guys. We're built to deal with it. We know there's going to be storylines. We know there's going to be things, but we focus on the guys in that room. Our guys are in a really good spot. I think the confidence is high. We're as close of a group as I've been around, quite honestly. And so, again, I think it's, a storyline is going to pop up at some point, and we'll be ready to handle it. But right now, we're just enjoying being back together and getting a chance to go out here and compete.
Having everybody available to practice, what does that do for you as a coach when you aren't having to navigate injuries and whatnot as you get going with what you want to do?
Yeah, I think it gives you a chance to create some real position battles, because you're not limiting guys. Unfortunately for some guys in the past, right, they've been in the middle of these position battles, but they can't compete. They're getting 2 reps here, 4 reps there, but they're limited. And so I think you're going to see the purity of our roster where we stand. I think we're a really talented roster. There's some great position battles that, we're excited to see. And, we just, we know that, when we go through these days, there's going to be some guys that get dinged up a little bit, and, it gives other guys a chance to step up.
John Machota with The Athletic. Now that, you haven't had a full year with Quentin Williams, but is there anything that maybe you've learned about him beyond him just being the outstanding player that he is? Yeah, how much he loves football. He's an incredible teammate. He's one of the most, I would say, humble superstars I've ever been around. He truly is. I think being in New York and unfortunately not being a part of playoff teams, he's to the point in his career where, it's not about money, it's not about sacks, it's about wins. And I love that because when you combine that with certain guys like Dak Prescott and other players, that's what they want to lead the league in is wins. And he's just awesome family man, great teammate, but the player speaks for itself. And then with him, can you speak a little bit about having his locker moved from where it was last year to now where he's in the middle of the room right next to Dak? Yeah, I think he deserves that. I think, we wanted him to be able to, touch a lot of different people. And, when I first met, Quinn, and we first sat down after the trade, the thing he said, he goes, Coach, I really want to impact other people. And it was a hard time for us. He came in right after, we lost Marshawn. And so imagine you're a player like that. You're coming in, you're trying to find your way and impact people. But I think he's really at that stage of his career where that's important to him, and so we wanted to move him. I never like to rinse and repeat things. I'll take that opportunity, John. I wrote them down, but the Leadership Council, he's a big part of it, so we've got 4 guys on defense before I get into it. So, again, this was me with my list, the coordinators with their list of guys that we felt would, again, impact the locker room in the right way, speak up when they needed to me and to other people. So on defense, it's Quentin Williams, Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary, Jalen Thompson. On offense, it's Tyler Booker, Jake Ferguson, Tyler Smith, Javonte Williams, CD, and Dak, the birthday boy. And then you got Brian Anger for special teams. So it could have been 15 names, but I had to cap it somewhere, and I felt that these guys were the perfect fit. It's their council. It's not mine. They run it. And, we've got a few of those guys that report to me every couple weeks and issues and problems and things that we'll try to address.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. What's your scope on this running back room heading into camp? And, with the limitations on physicality out here, how can you hope to get the most out of that battle here? Yeah, I'm excited about Nick. I think, Jaden Blue's a guy we've talked about from the minute he stepped on campus. It's interesting talking to Christian Parker a little bit yesterday actually about some stuff, and he said Jaden was a guy that going into game 1 they were very concerned about. They had been around him, they'd seen him. Andrew Makuba, the safety, was with him at Texas. That shows you that he's a guy that we need to take the next step, and I think he's going to do that. He understands his role, but he's exciting. Phil Moff is a guy we're very excited about. They're very different. And then, the guy that never gets talked about enough, is Malik Davis. All this guy does is go out and score 40-yard touchdown runs on Thanksgiving Day and rush for 100 yards on Christmas Day. He must be the holiday killer. But, he's just – and then special teams. So, yeah, I'm excited about that group and that battle, and there'll be plenty of time to, along with the preseason games, see the physicality from that group. What's it going to look like out here as far as training multiple guys with that green dot and then finding the one guy for it? Yeah, it's going to be busy, which is good. We'll take turns. We rotate guys. Like I said, Mike and Dime, they move around at different spots, so they're interchangeable now, which, again, I think we learned last year we did not do a very good job of, myself included, of training different guys to do it. And, again, it doesn't have to be a certain player. It doesn't have to be the Mike linebacker. It could be a safety. It could be different people. It's going to be someone that's on the field all the time. But I would say we've got 3 or 4 candidates that we're really excited about. And but before I say their names, I want to get a couple days into practice.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Brian, you said in the past that you don't really like 7-on-7. I know it's part of what you have to do now. So when you do have to do it, what do you kind of look for and take away? I know it's begrudging, but what's positive for you from it?
If you're installing passes, new concepts, new wrinkles, Tommy, I think it's good. Christian Parker loves it. He's a secondary coach, so he loves it. They usually glove a lot of our concepts, which is why I think he likes it. But, again, you want to see quarterbacks being efficient. You want to see the ball coming out. It's a great opportunity to work your scramble rules. because quite honestly in 7-on-7 they're going to cover a lot of things because there's no play fakes and things like that. So it's good. But I just think quarterbacks in this league, with the way the pass rush is in the NFL, they need to be sitting in the pocket. They need to be, affected by the time clock of that. And I just think they get a false sense of security. So we'll do it. We do it more to get the 9-on-7 than we do it to just do 7-on-7.
Whether it be conversations with your sports science department or just what you saw last year, how do you help these rookies who have never done an NFL training camp before kind of get up to speed a little bit?
Yeah, education started in the spring. It started in OTAs. Their schedule's a little bit longer than the vets. You're allowed to keep them a couple hours more. And so Brian Wansley and his staff do a great job, along with the Scott Seinert, the sports nutrition, of teaching these guys. I hit them this morning on, using this hour, that we have between, finishing up meetings and going to practice. There's about an hour. What's your routine? What's your plan? Don't just go back and lay down in your room. Get in there and get stretched out and get your mind right, get taped. And for those guys, they use the vets a lot. Hey, Dak, what do you do? Hey, CD, what do you do? George, what do you do? And I think, they'll figure that out as we go.
Bill Jones, CBS Texas.
Hi, Bill.
Looking at your leadership council there.
Do you like it?
One name really sticks out to me is because of his youth, and that's Tyler Booker. What is it about Tyler that's impressed you so much, and others, from a leadership standpoint, was 1 year here?
We knew what we were getting with Tyler, Bill. When we drafted him, we knew that he was an elite person, elite human being. He was all about our 5 core values of putting the team first and working hard and competing, and he loves football, and he's about the brotherhood. You can't go into any meeting room that Tyler Booker's in, and if you ask for an opinion, his hand's shooting up, and he speaks with conviction. I can't say enough great things about him, and he was one of the few no-brainers. I think every single one of us had him on there, and that says a lot for a guy going into his second year.
Jane Slater, NFL Network. Hey, Coach. Yesterday, you were talking about Christian Parker's organization and plan for practice. Why is that important, and what is he doing that's so different than some of the other defensive coordinators you've worked with?
I think I would start with the exposure, the guys he's been exposed to. Vic obviously gets the first nod, but, he's been around Vance Joseph. He's been around all these great defensive minds, and a little bit like myself, when you're around these great minds as a position coach, a wannabe coordinator, you're grabbing and stealing things that you like. You're constantly writing down, hey, I like this, I like that, hey, I would do this differently, I wouldn't. So there's a expedited understanding of what you want to do. There's a philosophy, and you see that from CP, and I think it's because he's thought about this for 5 or 6 years. But not only that, he's been exposed to some great defensive minds. But what I love about him is he's going to take good ideas from these people, but he's going to do it his way. I think if you ask Vic Fangio, Vic's going to say Christian had a huge voice in what they did in Philadelphia, and certainly I think he'll lean on his staff. Whether it's Derek Ansley, Chidera, he's going to do the same thing that his predecessors have done.
Sat in on a lot of his meetings. Has there been a moment in one of those meetings where you found yourself pulling him off to the side and wanting a little bit more detail?
Detail? No, absolutely not. There's certainly things that I give him feedback on. Hey, what about this? What about that? Hey, maybe think about this. But in terms of the detail, the way he
said, you're like, as an offensive guy, that's something I want to drill down on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, those conversations happen all the time. I think that's one of the other things, and these will come to me as we go through training camp. But I want to spend, in the evening time, 20, 30, 35 minutes watching film with Clayton and watching film with Christian and just talking ball. I mean, just whether we grab a couple Miller Lights, shout out sponsor, and we just watch some ball. It's, that's how we get on the same page. And, hey, I really love this concept. Well, why would you do that? Oh, if you do that, I'm going to do this. It's like a chess match. And so I'm really looking forward to doing that. And I think I can do that this year because, again, of my confidence in Clayton. And then, obviously, I'm much more involved in the defense.
Joe Trahan, WFA TV. Coach, this is about Caleb Downs. Such a smart young player. Is part of your job trying to have him not try and do too much too soon? That's part one of the question. Part two, what do you want to see from him once he gets on the grass?
No, I think at the end of the day, we're not going to overload Caleb Downs. That's our job as coaches. We have we have instincts that say he can handle a lot of this stuff. I think, when you go to Alabama and you play as a freshman, there's in maybe one of the most complex defenses there is. What we saw from him in the spring, and what I want to see from him out here is just to get better every day. I think the mind works incredibly fast. I mean, the way he sees things, the instincts, his ability to diagnose, the communication. But it's the fundamentals. We're teaching him some things he hasn't done at Ohio State or Alabama, and so those are the things. Whether it's a scooch technique and coverage, how we play bunches and stacks, things like that. Those are the things that we expect to see out there when we get going.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio 105.3 The Fan. Since special teams is the pathway for so many of these young guys, who do you hope that's already one of your core guys steps up and kind of serves as that North Star since CJ Goodwin isn't here anymore?
Yeah, number one, I'm thrilled for CJ. I called CJ when he decided to retire and thanked him for all that he did, and it wasn't just as a player but as a leader. A couple names popped right into my brain, so I'll go with them. Brevin Sponford, tireless worker, one of our off-season award winners for the way he trained and worked in the off-season. Another off-season award winner, Hunter Lepke. It's a guy that can do everything for us, from playing fullback to being third down back to being a single back. Quite honestly, running the football and check downs, things like that. But on special teams, he's a difference maker. And then this last guy would be Ryan Flournoy. Now, Flo's doing so well as a receiver, it's a little bit harder to use him. Nick asks me all the time. I'm like, I don't know, man. He's pretty good. But I think that's because of, but he wants to do everything. He just plays the game the right way with that violent physical nature. So those are the first three guys that popped in my mind, and they all have those same leadership qualities of CJ, maybe a little different. Brevin's kind of in your face, Flo's more direct, and then Hunter's kind of a quiet assassin.
Tim Kalishaw, Dallas Morning News. Hello, Brian.
How we doing? How many days are you guys still printing?
What's that?
How many days are you guys?
7.
Okay.
But it's close.
Okay, 7. Let me write that down.
You guys got subscriptions available. You've mostly coached, it seems like, younger quarterbacks in your career, young Russell Wilson, Luck and Bradford.
I'm deadline.
You now have a 33-year-old man at quarterback. What is unique about working with Dak, or what is maybe the same about him at this age with those guys?
Oh, man, I could go on, Tim, about Dak forever. I just love this guy's curiosity for getting better. The way he works, the way he trains, the things he's doing to take care of his body as he gets older. And that's not just Dak. That's, some of Dak and I's biggest fights are about reps. And so, as he gets older, he's figuring that out. But, just the way this guy works, man, the way he attacks his craft, I kind of sit by him in offensive meetings, and Clayton probably gets angry because he and I are just kind of talking about different things. But the leader, the man, and I'm just really proud of the guy, the way he's taken the changes we made last year of playing more under center. Tim, that was a little bit different for him. I mean, with Kel, we were more, I was here, we were more gun and spread out and things like that. Now we're more cut splits and movements and actions. And it was not an easy transition for a guy that had been doing it at a high level and playing at an MVP level a couple years ago with Kellen and Mike. And I think he showed that, that versatility to be able to do both is pretty cool.
Sam.
Coach Sandy and Fox 4 in Dallas. Two-part question. Do you guys have a mantra or theme for the season? And you mentioned the trash talking that's going to be a little bit different with Christian Parker. Are you looking forward to seeing how this defense challenges your offense out there?
Yeah, I mean, we never back away from the central theme of the program, which is compete every day. We've got, a number of things, but I actually shared with the guys today, one of the things when I was thinking about just training camp and stuff like that was that I shared with the guys today is everything is earned. I really think that, all 31 other teams are doing what we're doing. Head coaches are standing up here. They're making predictions. They're talking about their roster, how good it is. The players are training and getting ready to go out to have practice and all that stuff. And we talked about what makes us different. And hopefully it's the consistency that we work at. and we're not going to have perfect days all the time, but I think if you're consistently consistent throughout the course of training camp and you have a lot more good days and bad days, or 5, 6, 7 good days in a row and maybe have an off day, and then we have to be willing to do things that maybe other teams don't want to, and that is part of the conditioning, that's part of the physical practices. So whether we adopt it and use it all the time, but it's something I shared with them today, and I believe it. I think, none of those guys have gotten here without having to earn it.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You guys haven't shied away from your expectations for Caleb Downs and your optimism there. I think I know the answer, but how has he kind of handled those expectations, and what has that told you about him?
Yeah, maybe it's coach speak. I'm not trying. I don't think we can put anything on Caleb Downs that is above what he expects for himself. He's a young player. He's a rookie. He's going to make mistakes, but like I said in the spring, I'll say it again, Caleb's not going to, he doesn't repeat mistakes. That is a sign of a young man that understands X's and O's in football, and he's wired the right way. If you haven't been around his mom and dad, I think you guys have in the press conference, his sister, his brother, obviously. But, yeah, he's, his expectations are probably a lot higher than any of us have for him.
You guys brought back Will Greer to coach after you retired. Obviously, you had some interest in doing that a little bit earlier this offseason. Why was that move there, and what have you seen from him from a coaching standpoint already?
Yeah, I told the guys yesterday, I said, hey, I got some sad news. I said, Will Greer's retired. I said, but we got some good news. Will Greer's joined the coaching staff. And, we tried to get it done, and at the end of the day, Will wanted to go play. We wanted to do it before, and I get that. Like, when you're done playing, you're done playing. And I think the draw of being able to come back here and work with this team and this group of young men, and I think he's going to be an outstanding coach. You see these guys, it wasn't my journey at all, but like you see the Davis Webbs of the world, you see these guys that go shooting up the ladder, and Kel, I think, was that way, when he was here. I think the same way about Will. I think Will Greer is going to be a terrific coach, and he'll probably be calling plays in this league in the next 6 to 8 years.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio, 105.3 The Fan. You said a few minutes ago this is one of the closest teams you've ever been on. I'm wondering, since they've never played a game together and half of them have virtually just met, how can that be?
The time spent in and away from the building. These guys, they play golf together. They go to dinner together. They have people over their house. and that doesn't happen by accident. It happens by guys stepping outside maybe their comfort zone and saying, hey, man, you guys want to go get a beer? You guys want to come over? Let's do a crawfish boil, something like that. It's intentional. And I think it's intentional, Brad, because we talk about it, and it's not something that we leave it to them. They have to obviously take the step to do it, but it's something that we talk about. We think that kind of brotherhood is what's going to close the circle for us in this pursuit of a championship, and because there's going to be adversity. But you can't read those names, and it's not just those guys. But those guys understand what it takes to, and what it means to have a close-knit, strong culture.
Hey, Coach. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Circling back to Tyler Booker really quickly. Goes without saying, replacing a future Hall of Famer is, one of the most daunting tasks, especially for a young guy, rookie. You guys are still trying to sort things out in the post-Tyron Smith era at left tackle. How impressive is it that 1 year later, no one's talking about concerns about replacing Zach Martin going forward, and what can Tyler Booker be in year 2 under Connor and Cleveland?
Yeah, again, I think when you look at the strides Tyler made last year in the pass protection, he's always been a mauler. That's what people loved about him at Alabama. The ability to move into that spot and take over for an incredible player like Zach. But again, when you're wired the right way, he's not competing against Zach, he's competing against himself. But the pass protection is really what excited me throughout the year, Patrick. This guy was going up against some elite pass rushers inside, and he started using his hands better, moving his feet better, and another year working under Connor Riley with some of those fundamentals. I think he's ready to take huge strides.
Mike, you see Fox 4. In what ways does Tyler guide you to improve to become a more reliable player for you at such an important position?
Yeah, it is an important position. It's an awesome battle that we're looking forward to with, Tyler. And again, my philosophy is always be straight up and honest with Tyler. And so we've communicated with Tyler that it's going to be a competition. Here's what you need to do better. He certainly had a few nicks and bumps and bruises that have limited him, but there's a consistency or lack thereof at times with his fundamentals. He is one of the most talented athletes I've ever been around at left tackle. like just the feet, the ability to move, the size, all that stuff. It's a process, and it's hard when you're in and out of the lineup at times to find that consistency, but that's what he needs to do. And he's going to get challenged against some really good edge rushers, and that's where the padded practices kind of come in.
Last year, you seemed to be a little perturbed by the fight.
I can't hear you over Morgan Wallen.
Last year, you seemed to be a little perturbed by all the fights you had in practice, and this year you want to have 2-hour practices, more physical. How much do you talk to your guys about their behavior out there on the field?
It's a great point. I haven't talked about fights yet. Hopefully there's none today. No, hey, look, I want our guys to play on the edge. I don't want them to go over the edge. My whole thing with the fighting is it's no different than a game. Right? If you let them throw punches in practice, guess what? They're going to probably throw punches in a game, and then you're going into a third or fourth quarter of a game, and one of your best players or one of your starters is out of a game. And so we'll discuss that. And again, the biggest thing for them is the discipline to not throw the punch.
Brian, I know Jerry touched on it yesterday, but how have you seen George respond since the tag, and what do you anticipate seeing from him during training camp?
George Pickens today, and I told him this, so he's not, he was as dialed in meetings as I've seen him since he's been here. Just following along, questions. I think you're going to see a very motivated George Pickens going into this season, and I think that's great news for us and maybe bad news for the rest of the league.
All right, we're going to have to roll.
Thank you, guys.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll check in with FC Dallas. connect with FC Dallas and Clay Holstad in just a second, but the Leadership Council announced by Brian Schottenheimer, Quentin Williams, Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary, Jalen Thompson, Tyler Booker, Tyler Smith, Jake Ferguson, Javonte Williams, who is going to be on our show, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, and Brian Anger.
I like seeing that Jalen Thompson's on that too. Like, that's a nice thing, but there's no surprises there for me.
Yeah. All right. Now, speaking of, I guess, potentially a surprise, the first player in Rhode Island Football Club history to move to the MLS. Right now, we bring you Clay Holstad from FC Dallas. Howdy, sir, and welcome to the Metroplex.
What's up, guys? I'm happy to be here.
Now,
not all of us say howdy, Clay. I'm just to let you know. I think he said. I've never actually heard him say howdy.
A&M people say howdy. I guess we're also very compatible.
I'm from Alabama, so that's my greeting usually.
Boom! I love it. Now, we say welcome to the Metroplex, but FC Dallas has a gauntlet of pretty much nothing but road matches until September. So, do you just chill in a hotel, or what's the living situation going to be?
I mean, it was a hotel, and I just found an apartment, so I'm slowly but surely trying to move the stuff into there. And then, I mean, I guess if we're on the road, I'm just going to go back into a hotel for the foreseeable future, I guess.
Well, first month, last month, maybe you already got that put down. So what can you walk us through? You know, it's a great, and like I said, a historic for where you were coming from, transfer or loan, I guess I should say. What's it like when you get the word that you're moving to FC Dallas?
I mean, it was exciting. It was kind of chaotic in the way that it was just quick. I mean, I know, like, they were starting back, and I had heard about it on a Wednesday, and then it was basically like, all right, well, now they've reached out to the club, and how's this sound? Like, I mean, this would be fantastic. This is kind of all that I'm hoping for. And so, and then, I mean, they have to figure out, obviously, all of the, like, small details around it, but then I go from hearing out on Wednesday to leaving Sunday. So it was kind of a whirlwind, so it's been nice to at least have this week, and a little bit of last week, but the team was on the road, to just at least, you know, take it in a little bit and meet the guys and get used to Dallas. As I went from Rhode Island to here, I spent 4 days.
Now, you are familiar with Coach Quill. Like, what's the conversation like to start there to kind of reunite a little bit? And then what do you feel like the expectations are going to be from you walking in and knowing what he knows?
I mean, it was pretty, like, seamless. I mean, I've talked to him, like, here and there from the time that I was with him to now. And just checking in here, like, just seeing how things were going. But I mean, it's kind of nice coming in and, like, knowing that he knows who I am. And I mean, he hasn't seen me play a ton. I mean, he's watched me plenty, but, like, he doesn't see me day to day. But at least he doesn't, like, we know each other as far as, like, character goes. And I know what Eric's expectations are of players, and, like, what he's expecting out of me as far as, like, work rate and all of those things. So I think it just makes it easy, and there's no, as far as guessing as to what he expects me to do and come in and how he expects me to play.
Now, not to nitpick, because I know this is a happy situation, but the MLS was off for like 2 months. When you talk about how quick this had to happen, do you kind of think maybe we could have made this deal during that 2 months of time off?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't have been as fun, you know?
That's a good point. That is a fair point. Now, have you felt in the aftermath of the World Cup, you know, we've talked about it a lot, have you felt a palpable buzz for soccer here in the States, and how much does the MLS and all other soccer clubs here in the U.S. need to build on that?
I mean, I think it's huge, especially being in Rhode Island. I mean, we were 45 minutes from Boston and 25 minutes from Gillette Stadium. So it was everybody. There was something going on every single day, watch parties, like people coming in and out, staying in hotels. So, I mean, and just hearing how it's been around here too, it was awesome. I think now it's like everybody kind of knows that it's like, okay, well, now there's just more eyes on it, and that, you know, there's more people watching. So it's kind of a time to, like, take advantage of it. Not really do anything different, but it's just brought so many more eyes inherently when people were just around that, build off of it, and that there's talent here, and that there's actually it's a much bigger league than I think it gets credit for, and just go from there.
What'd you think about the Boston and New Jersey people, though, trying to jack up the prices of those trains to the stadium, though, huh?
Oh, my goodness. It was a zoo. It's already a zoo in those places, but it was a zoo.
All right, well, look, I'm glad you're here. We're glad you're here. Looking forward to your play with FC Dallas. Welcome to the Metroplex, and thank you for taking the time to jump on with us today.
No, thank y'all guys for having me.
Absolutely. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Clay Holstad, the newest addition to FC Dallas. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation as the first official practice of the Dallas Cowboys training camp is about to begin.
Coming up third. the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Well, I am doing very well, and I want to ask you guys if this is the positive kind of peer pressure. Usually peer pressure is viewed in a negative spotlight, and I get why that is, but Jalen Thompson's both dad and grandfather stopped by our tent during the shoddy presser, and they talked to us, and their dad was like, man, these are my guys right here. I heard you guys defending Jalen when they wrote that junk about how he's going to be a bust. and so we're like, hey, can you make sure he comes on the show? And he came by and he goes, I'm going to talk to him tonight. He'll be on your show. So, that feels like a win right there, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I think that's one of the best training camp stories I've ever heard, to be honest with you. Better than the time D. Ware came back late night when CA and I were doing evenings out there, and he sat down and talked football with us for about 20 minutes while he ate his nachos.
That was so cool. I remember that. That was like one of the coolest things. Like, how in the world does something like this happen?
Yeah, couldn't be a sandwich. It needed to be the nachos. And then across the rest of training camp, we're getting word that defensive tackle Brian Breezy, if you're fancy, one of the linchpins of the Saints defense, they fear that he has torn an ACL per Ian Rappaport. Does that just once again hammer home that, hey, schemes, fits, all that's great, let's stay healthy?
We got guys hurt all over the place, and that was actually something I was going to bring up, to start the deal with Shoddy saying, we want to build calluses. We're going to have 2-hour practices. We're going to have some of the most physical practices in the league. I don't know, man. If you would have these kind of storylines hit, I don't know how long you could hold the line on that. But I guess there is a tremendous payoff. There's a massive there is an upside if you can pull this off and not get your guys hurt. I would just be too nervous, especially looking at these headlines. Carolina lost another guy, Brazel, the rookie. Yep. Exciting rookie. Had to be carted off. Guys are getting carted off left and right.
Yeah, it's scary, and it's unfortunate that when we do some of these updates during practice, I think we're going to have to say so-and-so went to the tent, or hopefully not, but that seems to just be the
you just don't want to hear cart,
Yeah.
I can hear helped off the field. I can hear tent, and we still got a shot. Once the cart's involved, it ain't good.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. What did you think about, I know you guys were show prepping and everything, but Shoddy saying that this is one of the closest groups he's ever been a part of, and then Brad Sham with the follow-up question of, hey, half these guys are still kind of strangers. How can that be?
Yeah, I think Shoddy set a pretty good tone for the way that the off the field chemistry is supposed to look. We have some sound from Clayton Adams today, who was on the Athletic Football Show podcast the other day, and he goes into detail about the lengths that Shoddy goes to make sure that everybody is kind of very close, not only in the building but outside of it. So I think it starts with Shoddy and sort of the tenor that he has set with the coaching staff, and how that's probably trickled down where guys like Dak probably really embrace stuff like that.
I like, to your point, golf was one of the things that came up, and that feels like a good bonding sport where there's some downtime or maybe some drinking or whatever.
Yeah, as long as you're not driving home and you're in Wisconsin.
Get an Uber on the way home.
Just because he was at a golf club doesn't mean he'd been obviously he was drinking. So that, I don't know if that helped out his case too much. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on your program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. Rangers catcher Austin Wins made a couple of plays last night, didn't he? A bomb ski.
He hit a home run, yeah.
He's going to join us at 2:40 for the Rangers Players Show. So looking forward to getting to know Mr. Wins a little bit. Ask him about brisket sandwiches.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I'm
This is that time of the
I
year.
mean, I just
He's not husky, is he?
No.
Okay, good.
I pray for any sort of interaction that matches, as I've told you many times. Oh, I'm surprised you didn't pick food tester or something like that. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. That's one of my favorite exchanges in the history of this station. Thank you very much again to
quite
Donovan
welcome.
Ezra.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
thank
that's
you.
Easy, too. That was great.
And thank you to the Wild Forks
Good to have you
Food,
back,
Donovan
Corey.
Ezra.
Thanks for everything, guys.
Proud of you, man. I'll shut up now. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks. There you go. Gavin Dawson,
You need to
G-Mac Nation.
dismiss him like he dismissed
Coming
you
out.
yesterday.
That's true. I really enjoyed that. Thank you very much to Donovan Ezraku for jumping on the Wild Fork Foods hotline, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. And, of course, thank you very much to Hurtado Barbecue. A little Tex-Mex, a little Tex, a little Mex, and a whole lot of damn good barbecue. We will be back tomorrow. Our show is supposed to be 30 minutes long. So I say we start an hour early with Sean and RJ.
You can say what you want.
Okay, well, tune in. Maybe 30 minutes, maybe 90 minutes, and more videos and stuff right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Practice.
station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, a 3-hour journey this afternoon as we'll walk you right up to Rangers pregame show coming up at 5 o'clock. Let's keep the good times rolling. Winners of, what's this make it, 4 out of 5 against good teams.
Yeah.
Taking out the Rays last night. That was very exciting. So we're kind of jacked with Mackenzie Gore on the hill. 5:40 first pitch tonight. Austin wins. Catcher last night played just 3 games, 8 ABs, and had the dong ball last night. So we got Rangers energy coursing through our veins. Once again, feels good. Trade deadline coming up on Monday at 5 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers. A lot to talk about as we're off and running. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. Broadus is actually watching practice. He is not on the tennis courts. He is down there on the fields, and he'll probably be there for the next hour and a half watching Cowboys practice, and then he'll be back just in time for Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40.
That's good to know because I was panicking in here,
okay.
bro. I was going through. I was like, Broadus, down. Broadus is LA, down, Broadus.
Hello, check 1, 2.
Bro, yeah.
Do you
copy?
hear me, man?
Do you copy?
There, of course, is Lucius Alexander. He's fixed to go 3 flawless. Eric Chiafalo is here. Zach Wolchuk on assignment. I think he's doing some dad duty this week.
Yeah, he is.
He's dadding it up.
Really, just swimming in. I say swimming, more drowning.
Yes. I mean, I know that feeling.
It's tough, dude.
So he's got 2-year-old and like 6-month-old.
Yeah.
And he is on like 10-hour a day, full on dad duty.
Yeah, Mr. Mom.
So that is electric. Send Wolchuk some love and maybe a life raft.
Yeah,
something inflatable. I'm on the other end of the dad's story arc, if you will, and I'm personally shocked and appalled at how little a 15-year-old has to know about driving for them to get their learner's permit. It's like, okay, answer a few questions online. Here's your learner's permit. Go traumatize your parents, you know?
Oh, that's where you're at right now?
Yeah, so...
You're riding shotgun with a daughter who doesn't really know red light, green light.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be cool. And I actually have been letting her kind of bump around the neighborhood just a little bit at a time, maybe like a mile at a time, just to get her feet a little bit wet over the last year. So I was pretty confident going in that she kind of had it handled. How are we rolling up to the first red light? She's turning right and thinks, well, you can turn right on red so I don't have to stop. And, so that was my first indication that the screening for getting your learner's permit is not very robust. It's not a high threshold of knowledge.
Very low bar to, like you said, just scare the daylights out of your parents.
Yes.
I couldn't drive with my mom whenever I was younger. I can barely drive with my wife now, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
She thinks I'm riding every car in front of me. I'm like, sure, I got this thing under control.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's a me issue. It probably equally parts me as her naivete about these rules, but you don't know what they don't know.
Who gave her lessons?
That's me.
Well, they're in the lessons portion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So she just turned 15.
Do you have your phone in your hands when you're giving a lesson?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean,
I knew it, bro.
I'm trying to be cool, you know? I'm trying to be like, do. I'm not sweating you too hard. Like, I'm sure you got this. I trust you. But then something like this happens, and I'm like, I can't be cool.
Yeah.
You know, she actually said it last night. She's like, I chose you because I thought you'd be more chill than mom. And I said, well, that was a good assessment, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be totally negligent here.
Yeah, you still have to abide by the standard driving laws and rules.
Yes.
And pausing at the red light before the right turn is a paramount portion of
not even pausing. You have to stop.
Execution. Yes.
I thought she would know that. You know, I thought she would know 2 seconds following distance.
Yeah, that feels like something that you would have to know before they grant you the opportunity to drive at all.
Yeah, I think they're putting it on the parents to do all of the teaching. I think it would be fairly easy to have just some online education and a very thorough and strict quiz. You know, it's just one parent's feedback. If you're over there listening to the DPS, I'm sure you have bigger, more important things to handle. But it'd be good for my blood pressure.
Yeah, they
right
do
now.
have those classes for kids that where you can like take those learning classes and how to drive and get your permit and eventually get your license from those. But it's more like learning the rules of the road and not really driving. They just want to see, can you control this car and not break the rules that we just taught you?
Yeah.
So you're not really learning the skill. You're just passing this test.
I was surprised, when I got my license and permit and everything, it was very thorough. We actually had it through the school, and you'd be an entire semester worth of 1 hour a day learning. And then, I don't know, 10 sessions or something in a car with an instructor. But, you knew the rules of the road way better than anybody else when you actually completed that process. Okay, the Cowboys are beginning the process of getting ready for the 2026 season. What do you think of this decision and Shoddy's preference for tackling and doing more live reps? 2 hours, he's talking about he wants to build calluses. I think it raises the risk, but it also raises the upside. Like, this is Andy Reid with the Chiefs. This is Belichick with the Patriots.
This is Jimmy Johnson with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like, for me, when I know that Belichick and Andy Reid and Jimmy Johnson feel some type of way about something as a head coach, I'm taking a page out of that book.
Yeah,
I absolutely am. And I think so much of it is ultimately out of your control. You've seen it with Mike McCarthy, who likes to baby everybody, and you can have seasons where everybody's still injured.
Yes.
It can go either way on you. But I think the upside of really grinding them down during training camp, if you get the stroke of injury luck, I do think it pays off for you in a huge way once you get into the later part of the season.
Yeah, and if you're installing a new defense that's complicated.
Yeah, like you need live action. We're not just prancing around out here and then learning on the fly when we get to New York on Sunday night.
Yeah, generally I think I'm more towards the side of let's avoid injuries at all costs, but I'm excited about this because I think it gives them a chance to sort of hit the ground running and to have this defense at least intellectually figured out as much as you can, and then hopefully by midseason it's really coming together.
Well, and I think especially for a team like the Cowboys who really take it easy for the preseason games. They're not even one of these teams that are like, all right, we'll take it easy on you in practice, but then you're going to get out there as a starter and go play a quarter or two in preseason games. They're not doing any of that.
Yeah.
So I feel like you really need to be getting after it in practice so that when week one gets here, you're already through the initial callus and the soreness and everything like that.
We do have injuries, guys dropping right and left. I guess it's
rampant.
Shamar Stewart with the Bengals.
Yeah, that looked nasty. Did you see that?
I have not seen that one yet.
I mean, it's one of those that looks really nasty, and it's like a hyperextension, and sometimes those can actually end up being not something that keeps you out for a long time, even though it looks nasty. Yeah. Coming around the edge, the leg plants, and the knee goes back.
Yeah.
So he got carted off. He clearly wasn't able to walk after the injury, but yeah, that looked pretty nasty.
It's terrifying. I had one of those hyperextensions once, and it feels like
it's awful.
I have just destroyed myself. I'm probably heading for an operation and crutches.
You're a man of a certain age at this point. You've only had it once?
Well,
I don't even have to do anything to hit those hyperextensions.
I don't think I can move fast enough to create enough forward momentum, or plant hard enough to create the torque. I think that the lack of explosiveness is really insulating me from potential injuries. Chris Brazzell, rookie for the Panthers, went down. So they got two young guys. Last year's outside linebacker rookie Nick Scorton got hurt last week, and now Chris Brazzell, wide receiver from Tennessee. They were excited about getting him together with Tet McMillan and Jalen Coker and. Of course, Bryce Young. It's a big year for him. Jonathan Grenard on PUP with a pec lifting before camp. He's not even out here practicing and got hurt.
Yeah, that's one I've done. You ever done that, Lucius? You ever strained that pectoral?
No, I haven't.
Man.
Thank God I haven't.
Yeah, it hurts. And it does take a while. Like, depending on the severity of it, it can take a while.
Now, I've strained a muscle while working out, but it hasn't been the pectoral. And I've seen another one where your biceps roll up. I've been afraid of that, too.
That's as bad as it gets. Yeah. I had a buddy at the gym just the other day. He's a big toe. Shout out to Patrick. He might be watching us right now.
What's up, Pat?
And I see him with the big, like, Tyron Smith type of brace on his arm. And he's like, yeah, blew out the bicep.
See?
Out for a while, surgical and everything.
So you're sitting there pumping iron so hard that it snaps a tendon?
Yeah.
And the muscles.
It's like the Achilles, how it kind of rolls up on you. That's kind of what the bicep
ripple
does. Yeah.
Oh, it's nauseating. Well, I'd say it's just all for a big old knock on wood for your Dallas Cowboys that they remain healthy and hopefully this plan pays off in a big way. Corey Seager rehab start, hit a bomb ski, made a nice play at short, drew a walk. So everybody's talking about how that thing got off on the right foot. I guess we're waiting for updates. He played 5 innings. There's obviously they know by now how he's recovered and everything. Frisco plays a night game and the Rangers have a day game tomorrow, so it's unlikely that they could pull some sort of a quick turnaround. But maybe we're on track for Friday in Houston.
I'll take it.
Congrats to Corey for getting right. He pretty much hasn't played in a month, and he's moving around good and probably feeling pretty good. It's just a matter of how long can that remain the case. Rangers will continue their series coming up now. 3 games over 500. Is this a high water mark? 3 games over? Maybe did they hit this while I was on vacation or something?
No, I don't think they've been 3 games over 500.
So that's cool, and it just feels like they've kind of figured out a new system, and the energy is fantastic. You're putting the game in motion. You have guys playing team first baseball. There's something that's kind of contagious with this, and they are now in a wild card position as well, just ahead of Cleveland. So Mackenzie Gore on the hill tonight, first pitch at 5:40. We did have some baseball history last night. I don't know if you saw this. The Nationals drew 6 walks against former Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber in a 4-run first inning, eventually escaping with an 8-6 win. Bieber 31 issued walks to 6 of the 9 batters he faced, including 3 with the bases loaded, before departing after 2/3 of an inning. In his previous 149 appearances, his high for walks in the entire outing was 5. So according to ESPN research, Bieber is only the 4th pitcher in the divisional era since 1969 to issue 6 walks in the first inning of a game. He joins Todd Van Poppel. People will remember that epic start in 1994. Ryan Dempster, former Ranger in 2001, and Daniel Cabrera in 2006. So that's not exactly the kind of company you want to be keeping.
And it looks like the Rangers were 4-1 to start this season. So
okay,
it's been
nice.
Been that long since they've been 3 games over 500.
How are you feeling if Corey Seager shows up and has a monster week? And I'm getting greedy. Like, let's just add him and keep our fingers crossed. I don't really want the pursuit of trading Corey Seager. You need to get lucky that Siegs can be prime version. And with everything else that you've done, he kind of gets picked up and carried away with this great energy. Now, if you do feel like his personality is so massive that he would be like a wet blanket in the clubhouse, then that's something that I would not be privy to. Does the team feel that way about him? They've always sort of explained away his different personality type as that's just him doing his thing, and lots of guys do their thing.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, you talk to Jared and all sorts of different people that are in that clubhouse and within the organization, and everybody talks about how the players totally love him. The players love him. They saw him. Schumacher was talking about it. How you had a bunch of the guys watching him do his batting practice the other day in the cages, and he was looking really good. And they're all saying like, Skip, let's get him on the field tonight. Let's get him on the field tonight. Everybody seems to, in terms of the players, really like Corey.
Well, that's music to my ears, because we can get excited about maybe winning this bad division, but you would get excited in a way of, let's go on a magic carpet ride again. If Corey Seager is going to go ahead and, snap back into the player that we know that he is. And it just makes no sense that he would suddenly turn bad.
Sure.
Yeah. It just doesn't happen to players as good as him.
Yeah, I mean, that's been super frustrating. I think most people are understanding that will change. It's just the injury factor. Would he be healthy enough to be afforded the opportunity to show that he's still a really damn good baseball player?
No doubt. Yeah, you got to weigh those risks as well. And I guess at some point, like an offer to get out of the remaining 4 or 5 years of his contract could be too big of an opportunity to pass up for the long-term management of this team, because eventually that day will come. And and maybe we're seeing signs of it starting to slow down. Mauricio Pochettino close to a deal that'll keep him on as coach of U.S. Soccer through the 2030 World Cup. They're hammering out the final details. The big soccer story today, though, around the world is UEFA threatening a boycott of the World Cup. UEFA is the Union of European Football Associations. If FIFA goes through with what President Infantino is proposing, he is setting a September 19th deadline for a decision on accepting a deal from private investment, which would give each association access to $40 million in funding. He says if you don't approve this, you will get $10 million in funding. So this is like a private investment possibly coming in and buying control over FIFA. And a lot of people around soccer are they're freaking out about it. I guess this would be a bad thing for them. I think it'd probably be a bad thing for U.S. soccer because it would even the financial playing field a little bit. Like one of the best things we got going for us is a pretty good budget. If you give every soccer team around the world a $40 million budget to play with, I don't know if their advantages to compete via infrastructure and organization and resources would be as pronounced as it currently is. But the good news, Pochettino appears to be on his way back to coaching the USA for the next World Cup cycle. We got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's Top 10. Chief, where are you taking us?
Let's celebrate National Chicken Wing Day next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat with you about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333, frankelfirm.com. You're going to be talking with guys who's Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers player show coming up in about 17 minutes. Austin Wins is going to join us, Rangers catcher. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup. Champ.
Yeah, every day at 5:30, we do the G-Bag of the day. If you see anything floating out there, I don't care if it's from another radio station, I don't care if it's from TV, wherever it's from, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P, Lucious, on all social media, at Lucky Lucius P. And send me G-Bag of the days and stuff. I'll be sending too much sometimes. But you boys out there sending me your catches when you go fishing, keep that going. Keep that going.
Okay.
All right.
You want those?
That's just good quality personal content.
I don't care if it's even a small fish, bro. Show me what you caught out there. Yeah. Please. Some dude showed me two very small catfishes he caught at Joe Pool. He was out there for 12 hours.
Ooh, dang.
Yeah. I need to know that. I need to know that. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Our winner and champion right here is a pastor who is done with praise and worship service. But the musicians, they knew the spirit was in the air. It was there. Pastor wasn't reading in the room, so he ended up firing the musician in mid-service.
Amen. We're going to start right now. But Hood, we're going to start right now. We're going to start right now, Hood, because the pastor said stop.
Hey.
Stop.
Stop.
You want to find me? After the day, your service are no longer needed. Your services are no longer needed.
Oh, man. Now, that is hilarious. In their defense, I couldn't tell at first if he was saying start or stop.
That's probably what he said, too. I couldn't tell what you were saying. I thought you was praising the Lord with us, guy.
I think he was like, we're going to get this party started now.
Yeah.
Here we go, guys.
Here we go.
Because they didn't stop until he actually said your services are no longer needed. They're like, oh, he's saying stop. We got to shut this down, guys.
Classic miscommunication.
Okay, tune in tomorrow, 5:30, to see if this champ can keep the train rolling in their pursuit of, G-Bag Nation immortality. If you hit 5-time status,
it's a church clip, and you heathens need it.
That's right.
Y'all need that.
That is right. Okay, Austin Wins coming up now in 14 minutes. Here's the Chief with Wolchuk's Top 10.
Yes, sir. National Chicken Wing Day. We have the top 10 flavors according to Americans, and I'm a little disappointed in my country with the way this list is unfolded. But before we do that, I do want to just ask the question: have we all seen the funniest video on the internet today? Which, of course, is Tony Romo and his OWI.
He crushed it.
That he received in Wisconsin.
He needs to go on tour right now. He is killing it, bro.
That was so freaking funny from start to finish.
Yeah. And the situation is not funny.
Not at all.
But the way he handled it was a G.
It was
a G, bro.
He's going to grandma and grandpa's house. Okay, yeah. That was the first thing.
The most innocent thing ever. Yeah. I'm going to be super nice to you. I'm just waiting for this gal to realize, oh, it's Tony Romo.
Yeah, he was hoping she was a big football fan.
She clearly was not born when he was hanging banners in his high school or going on to Eastern Illinois or probably playing for the Cowboys. She sounded young, inexperienced.
Yeah.
Maybe
try hard.
Yeah, I think that's a good. It sounded like the dispatcher was almost talking her through what her next steps were because it's like her first 6 months on the job or something.
Yeah,
and I don't know. It seemed like Tony was expecting at any moment for her to say, "Okay, you can go, sir. You're clearly not that hammered, and you're a local celebrity."
Yeah. He was not making it easy on her with just all the follow-up questions, just acting generally confused about everything she was trying to communicate to him. But him doing the pre-field sobriety calisthenics activating the glutes and the hips a little bit to make sure that he was physically prepared to do something that I guess.
I want to give you my best.
Yeah.
You might recognize this look from me now that I'm down in this posture. You used to see it on Fox a lot on game day.
He should have did the back hips while he was out there.
Yeah, that's right. And then what did he say at the end after the field sobriety test?
Oh man, yeah. They did I pass?
Did I pass?
She's like, you should turn around, sir. I guess not.
Everything about that was just absolutely hilarious.
But she was using like technical law enforcement terms, like go to the what she call it, the road recess on the right, or the.
Yeah,
she was using that, and then for his violation, he was like, "What did I cross? A gourd? What are we doing here?" You know, it seemed to be rookie moves right and left for this gal, and I feel bad for Tony. You know, like I'm not making excuses for operating while intoxicated. I think he was so close to the line, though. You know,
he clearly wasn't just hammered.
No, he wasn't a threat to society, from what I could see.
Man,
he's just when you're jovial drunk. You know, you're like 2 in.
Yeah.
And you're feeling good, and you got all the jokes, and everybody's like, man, this guy, he's on fire. That's what Tony was right there.
I think that's doing it right.
Yeah.
I think he was being responsible. You know, I'm just going to catch a little buzz, support the local economy,
and then go hang out with grandma and grandpa.
Yeah. I mean, I can't play around 18 with the guys without hitting the 19th hole for 2 pints. You kidding me?
Yeah, everybody was like, man, you probably shouldn't have said you were going from the golf course.
Yeah, that right there was a dead giveaway, bro.
But I do respect the honesty.
The cart girl.
You know? Yeah, it can get away from you at the golf course. So we'll see how his lawyers approach this. But
you think that's beer? What do you think he was drinking?
Yeah, I think he probably had like maybe 2 beers.
Tall Trulies?
Yeah.
The big tall joints?
Yeah, maybe
have it at the golf course. They had them big tall ones,
yeah,
you know?
They do. They got the big boys out there. And now these golf courses, I've seen guys on the internet are complaining that they're like marking their beers so that they can confirm that you didn't BYOB to the golf course.
Oh, yeah.
They're really getting stringent on that now.
Oh, my God. Come on, man.
Which feels like a bit of a slap in the face to your patrons, you know? They can bring a 6-pack, let them enjoy it, whatever, dude.
Look, if I'm going to go to the lengths of filling half of my golf bag up with ice and cramming an 18-pack in there, and I'm willing to haul that thing around while it leaks on my pants for 9 holes, can I get a break here?
Just grant me that, please.
Yeah.
All right, National Chicken Wing Day, and I'm a lemon pepper guy for sure. And apparently, Americans feel like lemon pepper is the 9th best wing flavor. That's shocking to me. The lemon pepper is a Mount Rushmore flavor.
You would love Atlanta.
Oh my gosh,
everything's lemon pepper flavored. Everything.
Yeah,
got lemon pepper flavored cake, girl.
Dude, I am such a lemon guy. Even when it comes to like the little desserts, you got like these little lemon cakes or whatever. I'm in a lemon chicken of any kind. Like, please, let's go.
Lemon
for
drops.
It. Lemon drops. I'm all about that. And apparently, the rest of the country is not seeing eye to eye here with lemon pepper coming in at number 9. Do you guys have a go-to? He's like a tried and true guarantee.
Orange Magic for me.
Okay,
you know,
for sure.
And I expect when we get to the top, it'll be number 1 on this list. But I'm really going for anything dry rubbed, and I kind of like them naked, you know, as well. Like if you want to do very little, just with some salt and pepper, I think that works. But man, I was for Abby's birthday dinner. By the way, thanks to you guys for working that day, so I didn't have to after the Rangers game. We went down the road here to the Yardbird spot.
Oh, yeah.
And I got a half chicken, and of course it had wings on it, but they were made just traditional fried chicken style, and it was divine.
Was it really?
It was incredible.
The whole wings.
Yeah.
Whole wings are amazing, bro. And they overcharge at restaurants for those because they know you like them.
Yeah, and I don't even really see them that much anymore.
Yeah.
It's kind of a rare find when you get the full chicken wings at some of these places. Lucius, go-to?
So if I really can like have time on my hand and I want some wings, I'm going to Wing Castle. But I do like the classic buffalo flavored.
Yeah, absolutely.
Classic buffalo flavored or naked wings with ranch. Yeah. There's no flavor on them. You just fry them joints up for me.
That's all. And
that's
okay, and that's where you're at too, Dawson. Like, I don't need this thing overly flavored.
If the batter and how you fry it is that good, you know, I'm picking off the little pieces of skin off the back just because I can't get enough of it. I love that. I think a lot of the sauce to me makes it too messy.
Yeah, the sauce. I mean, I'm with you on the dry rubs in general. I do like the dry rubs, but like a dripping wet buffalo chicken wing is absolutely 10 out of 10 for me. Now at 10, you got the sriracha or the hot honey flavor.
Hot honey is a very good trend right now. It's everywhere. I love it.
Yeah, I think they're doing one at Twin Peaks.
Okay.
And it was really, really good. Lemon peppers at 9. You got the mango habanero. That is a pretty popular flavor, but that habanero can get pretty dang hot.
Yeah.
But that is a go-to for a lot of people. The jerk flavor.
Yes. I love that.
That Caribbean chicken wing.
You get some jerk chicken going on with some red beans and rice and a little piece of cornbread.
Yeah.
Some of these Jamaican spots.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, shout out to Michelle, Broadus's lady.
Yeah.
She brings it strong with the
Wagwan.
My
Michelle.
goodness, that's good. The hot lemon, says the 469. I do like that. I think Wingstop was the one who patented that. That's like their Cowboys flavor.
Yeah, that's when my girl almost crashed out to the Wingstop because they stopped making it that one time. She was like, "You just can't mix those flavors together." It's like, "No, we can't do it," and we haven't been back since, bro.
Man,
It's me crazy when I want Wingstop.
That's a great flavor. Usually, I'll do like 20 wings, and I'll do half lemon pepper, half like traditional hot buffalo.
You eat all 20?
Oh yeah,
I bet you do.
Oh my gosh, you kidding me? You kidding me? Wow, 20 is the standard. Just like when it comes to like a fast food cheeseburger, it's a triple meat is the standard. And then we'll just see how hungry we are from there.
I still remember that event down there at Twin Peaks. Was that Grand Prairie? Where you had like 3 dozen wings sitting there. You were just crushing them.
Yeah, because they did the smoked ones, dude.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Smoked wings go crazy.
Smoked wings go crazy.
With ranch, man.
Smoked then fried. You get some places that are doing that. That's outstanding. You got the Cajun coming in at number 6. You have sweet chili, like a Thai-style sweet heat.
Yeah.
A lot of the texters are liking that as well. That comes in at number 5. You get the teriyaki, the sweet, savory, Japanese-inspired glaze.
Yeah, you want to do extra glaze, and that's where you actually want extra sauce with some rice. Oh, some white rice.
Oh, my gosh, the white rice with that. Yeah, the sticky white rice.
Oh.
Yeah, that's 10 out of 10. You got the garlic parmesan coming in at number 3. I saw Matt Pittman and Meat Church just did a garlic parmesan video. Freaking looks ridiculous.
The new rub, by the way, I think it's garlic jalapeno.
Yeah.
The new Meat Church rub. I look forward to trying that.
Same here. Number 2 is the barbecue.
Yeah. It really hits with the ranch too. A real good ranch and some barbecue wings. My God, messy as hell, but they're good.
They are probably the messiest. And then at number 1, you get the classic buffalo.
That's it, baby.
That's the number 1 go-to. You can't go wrong with that.
I like those Hawaiian wings too, by the way.
Oh yeah,
kind of sweet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the varieties are outstanding these days with the amount of different wing flavors that they're coming up with. It's beautiful. We're in the golden age, I think, of the chicken wing flavor right now.
You are correct, sir. All right, we're in the golden era of 2026 Rangers baseball. I'll tell you that much. For the first time since they were 4-1, they are 3 games over 500. And their series with Tampa continues coming up tonight at 5. We have the Rangers Player Show with Austin Wins next on The Fan.
But first, I got to let you know that America...
Welcome back. Number one Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show. Broadus is watching Cowboys practice in Oxnard, and he'll be back in an hour or so for Krusty's Corner. We'll unload his notebook on relevant takeaways from there. But yeah, Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Here he is, turned a heck of a double play last night, hit a home run as well in his third game with your baseball club. Rangers catcher Austin Wynns here with you on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Man, it's great to have you. It's great to watch you guys when you're playing like this. And I guess we want to start with congrats on that home run last night. How's it feel to be able to step in and contribute right away in just your 8th at bat for the club?
Hey, it feels great. You know, I just want to do my part and whatever it takes to help out the club. And yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty common. You know, guys keep getting hurt, and then guys are brought in like you. And I think it's like it's a rule that you got to step in there and start dominating the other teams. So we appreciate you following along with what the tone that's been set here, Austin. How are the vibes down there? It seems like the energy's pretty good with this club right now.
Oh, we're vibing, and we're a nasty team. We're a gritty team, and we're just going day to day because every game matters. Every game is so important. We have to win each day, and right now that's why we're just keeping it simple as that. So,
now with the bases loaded double play, there is that one of the more fun defensive plays when you see that start to come together with the comebacker to the pitcher and the bases loaded.
100%. It's like, you know, you don't see those plays often, so they're very like hyped up for sure, and we capitalized on it. And you know what I mean? When Cal, he fielded it, threw it to me, and I just caught it, ripped it to first, and Berger, nice stretch, and caught it. It was just like, it was bang, bang. Everything was bang, bang. And I was just like, that was sick and huge. And that was such a momentum shift, like I said yesterday. And those win ball games. And that's just that. And you just keep on doing like the basics, the small little things. And it's just going to keep on trickling into more W's.
Now, how sure were you that you had him? I'm glad that they called it the way that he did, but you know, I think I've watched it and slowed it down and tried to pause it.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off. As soon as I ripped it, I was like, he's out. And then I started walking out. When the umpire came in and said, hey, wait right here, and I was like, no way. And then that's when I just stopped and I was like, just hanging out with Cal. And then as soon as they were like, no, we're good, I'm like, let's go. So yeah, it was great.
Nice.
How long does it take to really get the chemistry and get in sync with a whole new pitching staff?
It's just time. Like how every newcomer that comes in, especially with this is I think my 9th team I've been a part of. So it's not my first rodeo, and I understand what I need to do, and I have a job to do. And right now, I'm just trying to do the best I can each day and get to know every single one in there, especially on the pitching side, their strengths and their weaknesses, and how can I get the best out of them? Because as soon as we get the best out of them, that means we're in a better situation in winning the game. So that's my job, that's my role, and that's about it.
When you get into a new locker room, do you get? Do you seek out some people that maybe you're familiar with? Do you have any buddies that were already on this Rangers team?
Oh, for sure. Like it's like people you played played against them a lot. So it was just like obviously doing like scan reports and then getting to know people, and then played with who did I play with in here? I played with Jock. I played Justin Vita, the hitting coach, Junis. So it's good having like the familiar faces, and also the rookies that came up from Round Rock. So yeah,
it's catcher Austin Wynns with you here on the Fan. Who's the best player you've ever played with?
That's a big big. That's too hard to say. I played with a lot. I played with Shoe. Like, out of all the teams I've been a part of, I got to think of like the Hall of Famers first. Like, had a glimpse of Kershaw.
Nice.
So, like, that's like, it's, again, I've had a lot of great players and just good teammates. So it's hard. I couldn't answer your question. I apologize.
No, it's all good, man. Let's circle back to Clayton Kershaw. Obviously, a Dallas guy, local legend. What was it like being teammates with him? I assume you caught him.
Yeah, caught his sides, and then just getting to know him and just his process. And he's, again, that's why he's so good. And it was just being a part of that organization and just getting to know him, seeing how he does his thing. It was really cool.
What does Mackenzie Gore need to do tonight against this Rays lineup to keep this party rolling?
Trust in all his pitches and command the strike zone, and that's what's going to lead us to a better, obviously, situation and wins for sure. But he just needs to go out there and just execute. And he has a game plan, and we'll see from there.
So how chaotic is it going from team to team at times? And I mean, I don't know. You got your family in one place. Are you living in a hotel right now? Like, how does this all work?
It's definitely part of it. But my wife, she gets it, and she's all in on the process and just the life of a baseball player, because you can never plan. It's just the unpredictability and just the constant moving around. Like, again, this is like my fourth team I've been a part of. So she's awesome. And I couldn't be more thankful for her.
Can we have anything waiting for you when you guys get home next week? Maybe a brisket sandwich or something to welcome you to Texas properly?
Oh, I would love that. That'd be awesome.
Nice. You can count on it. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats on your success, and give him hell, Austin. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
You got it. There he goes. Rangers catcher Austin Wins, brought to you by Golden Chick and brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yeah, 8 or 9 big league teams.
Yeah, dude.
He's had some good stretches at the plate, hasn't he? Like, I know yesterday and when he was called up, and then you see him in the lineup yesterday, a lot of the talk was about what he hasn't done this year. I think in 2 other big league stops so far, he's like hitting under 100, but he's got seasons hitting in the 270s, 280s. I think his career average is right around 230. I think his career OPS is right around 650 or something. So maybe not a big league hitter that's going to excel, but he can have a good stretch for you, and that would be right on brand with what we've experienced with CY tapping into depth and finding some gems.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a long season. You just need a couple of little stretches from different guys. If he can give you that right now, when he hit that home run last night, like, I think there was a lot of people I saw from like a gambling standpoint. Everybody was like, go hit the under on all things Austin Wins, and then bang, there's the homer.
Right on. Well, pregame tonight coming up at 5 o'clock. Brian Schottenheimer press conference was on the Fan last hour. We do have the C-Note coming up at 3:20. We'll talk to you about Cowboys news, and then Krusty's Corner is coming up at 3:40. Don't know if you heard this, but he challenged Tyler Guyton again. Pointed to the lack of consistency with his fundamentals. Says he's going to be challenged from the other offensive linemen at camp, and he's going to be challenged by the edge rushers that are going to line up against him with, Donovan Ezeraku, I guess, getting first crack at that. But it's so interesting because it was clear last year their approach was to try to build Tyler Guyton up with confidence and almost cheerleading him. Mm-hmm. That didn't work, and maybe it made him complacent. But I still can't buy it. I think they're trying to use words to like get at his pride or something, a little bit like I could really have this taken away from me, and hopefully that produces the best Tyler Guyton we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, he built him up with calling him one of the most talented athletes he's ever been around at left tackle with the feet and the ability to move and the size and everything like that. But the thing that frustrates coaches the most is when you're a guy that consistently is getting banged up and and there's questions about, are you taking care of yourself, all these different things. So I think you're at the point now where there is a little bit of frustration, and they're trying to light that fire and let them know that this is not just going to be given to you, even though everybody in that building is crossing their fingers that he stays healthy and he can be the guy.
Okay, George Pickens obviously already the guy, and Shotty says he was as dialed in as he's seen him. So he is locked in, Mr. Professional, George Pickens, and again, we'll have Krusty coming up at 3:40. He'll give us his observations on all the main players, and Shotty also saying Caleb Downs appears to be ready for whatever. You know, this is something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. Of course, in the draft process, I had my doubts. You know, I just don't know, like, at pick 11 or 12, and this is why he made it to 11 or 12. We're not getting interceptions. We're not getting PBUs. We're not covering anybody. We're not down on the line like wrestling people and doing this gap and a half stuff or beating the best blockers. But I think positional flexibility is huge, and then being so savvy in this defense that you can sort of impact multiple routes, like the chess piece factor to it. But I think it's really testing what I've thought of where the value is in the first round to hear everybody talk about Caleb Downs like this is going to be a transformational type of piece. Those are guys that can go hunt quarterbacks or command double teams and still win. It's got to be like the Fred Warner of safeties, and there's a couple out there like Derwin James and Kyle Hamilton are so versatile and so smart that they're impacting the game in that way. But I don't know. Like, what is it you think that we're going to see? Are we going to see anything, or do the games have to be being played out and you kind of see his impact in the analytics of the game?
Yeah, I do think the games will be more so than maybe practice because he doesn't wow you with the size, speed, athleticism, all that kind of stuff. But he is what they call a force multiplier and making everybody around him better, always in the right place. Just a sound kind of dude with the instincts that are through the roof. So I think it'll take till game day to where you can start to see the impact, and a Brian Broaddus film study the next morning going, okay, Caleb Downs is helping X, Y, and Z player make this play here.
Yeah, a lot of people moving to almost like temper expectations, but Shotty wasn't having that. Expectations are through the roof, and excitement about what he can do to help transform this defense is through the roof. We haven't talked about Max Crosby yet today, did a lot of that yesterday. It'll be interesting as well once Broaddus steps back onto the tennis courts to hear what he has to say as far as what the buzz is amongst his insiders and his peers there around Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, California. 1 down, 2 to go. Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief.
The NCAA is back to being bleep holes of the week, plus some Luka leadership next in the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Broadus is in Oxnard right now watching practice. When it concludes, he'll jump on the headset and do the rest of the show with us, give you a full report, and it appears we have a little bit of breaking news. For that and more, here's Chief of this Hodge.
Yeah, we got some Cowboys camp updates as practice is underway right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
One of the new faces in the secondary for the Cowboys, P.J. Locke, according to Kevin Hageland, is in the injury tent.
Uh-oh.
He's calling it lower body.
Oh.
Now, he walked off under his own power. He had his hands up over his head, almost like he had maybe got the wind knocked out of him or something like that. Didn't look like he had much of a limp or anything, but Hagee's saying something with the lower body. So P.J. Locke is your first Cowboy in the injury tent for the 2026 training camp.
He looked to be walking a little bit funny, but I noticed he kicked both feet against the ground, which isn't something you would do if like an ankle or a knee was really bothering you.
Yeah.
Maybe he pulled something.
Yeah, it didn't look terrible. Yeah, maybe it's a hammy or something like that. So we'll get some updates here. But there's your first injury on a day and really a week here as NFL training camps have kicked off around the league. Injuries galore. So hopefully that's as bad as it gets here today, at least for the Cowboys, with P.J. Locke walking off the field under his own power, but dealing with a lower body injury as he heads to the blue tent. Now, a couple of other things I'm seeing here. You have Nick Harris, our buddy from the Star-Telegram. You have Rashawn Gary punching out a Phil Maffa run.
Oh.
The ball lands on the ground. Caleb Downs with the fumble recovery. Right place, right time. There he is.
Let's go.
Mr. Instincts. You don't want to see Phil Maffa fumble the ball, but how about this? Phil Maffa subbed out after the fumble, and Jaden Blue took advantage with a 45-yard touchdown that would have been good in pads too, says Nick Harris. So I don't see a video of that right now. I don't know if that was a reception.
Inject all that in my veins right now.
I know, but that's exactly what I want to hear in regards to Jaden Blue.
Caleb Downs picking up fumbles, Jaden Blue running for 40-yard touchdowns.
That's the
Super Bowl.
That's the missing ingredient for this Cowboys offense right now. Yeah, it was a run play off the right side, and Jaden Blue with a nice 45-yard touchdown with no pads. But Nick Harris is saying even with pads, that was going to go the distance there. So Phil Maffa, let's hang on to the football. Jaden Blue, let's continue to find pay dirt, and we're rocking and rolling. We'll keep you updated on P.J. Locke with the injury that he sustained.
When you said punching out, I thought for sure we had our first fight, and we were going to see how they did.
The first I've seen, I think, is the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, Jamar Chase is fighting multiple teammates, I think.
I guess so, man. He's setting the tone early at Bengals camp. So we'll keep you informed here with everything that's going on in real time. And then, as you mentioned, we'll get Broadus back in the saddle with all his scouting notebook. Now, how about the NCAA coming back and being the heavy-handed jerks that they are? RJ Choppy's not going to like this. Tennessee linebacker Arion Carter will miss the first 2 games of the season. NCAA suspends him for accepting a $427 flight from an agent before ultimately returning to Knoxville. So he made the decision to enter.
We're back on this again?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like. I thought we were done with this. We've been handing out millions of dollars to kids, and now a $427 plane ticket, which reportedly he did pay back as well. He's still getting slapped with a 2-game suspension here. So he entered the 2026 NFL draft before later returning to Tennessee after suffering an injury while training. So when he was still thinking about going into the NFL draft, his agent bought him a plane ticket, and he ended up paying that back, but I guess the NCAA doesn't care, and they're going to go ahead and suspend him here. But it doesn't feel like the NCAA has much power and jurisdiction like they used to. If I'm Tennessee, I might just run them out there and play. I think the NCAA has been neutered to a point where you can say whatever you want. I don't have to abide by anything you're telling me or asking me to do.
You're going to deny my client the right to work in this state because he took a loan from his agent?
Yeah.
Who is in charge of helping him continue and advance his career in any way possible? What kind of un-American BS are we looking at here, NCAA? We'll see you in court.
Thank you. That's exactly what's going to happen.
That's why I have a hard time cheering for them with any stuff, because they're going kicking and screaming into this future. And I think now that they've lost, I think the reason we're seeing this is they're trying to get a handle on what they possibly can.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do, and I think everybody's going to band together and push back, and not accept what they have, what they're trying to do here. But Choppy's not going to be happy about that. And I do want to wish Dak Prescott a happy birthday. 33 years old today. Where does that rank him in terms of projected starting quarterbacks for the season? How old is he compared to the rest of the league?
I would say he's probably about the seventh oldest.
Aaron Rodgers, Matthew Stafford, Geno Smith, and tied at 4, Jacoby Brissett and Dak Prescott.
Okay.
He's now a true vet in the league. With Aaron Rodgers, one more season to go. Matthew Stafford, maybe just one more season.
He's going to move into the top 3 in no time.
In no time, dude.
How many more years do you think he plays? He's got 3 years left on this contract.
If he doesn't sustain another catastrophic sort of injury, I would expect him to play another. I would expect him to push 40.
Yeah. I feel like some guys are making it that long, and like longevity is more a thing than ever. But you saying he's, 5th? And he's about to be 4th? There's not a ton of guys over 33 that can hang on.
Yeah, and still be quality enough to actually start.
Since the leg injury, he gets hurt and misses half the year or more in every other year. So if that would continue, this kind of starts to match what the Tony Romo context was when they ultimately drafted Dak Prescott. And that year, they almost drafted Paxton Lynch in the first round. Like, they were ready to say, hey, we have to increase. So did you see the report from Todd Archer last week that they were very interested in multiple sources, that they were very interested in Brendan Sorsby?
In Sorsby, yeah. Yeah, despite all the gambling and everything, they were very interested in him. We didn't get a chance to really discover what that level of interest was, because maybe some of the homework that they were doing on him didn't get to go to completion because he ended up not being able to be eligible anyways for the draft. But at least on the front end of the proceedings, yeah, they liked what they saw. And it's like, I totally get why they would be. I just don't know how much were they willing to go for this? Was this?
Yeah.
Were they willing to put a 2nd-round pick on the line? A 3rd-round pick? Because it's probably what it would have taken in order to actually get him.
Yeah, and assuming they don't make a trade for Max Crosby or a big-time corner or linebacker, what do you think they'll do next year at the draft if they were seriously entertaining the idea of Sorsby? It's a quarterback-rich draft. I think it would stand to reason that is there. We do live in a world where it's possible they make a significant investment in a future quarterback next year, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. It would be exciting, but I don't know how many quarterbacks I would like their chances of stepping in and being better than Dak anytime soon. So
for sure.
I think it would ring like the Matthew Stafford and Ty Simpson thing. Like, you need players to help Dak now, not another quarterback for his replacement.
Yeah, I don't think they would do a 1st-round pick unless the season just goes down the drain and they're picking super high.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think they would maybe let the game come to them in what is going to be a pretty deep quarterback class. Maybe you can still get a talented guy on day 2, and maybe that's where they would, maybe take a page out of Howie Roseman's book and go ahead and draft this successor there. Some people texting in. Kirk Cousins is still pretty old. Yeah, that's a good point. He is projected to start at 37, so he would be ahead of Dak there. Joe Flacco at 41, he's a certified backup quarterback, and everybody in Cincinnati is hoping they don't have to see Joe Flacco and that Joe Burrow can stay healthy. But Flacco technically not a starting quarterback as it stands right now. But Kirk Cousins, fair enough, he is. So Dak would be firmly in the 5th spot in terms of oldest quarterbacks in the league right now. Now, did I leave off this nugget? I just got a text from Wolchuk. When I said the punch out, Phil Maffa fumbled the football. Someone punched it out. Did I leave out the name? Do you know who punched that ball out?
Rashawn Gary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I said it.
Yeah, Rashawn Gary punched out Phil Maffa.
Walchuk says you're just going to skip over Gary forcing that fumble like that because he knows I'm not the biggest Rashawn Gary guy, and now he's hearing things the way he wants to hear them.
I love it.
He must have the kiddos down for a nap or something right now.
He's chomping at the bit to talk Cowboys camp, isn't he?
He is, man. I know he is. Not only the FOMO of not being in Oxnard right now, but just the fact that he can't sit here and break down every single random play that takes place on day one of padless practice. Yes, he's got the shakes a little bit. He's jonesing for some Cowboys football, and
especially
really,
after the Max Crosby rumors.
Who isn't right now?
Reigniting the fire.
Oh my gosh, he's in full torque mode right now. We're going to see a revitalized, energized Wolchuk when we meet him at the airport on Sunday as we get ready to take off for Oxnard. Let's see. Shifting gears here a little bit in the hodgepodge. Luka Doncic taking ownership of some leadership here.
What?
He's hosting the entire Los Angeles Lakers roster in Slovenia for a 4-day mini camp in August.
/ bar crawl.
I believe he is footing the bill for this as well. Like, he's flying out all of his Laker teammates, and he's going to give them a tour of Slovenia, and they'll be working out, golfing, probably boozing, a little hookah here, and a little beer bong there. And he's going to try and get this season off on the right foot for the Lakers.
Help me!
Yeah, that'll probably be a part of it. Stand up there and say, guys, I need your help here, okay? Because otherwise I'm going back to Dallas. They got that guy Cooper Flagg, okay? So if you guys aren't going to help me here, I'm going back to the Big D. I think that's how it's going to shake out. Did you see or hear what Yordan Alvarez did last night?
More home runs?
More home runs for sure. And everybody, you have the Astros and the Mariners. The Mariners beating the Dodgers last night, right when you think you're going to be able to continue pulling ahead of them. They find out a way to beat the Dodgers. And then the Astros are in Los Angeles taking on the Angels. And this is the first at-bat of the game for Yordan Alvarez. The first pitch. I don't like him. I hate that we're about to see him here coming up this weekend.
Oh, it's the worst.
But I do have to respect the fact that I think this might be the best-sounding crack of the bat that I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Yordan Alvarez.
Sounded...
Yordan.
Well, that thing rocks.
You guys are feeling that the same?
Yordan Alvarez crushes one high and deep. Forget about it.
That is as much of a no-doubter just off the bat as I can remember hearing.
Yeah. Sounds like Thor hit that with his hammer.
Yes, dude. And it was the Hulk pitching. Like, it was just a crazy moment of bat meeting ball right there. 427 feet for Yordan, and hopefully that's the last we see of it for the next 4 or 5 days, because we don't want to see him getting after us like he usually does. But maybe we can get Seager to come back and combat things a little bit for us in Houston with a big weekend series looming. But I just couldn't. When I heard that, I was, golly. Josh Hamilton?
Yeah.
Is that the last one that you can remember with the crack like that?
Yeah.
How are bones not broken on that play? My only question. The concussion of it was knocking over kids in the 300 level.
Well, hopefully that went over the air as well as it did in our headphones here, because that was a hell of a dong there from Yordan Alvarez. He can go bleep himself, though. Back to you live in studio, Dawson.
Thank you, Chief. All righty. We have the C-Note coming up next. It appears Cowboys practice has concluded out there in Oxnard. So Broaddus will be back on the tennis courts. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. We'll talk to him about his observations and what the buzz is, what the scuttlebutt is around the Cowboys right now, coming up next here in the Nation. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening, and Broadus has settled in on the tennis courts after watching Cowboys practice. So you have C-Note, then Krusty's Corner back-to-back here. Football's finest is coming up at 4 o'clock. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. How we doing, Brian?
Doing excellent, boys. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon to you. Let's follow up on some things that have been buzzing on social over the last 30 minutes or so. PJ Locke goes into the tent with an injury. What do we know here, Brian?
Yeah, I'm going to have to get with my guys at the end of this one. It looked like it was using the hockey term, a lower body injury. I initially thought it was like an ankle, but he was walking under his own power, but mindful it was kind of gingerly the way that he was moving. So they took him off the field, and they were rotating the safeties pretty good, getting opportunities. And it's unfortunate that early here in the camp, very first practice, that we might have an ankle injury or some kind of lower leg injury. I'll try and follow up, and maybe by the end of the show we'll have an answer what exactly happened to him.
Didn't look too bad the way that he was moving, but I could tell he was favoring something.
He was. Yeah, I thought it was either. I was thinking it was his right ankle is what he was doing. But like I said, if I can, I will get the injury and the specifics for you then, and we'll be able to have a better diagnosis of that.
I love it. John Owning talking about and providing a video of them stemming the front late in the play clock.
Yeah.
Is that maybe one schematic thing defensively that's different or that's popping out?
Yeah, I think the things that are. By the way, I thought it was a really good day for these outside linebackers, and I'm talking about with Donovan Ezerako, and I'm talking about Rashawn Gary, and they with those guys, they were super active in the way that they were playing their front. They were flipping both the right side, left side. So it wasn't just, we're going to give the offense a chance to kind of lock in. So they were moving their guys around quite a bit. But, boy, they were active as pass rushers. They were active as also playing the run. There was one time where Gary, he beat Smith goes around Smith. Smith's trying to trap him, and he kind of jumps around him and then gets in on the play. So, moving the front, stemming the front. And when we talk about stemming the front, it's you start in one spot, and then before the snap, then you just move a gap over and stuff like that to maybe get a little bit of a different read or give the offense a little bit of a different read there. But I thought it was a good job today with those outside linebackers.
Did you agree that Jaden Blue's 45-yarder would have been good with pads on, as Nick Harris said?
Yeah, I think so. There was a couple different times where Booker and actually Booker and Steele, and this is kind of the things that we were a little bit thinking about that Steele had played, and we always say, Steele's a really good run blocker, and you're like, yeah, Steele's playing next to Hall of Fame Zach Martin, and that helps. And I'm saying that in respect. I'm not saying that to make Steele look worse. But he and Booker last year, first year together, I think there's a little bit better feel. The fact that they've played a season together, maybe some of the stuff with the OTAs, have a little bit better understanding of the fits, but really some nice jobs off that right side. There was a lot of times today where we saw pullers, where we saw guys, whether it was the waggle game, when they bring guys out and and try and get the quarterback in space, or when they were just running the football. But there were several times where there was nice gaps inside. One time they caught Overshone. He was a little bit too aggressive, and they caught him inside. He read it quick, thinking it was going to be inside, and then the ball went a little bit wider, and Smith was able to turn on him as the ball went past him.
How about Ezeraku, Deron Bland, injured guys? Are they getting work out there?
Yeah, they are, and it's interesting that we're seeing. I didn't see more. I thought I was going to see more of Durant out there, but the starters. I tell you, Carson got a lot of work today, and there was one time where CeeDee Lamb was matched up against Carson. He was able to separate. Dak was too long with the ball, but they worked all their different combinations. Malik Hooker was working as the safety, as the starting safety. He was working with Thompson out there, and then that allowed Downs to play more in the nickel. But today it was like they were using him more covering tight ends than they were covering it. It might have been because of the way the offense was getting into some of their 12 personnel stuff.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Brian Broaddus's Krusty's Corner is coming up at 3:40. Anything else urgent you want to pass along just after stepping off of the practice field before we get to the corner, sir?
No, I don't. I'm good with that. If there's anything else you got you want to ask about, I'm good to go on that. But we'll cover some more things in the corner as well.
Well, I'm looking over the top of my readers at you here on the cam. I got my first pair of readers.
Look at this
weekend.
Is it getting? Well, I'm having cataract surgery here coming up pretty soon. So
yeah, so is Dawson.
I'll show up. I'm going to show up with a patch. I'll be like a pirate guy, and then you got your readers. Chief is good. He looks like Roy Orbison, wearing his sunglasses indoors.
I'm Googling him now.
Yeah, you'll understand when you see the picture of Roy Orbison. And then I think Wolchuk's the only healthy guy we got when it comes to this eyewear stuff that we're doing right now.
Yeah, he's the first guy you think of when you think about health.
Of health, a picture of health.
He's a perfect picture of it. But we have Dawson looking like little Sean Payton-esque right now. He's got the headset on. He's got the hat that's a little bit sideways, and he's just mother bleeping his playbook right now. He doesn't see a single good play.
He doesn't
see one. He's not confident in one play that he has on his call sheet right now.
Has Vic Fangio figured out how to shut him down in this game or something? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, he's squirming on the sidelines here a little bit. He went from 50 to 62 in just a matter of seconds with these readers.
And I've been fighting the readers because I didn't want to do them, and I didn't want to go through the hassle of going to an optometrist and everything.
Wearing them on the tip of his nose, too.
I didn't realize it was so easy. Like, you could just be at the grocery store, and they have a section of these pre-made ones that were only $20. This is $20 right here. Chief, I can read a book again.
Dawson,
that's a steal.
Dawson,
you can act like you're reading books again.
There was, I think the first guy I ever saw wear the readers where Jeff Fisher used to have them around his neck, and then they connected in the middle.
Yeah.
So they hung straight down, and then when you need them, you just popped them together and put them on your nose. And I thought for a while there, man, that's a pretty cool way to operate. But yeah, I'm about to have both of my eyes operated, but I'm going to be back, man. They're putting lenses in here. I'm like I'm about Bionic Man back when Bionic Man, $1 million man, something like that.
I think right when I hit 45, it started to go. So I've been holding it off for like 5 years. I would just tell people, if you're having a hard time seeing things up close, venture through that little pharmacy optical part right there at the grocery store. Like, I found these at Target, and I didn't have to suffer like this for so dang long. Okay, what else is cooking here in the C note? Ted Wynn at The Athletic did a piece where he had defensive coaches anonymously rank offensive play callers. Who are the guys you have the most respect for? You could probably easily guess the top three in one order or another. Shanahan won it, then McVay, then Ben Johnson.
Yeah, those are the clear-cut guys.
And then in your next group.
Where's O'Connell fall in this group?
You know what's crazy? He's not in the top 10, Brian.
That's okay. Where does Shane Steichen fall into this group?
I think O'Connell got hurt when Kubiak took Darnold and might have done better.
Oh, there you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Steichen comes in at 7, and the quote that Wynn used was, he's unique compared to the McVay-Shanahan guys. He does a mixture of under center, but he uses an RPO running game out of the gun a bit more than the others. They do a really good job of finding explosive plays that have hurt you in the past. I don't want to call him a copycat guy, but they find explosive that have showed up against you previously. So he's got Steichen at 7. What are you thinking about Andy Reid now? The shine's come off that a little bit, hasn't it? What's gone different for Andy Reid?
I think Andy Reid through the years has had to deal with guys leaving, guys coming back, and I think Andy Reid needs to get back to, finding his ways. I think Andy Reid will also tell you that his players aren't as good as they once were. I think that he struggled a little bit with some of his skill guys, and I haven't talked to Andy in a while, but I would be able to. By the way, that guy just didn't cuss, did he?
No, I didn't hear it. If he did,
okay, I just didn't.
I could tell a guy was loud talking close to the mic.
I didn't want him behind me cussing there. Sorry about that. If he did, my apologies. But it's Andy. When you start to lose a little of your magic, it might be because teams have figured out maybe your quarterback a little bit. Maybe your tight end's gotten a little older. Maybe your skill guys aren't as good. Maybe you don't have a guy like Hill running down the field or crossing routes or all that. I think they've struggled with that. He still has a quarterback that's one of the most feared in the league. But there was that time where Andy really had that thing rolling, and they were always bragging like, hey, Andy's studying high school film, Andy's studying Pop Warner film, Andy's, and maybe they lost a little bit of that creativity, but they might have lost a little bit of the edge with some of their players.
What do you? Okay, so Shoddy did get an honorable mention. And there were only two guys that got honorable mention.
It was nice of Christian Parker to mention him on that.
What do you think? What's he need to get better at with his play calling, Brian Shoddy, to be in this top 10? Because Wynn does this every year.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting ones because I think there's some things that I do respect the way that Shoddy will come back to some plays. But, I'm reading this book that was put out in Dawson. I brought it with me. I'll finish it up.
Oh, the Bobby Peters book?
The Bobby Peters book.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a really interesting read because it talks about the various things that the Cowboys are good at on offense and some of the things that they're not so good at. And so, offensive creativity is... when you read the book, it appears to like, oh, okay, cool. Well, that's a nice combination. That's a nice route combination, stuff like that. We were listening to Schottenheimer talk today. He's like, it's really interesting how you take things from other coaches and stuff like that. I'm thinking, oh, okay, now we're stealing stuff from other coaches, which we asked you about a couple of years ago, and you said, we don't steal stuff. No, but you do steal stuff, Coach. But the things that to me where Shoddy, I think, could get a little bit. This is maybe goes back to the George Pickens thing that we keep talking about. And by the way, I have an idea of what maybe this deal how it could take place. I'll do this in Krusty's Corner, but the thing with Pickens, the challenge for him, for Schottenheimer, is to create things that defenses can't take away when it comes to George Pickens. So that's going to be his next act. Is he could do things to get CeeDee Lamb open, but he has to come up with a better plan how to get George Pickens open, and he's also going to have to come up with a plan too. How do you get Ryan Flournoy open too? CeeDee is naturally the way he plays, but the challenge now is, can you create a scheme that defenses can't take away from you, but it plays to the strengths of your players. And I think that's the challenge for Schottenheimer now is, hey, man, teams can't play cloud coverage on Pickens, and all of a sudden he's a non-factor in the game. You've got to figure out ways to incorporate things that make him able to get separation, and that's going to be the challenge for him every week.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and as you can tell, Broadus is live on the tennis courts in Oxnard for the first week of Cowboys training camp practices. Chief and I and Wolchuk will join him next week. We have Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to do some more observations from practice, and if you guys got any questions about it, we'll go through that as well. We'll do that next.
Coming up.
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All righty, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and as you know, every day at this time, it is Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. I think we're going to push it to 4 o'clock, though, because we're going to get Quinnen Williams. Is that the plan down there right now, Brian?
Yeah, right now I'm just kind of waiting. The media is assembling in the white chairs, so I can kind of keep talking and we could go back and do some more Krusty's Corner, but I'm just I've yet to see Quinnen Williams appear, but it looks like the media is kind of assembling in anticipation he is going to be there. I've also asked I've asked some people that might be in the know to give us some information on PJ Locke when that happens, and so hopefully, like I said, we'll have that by the end of our show. But right now we're just in a holding pattern, waiting for Quinnen Williams, and when he makes an appearance, we can go there. But until then, I will proceed on with some thoughts. How about that?
Okay, let's do that. Here's the king, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that for me. We just got off the practice field. The first practice today, it was helmets and jerseys. They're going to use this time here this next week as kind of a ramp-up period to get ready for the pads and stuff that they're going to go with next week. Brian Schottenheimer has talked about a more physical practice. He's talked about more padded practices. He's talked about conditioning, which they actually did today. At the end of practice, Brian blew the whistle and said, everybody on the goal line, and they took off there and started running some sprints. So he's working on his conditioning of his team. He's going to work on the toughness of his team, and those are two things that he kind of wanted to convey to us in the meeting. Okay, I've been doing some digging on this whole thing with the possible trades and things like that. Mm-hmm. This is where it kind of is interesting because there's people that believe that, okay, let me say, if it's the Raiders, if in fact it's this, if we're talking about Max Crosby, if we're talking about him as being the guy that they're trading for, and there's some people that also believe that they might be in the Sweat market as well. So
Josh Sweat from the Cardinals?
Exactly. So, but what I was told was, listen, this is not a Mark Davis call. This sounds like that Tom Brady is the one that's running football operations or the football side of things for the Raiders now. So he's taken over the role of, okay, if you're going to do some dealings with us, you have to do dealings with me, and then you have to do some dealings with John Spytek, the general manager. So this sounds like a Mark Davis thing. If that's the case, it's if you want to deal with the Raiders, you got to go deal through Brady, is what it sounds like here, guys. So keep a mind on that. He could maybe say, "Oh, I didn't talk to Davis. Well, if it's the Raiders, it sounds like that if you want to do stuff with them, you got to go through Tom Brady.
I like that. I think that Tom Brady is much more likely to put the best long-term interest of the Raiders and not a relationship with Max Crosby as the straw that stirs that drink, so to speak.
Okay, that is perfect, because what I'm also learning about this, that the initial people are kind of projecting what this could be, how this could, and this is actually better if you're a Cowboy fan than what Brian Broaddus is suggesting. What people are talking about is with Pickens and a third-round pick in 2027, or a first-round pick in 2027 and a third-round pick in 2028. That's where people are kind of projecting. So it's not the one, unless if there's no player involved, you're going to have to give the one. if a player is involved, you're probably not going to have to give the 1, but like I say, the 3, and then a player, which could very well be George Pickens. Now the questions are kind of going abounding about is Brian Schottenheimer addressed some stuff about George Pickens today. Are the Cowboys to the point where, maybe the things that we talked about on our show yesterday, and we talked about a little bit before this, is George able to do things that they're going to need him to do in order to free himself up?
Be more versatile.
Be more versatile. And the questions are starting to materialize that if that's not the case, then maybe the Cowboys are a little bit more willing to move on from him. That they're like, okay, well, we can do things with Lamb, we could do things with Flanoy. Yeah, you're moving on from a really good player, but maybe the coaching staff is looking at it as, well, we've got a really good player here, but can we do everything that we need to do? So that's maybe why George Pickens' name might be mentioned in some of this. The Raiders clearly need help with their skill guys, and so that's why I think that George Pickens' name is being mentioned for some of this.
And the Raiders are willing to take a 3 and a really good player to get this done.
There is like I say, if you go the route of a player and a pick, depending on the player, yeah, the 1 and the 3. But if it's no player involved, then we're looking at the 1 potentially in 27, and then the 3 in 28 is just some people throwing that out right now. I know that I've been talking about it quite a bit. Yeah, I'd give Pickens in a 1. Let's go do this. Let's go get one of these players. But it's people around the league are kind of saying that's kind of where they think this thing, if in fact it happens, that's kind of where they think this thing might go.
Man, I think if the Cowboys are willing to move on from Pickens because he's lacking versatility, I mean, I just think that is a little bit too heavy-handed. He was still extremely productive and dominant last year, despite the fact.
No question.
It's like
no question.
It's not like, man, we can't get anything out of this guy because we're not able to play him out of the slot, even if he is just a boundary-only X wide receiver. Sure. He's still, especially when he's alongside Lamb and you have Dak at quarterback, he's still a top-flight dude.
Yeah, there's no question about that. But maybe as we're sitting here evaluating it from our chair, they're looking at it in a different way. They're looking at it like, well, okay, there's things that they shut us down with, and maybe this is why George is playing nice with everybody right now. He had a couple of catches today in practice, and was bouncing around pretty good. Didn't look like there's any, he's trying to, I believe he's trying to play the good soldier here. But maybe that's something too. Maybe he's trying to be that guy in a way of that. I want to do what I have to do while I'm practicing, so it doesn't turn into any negativity if in fact that the Raiders are interested in that. But the Raiders clearly are hunting. Talking to people around the league, the Raiders are clearly hunting offense. It might not be George Pickens, but they're hunting offense right now, guys.
And there's evidence that more than in a long time, it's going to be defense that wins championships. I know that's been a cliche, but I mean, how close was Denver with Bo Nix? If he hadn't gotten hurt, would they have been in the Super Bowl? They had a chance to go up 2 scores in that game.
Absolutely, they did. Yeah,
even with what's his nuts backing him up. You look at Seattle, and their EPA per play on offense last year was like 18th. Their run game EPA was bottom 5, but their defense was so dominant, they kind of strutted into that championship parade. Yeah. That would be the ultimate pivot as far as being unpredictable from the Cowboys, becoming a defense wins championships to the point that they're willing to move off of one of the most exciting offensive players for a defensive guy 5 years older than him.
Well, this might be the case too, that with Jerry talking about this, that the buy-in for Christian Parker and the buy-in for what they did. They made some big commitments. They don't always spend money, but they spent money on a safety. They used their first round. They used their first 2 picks, the 2 first-round picks they had, used it on defensive players. I mean, the buy-in from Jerry Jones and the fact that they were working on this one for a while, I think that it tells the story here that, and the fact that he didn't come out and say, well, we're done. We're done, and we covered all that ground yesterday. We covered all that ground. I was just looking from the view of, from people around the league and potentially what the Raiders might be thinking about here.
Right on.
All right, we're still waiting on Quinnen Williams, but I will talk about. I mentioned when I came on with you guys. I'm going to say this. I thought the outside linebackers were really, really good today, and I mean that with. When you look at with Donovan Ezaraku, and I was a little bit worried about, how's he going to look with the hip? Is he going to be stiff? Is he can't? The movement was really good. The working against the tackles, working against Steele, working against Guyton. They were flipping sides. I thought if you told me which one of the outside linebackers looked the best, I would say Gary is the guy that looked the best. And when it came to defending the run and then also kind of getting after the passer, Sam Williams actually had a good rush today. So these outside linebackers off to a pretty good start. Again, helmets, jerseys, what you're trying to gauge is you're trying to gain explosiveness. You're trying to think about the pass rush. You're trying to think about moves. You're trying to think about winning things. It's not overpowering guys or anything like that. It's how quick you could be. And I think those guys were off to a really good start. I think the offense had some good things today running the football, especially inside when given the opportunity. They had a period where they went strictly as just run. It wasn't like a 9-on-7 period. It was a team period where they were using pullers. We've talked about this before. With this scheme, do they finally have some guys that can play in space, that can pull, can get to the second level? We saw a little bit of that today with some of the pulls, some of the trapping. The backs did a pretty nice job of getting up inside. A couple of really good runs from Williams. Phil Maffa with a physical run. I got to give Hooker some credit. Maffa got into space. And then Hooker came up to meet him in the hole, or meet him in space, and there was a good thud right there between the two, and Hooker was able to kind of hold his ground. But Phil Maffa showed a little bit of quickness here, and he also caught the ball too on some screens. They used Jadon Blue on some screens as well. But I think, Dawson, you were talking about Nick Harris, the long run. Yeah, that one would have been. That would have been a clean run for a touchdown, the way that thing broke loose.
Love it, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in.
Real quick, Dawson. Real quick. Just got an update. It's a knee injury with
PJ
with our guy Locke. But I was tagged. It should be okay. So
nice.
Knee injury should be okay.
2 down, 1 to go. Rangers pregame. Thank you so much, sir. I know Cowboys fans. They look at you in that golden phone of yours, as Vach called it.
I'm doing my best.
Tremendous resource. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
We got football's finest coming up. We'll hear from Clayton Adams and Christian Parker. And Quinnen Williams still scheduled to take the podium there at the tennis courts. We'll give you some of that as well, Chief. What do you have in store for the finest?
Yeah, we got some fun football sounds of the day right after this here in the nation. But first, I got to let you know that America can...
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys. Let's go back out to Oxnard where Quinnen Williams is at the podium.
Kind of being in a sense where we can get better and trying to get better on defense, especially with the new guys coming in, with the new staff coming in, and just kind of focus on getting this defense going in the right direction because we have a great offense. Everybody know we have a great offense, and it's our job on defense to win championships because that's the saying. So we got a long way to go from last year, and I'm just extremely focused on that and extremely dedicated to that. So.
First time Dak told us in minicamp that we all know you've never been in the playoffs. And he said, you want to get in the playoffs, and he wants you to help him win the playoffs. We talking about never being in the playoffs and particularly helping his team that already talked about Super Bowl winning the playoffs. I
definitely never been to the playoffs, man. And as a competitor, man, I want to win it all. Like I compete in this sport. I'm an ultimate competitor, and I want to win every single game if I can. I was bred to win from Coach Saban and do the things that we can do there at Bama, and I wanted to bring that same mentality, especially to this defense because our offense have that mentality, and just trying to develop a new defensive culture, a defensive mindset. And we got the right guys on defense. Got Kenny Clark, Rashad Gary, two unbelievable leaders. Caleb Downs, the unbelievable college leader, and coming into the NFL ready to learn. And our defensive staff is unbelievable too. So really just focus on, man, getting that side together and doing the things that we can do to carry our weight on this team because the offense for sure going to carry theirs.
Consider that Bama history, how disappointing has it been to not be in the playoffs since you've been in the league? I mean, that's just a different mentality you have to deal with.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't thought about it since I became a Cowboy. Just because it's so refreshing being here, knowing that you have guys with the same like mindset with that you have, especially on that offensive line, man. You got guys on that offensive line who want to get better with themselves, who want you to get better in their own instincts, and you got an offense leader like Dak Prescott who's going to come out and push you to the best of the best as a defense every single day because he wants you to get better because he knows defenses win championships. So being a part of a group, man, that has the same exact mindset that I have when it comes down to winning, when it comes down to winning the playoffs, when it comes down to being an ultimate competitor is unbelievable and refreshing to me. So.
You mentioned all these other guys being leaders. Obviously, you're a leader too on this team. How do you think your leadership has grown and evolved throughout your career?
It's grown tremendously, man, especially because I came in, especially in the NFL, like a leader by example. I was the guy that was going to be on time, the guy who's going to set the standard for everything when it comes down to being on time, working my tail off and things like that. So I've been around a bunch of great leaders, a bunch of great players in this league. And just learn from those guys. I had C.J. Mosley, Frank Gore, Tyron Smith, just name a few great leaders who taught me so much about trying to get that vocal leadership out and trying to develop a vocal leadership, reading books and things like that. So it's definitely been helping me being around great people and great leadership. And also it's easy to lead when you got guys who have the same mindset like that we have here. So,
and you got thrown in the mix last year at defensive tackle. Where do you think you and Kenny are now going into this year, and how much smoother do you think that'll be now that you got a full offseason together?
I think it's going to be extremely smooth, man. Like having a full offseason together, we both went to OTAs for majority of the time and got a chance to gel with each other, and now we at training camp with each other, not just Kenny, just the new defensive line coach, the young guys that we drafted that's in that defensive line room, and even bringing in Tito, having young Jay in there, man. It's phenomenal having those guys in there and getting a chance to work and gel and build chemistry with each other, man, because like I said, it's super easy to be a leader. It's super easy to kind of come to work and work hard when you got guys with the same mindset as you. But if you got guys you got to drag along and really babysit, it's kind of hard in that case. So we have a bunch of guys on our team and our room that has the same like mindset, and the ultimate goal is to win. So.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Whether you have the contract conversations now or later, is Dallas where you want to be long term?
Oh, for sure, man. Especially being here with these guys, man. You got a phenomenal group, man, phenomenal staff, man, organization-wise, man. It's unbelievable, man. And then having guys that you can call and lean on, like DeMarcus Ware is one of my guys, it's unbelievable, man. So like I said, man, I'm not really focused on no contract. Like I definitely want to be here for the long haul. I definitely will enjoy and love being here for the long haul, but I want to win, and that's kind of the only thing I'm really focused on is winning and kind of getting this defense into the groove where we can win football games for this team. So.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. Obviously, having the runway is a good thing, but what has this runway into training camp and now with one practice on your belt, what does that look like for you? How different is it compared to past year?
Can you repeat that again?
The runway you have into the season, obviously it's a good thing compared to being traded mid-year.
Yes, sir.
What does that runway look like for you, though, that through this point, now having a practice on the field?
Just competing every day. Like I said, man, we got a great interior. We got a great interior offensive line and offensive line in the whole, man. You got one of the best interior offensive guard over there. So I feel like I'm one of the best D tackles in the league, and just getting a chance to go against him every single day is going to make me better. Getting a chance to talk to those guys every single day, getting a chance to just build camaraderie amongst the defensive line, amongst the defense, getting a chance to just lead and push each other to the right direction because we have the guys who know how it's supposed to look to win championships on a college level or win playoff games or NFC championships from Green Bay, those guys. So just getting a chance to really gel our mindset as a defense, and then getting a chance to just compete against one of the best offenses in the league, and just really iron sharpens iron is going to make us even better, and I hope it make them even better. So.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You mentioned that you want to be here for the long haul and that you want to win. Yeah. When did you really get sold on the belief that you could win here, that the Cowboys were a place you could
I think when I got traded here. I think when you get traded and somebody put that belief in you, when you get drafted and traded, it's kind of the same I guess feeling. When somebody believe in you to know that, okay, you're one of the guys I feel like you can help us win and help us achieve the goal that we always want to achieve. So as soon as I got traded, I wanted to be here. Like I wanted to be here for the long haul. I didn't want to just come and just play around. I want to be here and win. I want to win for the organization because it has a winning culture. It has a winning history, and I want to kind of bring that back here. And I kind of want to win for not only me, myself personally, but guys like Dak Prescott, who works his tail off and been here 10 years and, you know what I'm saying, deserve a Super Bowl. And guys like CD, who's a 5-time Pro Bowler and been here 5 years and who deserves a Super Bowl. And you just see those things like that, and you just see how great they was last year, and the defense wasn't so great. So it just urges me personally to get this defense together so the hard work that they put in won't just be go to waste anymore.
Jane Slater, NFL Network. Has there been a particular interaction with Christian Parker that stands out to you?
I just think his swag, man. Every day he comes ready to work. Every day he comes just with a swag and a mentality to get better and to be the best that he can be. And it's just amazing, man. I love he like to laugh and joke, and I just have fun with this staff, man. And these guys are super prepared, super ready, and from a winning culture, they know how it feels to win. My defensive line coach won the Super Bowl at the Rams. CP, of course, been to 2 Super Bowls, won the Super Bowl with the Eagles. And they know how it's supposed to look. They know how all pro look. They know how Pro Bowlers look, and they know how a great defense is supposed to look. So just trusting in them to kind of guide us in the right direction and to turn us into those same Super Bowl winning defenses. So
you say that you read a lot. Is there a particular book that stands out and sort of guides you?
It's not a particular book. It's just kind of one of those things. Like I'll be strolling on Instagram, or my wife will send me a book, and I just kind of glance through it or read it or clip note it and just find some different nuggets I can pull out and just to help me be a better leader or a better person in general. So,
is there one you're leaning on right now, a nugget that's getting you through camp?
Just the playbook. Just the playbook right now. So,
Mike Ducey, Fox 4. Coach Schottenheimer this morning mentioned how you're one of the more humble stars he's been around. That humility started at a young age. Where did it come from?
I think it's truly come from just everything that I've accomplished, and everything that I get to do is a blessing. So I just kind of carry that mindset of it could be taken away from me any day. So enjoy it, enjoy the people around you, and make a difference in anybody's life, make a difference in somebody else's life that you come across. And I live by this code, like treat others how I want to be treated. So even when I'm giving constructive criticism on the field, I always had that mindset of like, treat that person how you want to be treated. So kind of, even if I'm upset at that person or if I'm upset, just kind of take a deep breath and get that person constructive criticism, how I want somebody to constructive criticize me. So I kind of just live with those values and try to apply those things when I do my leadership or how I go about my life. So,
thank you.
All right, thank you.
There he is, Quinnen Williams, talking with the Cowboys media on the tennis courts in Oxnard, California. I just said it would have been an incredible pivot to become a defense wins championship type of organization, and that was like the first sentence that we threw to when he was up there. He says it's our job on defense to win championships because that's the saying. Said he hadn't even thought about never making the playoffs since he joined the Cowboys because it is refreshing to be here. So that's cool. And then he was asked if Dallas is where he wants to be long term, and he said, for sure. So...
yeah, absolutely. Especially when you go to from the Jets, he could have probably landed anywhere and been like, "Oh my gosh, this is football paradise right now." You know, but he just comes across extremely likable.
Yes,
and we are so blessed that he is a part of this team, and now that he actually gets to get the full off season and really ingratiate himself, he's going to be a monster in this defense.
Yeah, I didn't realize it when they traded for him, but he's got a lot of the characteristics that Shoddy's looking for, and maybe they found in like a Tyler Booker, you know, just like this big, incredibly positive guy, you know, who I think other people are going to rally around.
Yeah, not putting up a stink about the contract situation. Like many players would at this stage.
Vita Vea is currently.
Yeah, a lot of guys would do that, and all he's caring about right now is he just wants to win. I think we can thank Nick Saban for that.
Yeah, it's great. You know, and I think it's tough to be in a situation if you watch Jalen Carter get 38, could be 40 million, and you're sitting closer to 20.
Yeah, you got all these guys getting the bag at defensive tackle right now.
Yeah, it is definitely a pretty significant trend, and the Cowboys are aligned with it. You know, it's pretty exciting. This trend here specifically, as far as valuing defensive players, is just a couple of years old, and Jalen Carter is one of the first major beneficiaries of it. I don't know. Is Quinnen going to push $40 million? You think is that the world we're heading for?
I mean, it would warrant it if you have Carter sitting at $38 million and a lot of those guys slightly underneath him. Like if you're just going to go next in line, you're probably looking at right about 40.
It's fascinating to me, Brian, because you just moved off from Micah because he was going to get 40 or over.
How about that?
And you're back, into another player that's going to put you in a similar situation.
Yeah, better human being, maybe, that kind of thing. Maybe you're a little bit more, listen, that was
no maybe to that, though.
Yeah,
no maybe. That's good journalism.
No, that's being messy. That's what that is. No, you know what? I think the Cowboys are this type of organization, and I'm sure there's people out there that just hate what I just said. Micah Parsons was a hell of a football player. He is a game changer in the way that he goes about his job. But what we're starting to see now is a trend with these defensive tackles they're starting to get significant raises, and because of the way they affect the game. And Quinnen Williams doesn't affect the game like Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is an edge rusher, the way that he's able to break people down. But Quinnen Williams, when you look at the grand scheme of things, and especially the way he plays in the scheme, and I'll tell you, Kenny Clark had a good day today, but a lot of it because of Quinnen Williams doing what he needs to do, So that's given $40 million, boy, I'd never thought I'd see a day where a defensive tackle would get $40 million, but we're well on our way to being that. And, and I think Quinnen Williams, I think that the way he goes about his job, it makes the Joneses or those who signed the check feel a little bit better about putting money out like that.
I think just the football stuff with Quinnen being different than Micah as far as being a threat against the run and the pass. And if you're a defensive tackle that can eat those double teams and still hold the point and also give you pass rush win rate over 12 or 15%, or like he was after he got to the Cowboys last year, he was over 20% for like the first month, just playing out of this world. If you can do all of those things from the interior, I think we're looking at a time where the difference between the tackle and the edge money is starting to smooth out.
Yeah.
And the same can be said, I think, for the interior offensive lineman as well as guard and center. I mean, Linderbaum hitting for $27 million. Those positions are getting closer as well. We got to run. We'll come back. We'll hear from Cowboys defensive coordinator Christian Parker and offensive coordinator Clayton Adams on what they have in store for 2026 coming up next year on The Fan. I want to chat about D&M Leasing with you before. Guys tasked with bringing the Cowboys offenses and defenses into the modern metas. You have Christian Parker and Clayton Adams cuts. They recently appeared on a couple of podcasts. Parker with Peter Schrager and Clayton Adams there with the Athletic Football Podcast. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, got a lot to get to. I have so much I want to say just to create context, but we don't need to do that. You want to hear from your guys. Here's Clayton Adams on kind of whose offense he's running.
Well, I would say right now, like what we're doing right now is Brian Schottenheimer's offense. You know, it's a lot of it is, it's just, we've blended a million different things, and there's stuff the Cowboys have just done forever that you're just going to, because Tony Romo used to do it. But like, I would say that the DNA of this offense is very much what Brian Schottenheimer, you know, is as a play caller and what he believes in as an offensive coach. Now, within that, you know, one of the reasons that he hired me is he really wanted to you know, like make a mess a little bit more in the run game and be a little bit more creative there and with some of the play action stuff. And so, you know, that's, I think, an area that we've changed a little bit. But, you know, this is, I would say, like right now, you know, this is the Brian Schottenheimer system. And so I'm part of that tree.
So to me, when I hear that, I think, okay, Schottenheimer's West Coast offense plus Adams specializing in play action and the versatile call sheet in the run game.
Yes.
To keep defenses guessing.
Yeah.
Is that what that about looks like to you? I think I would rather hear this is Clayton Adams unbridled, you know, inventing whatever or innovating whatever he wants to add. I think I'd like him more empowered. But I don't know. At the same time, I think he's maybe protecting his role as being, you know, secondary to the head coach.
Yeah, a little bit of deference there to Shotty. And, you know, I think that Shotty it's really good because he knows the things that he knows that he wants to implement, but he also understands what he doesn't know. And let me go get a guy like Clayton Adams to come in here and help me when it comes to the run game and the play action game and stuff like that. Like, this was always just an inside zone running team. That was what they did. No matter what defense you're playing, even if they're built perfectly to stop your inside zone, we're the Cowboys. That's just what we do. And now, week to week, it can look different based on the teams you're playing defensively, the fronts that they show you, and Clayton Adams is much more versatile in the way that he can approach the rushing attack, and I think you saw that firsthand last season.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
There's a situation there. Brian Schottenheimer running the football with outside zone, inside zone. They never had a thing called slice, and I think this is coming from Clayton Adams. And I think where it's a lot different is the fact that when I say the word slice, it's when you take the tight end, the H, the fullback, and you run the play, say, going left, and you slice the guy going back to the right. So there's variations where it's kind of evolved over the years. Is these coordinators have figured out we just can't let the backside run free. I mean, these guys are just too good. Back in the day, that was, you know, you could get away with that. You get a slow defensive end or an outside linebacker that doesn't chase or something like that. Now you got these guys that friggin' fly down the line of scrimmage and they run these plays down from the backside before you even have a chance to cut. So where this involved, and I think this is involved because of Clayton Adams, is that you have these abilities to run the play full flow going left, but bring guy back to the right to give the play a chance to get it a cut back and get through the hole.
Love it. Let's get to cut two here. What else do you respect? How do you adapt to a new head coach who's calling the plays? Here's Clayton.
Well, the number one most important thing, in my opinion, is telling the truth. And so, and that's something that Shotty's really good at, is you're never going to be guessing what he's thinking. He's going to tell you exactly what he's thinking. And I appreciate that direct approach. And so I think that resonates throughout the rest of the staff, is like, we don't have enough time during a game week to like worry too much about anybody's feelings, right? We don't want to be a bunch of jerks to each other either, but, like, we need to communicate directly. And so telling the truth is a huge part of that. And so to tell the truth, you have to be willing to hear the truth. And so that's something that I know from my perspective that I'm always working on is just being like, all right, that's what it is. It doesn't feel good, but that's what it is. And so we need to change and pivot.
Yeah, I think that's huge stuff right there for any industry. Like, can you have these really difficult conversations without somebody getting offended or having an emotional reaction that sort of blows everything up? And now we can't really attack the problem because we're trying to pick up the pieces and rebuild the relationship.
Yeah, and Shoddy comes across like a guy who's just super likable and maybe player friendly and all that kind of stuff, get along kind of guy. But that's an example of Shoddy knows what he wants, and he'll tell you like it is.
Yeah.
And Clayton Adams is just going to have to eat that as well as the rest of the coaching staff.
Yeah, I think some guys try to have the good vibes and everybody's getting along, and as a way of getting there, we're going to avoid the tough conversations because we don't want anybody's feelings getting hurt. If you can balance all that stuff, it really gives you a chance to problem solve. And here's the final cut we'll hear on Clayton Adams, then we'll get to some Christian Parker. How does your offense change as the season goes?
I wouldn't say very much of it at all comes or goes. I mean, there's going to be some new things you pick up along the way, but I'm always very wary to like throw something brand new on the players. And that's why the off-season studies are so important. It's like, all right, let's get a couple reps and a walkthrough and an install of this thing in the off-season. I would just say like your percentages rise and fall. And to me, that happens it's happened every single year that I've been coaching is like, man, we're going to be really good at whatever. We're going to be an outside zone team this year. I can just see it, I can feel it, and you get to week 3 and you're like, we're not an outside zone team at all.
So that's a good example right there of him, and I think maybe it'll change a little bit for him this year with the continuity that he has and really knowing the players that he's working with, especially when it comes to the offensive line. He's probably got a better idea of what he has and what he already knows they're good at, and just sort of adding to that instead of maybe last year perhaps guessing a little bit early on in the season of what do you want to be and trying to figure that out in real time, whereas now you could probably hit the ground running in a way that you couldn't last year.
Yeah, I think Machota was just talking about this with KNC a couple of days ago. Like, a lot of the things that tripped them up last year offensively have a chance to be resolved just by the continuity and them having a now intimate understanding of when this play doesn't work, what happens, right? Do we need to scrap this play? Do we need an entire offseason to work on it? And I think a big part of that, Brian, if I'm not mistaken, is getting Schoonmaker and Span Ford to be those moving tight ends that can execute run game blocks with that coordination of a team approach.
Yeah, I think so too. And then you also with Hunter Lipke as well. Look at how the 49ers are successful, and they're one of my favorite teams to watch run the football, not just because of Christian McCaffrey and not because they have a Hall of Fame tackle and stuff like that. They are just so good at stretching you out and then running people at you and making you have to fight blocks as they're running downhill at you. And the really good running teams are able to do that. They get their guys on paths. They get guys hats on hats. There's no separation there. The guys can't get off the blocks, and now they're running and the backs are taking it to the hole. So, yeah, Schoonmaker, Ferguson, anybody that lines up as a tight end, a Y, an F, any one of those guys in these running games is going to be important for them.
I was surprised because Spanford had big moments last year that when you look at how he graded out for the entire season, it was pretty average. Yeah. So I think he's got like splash plays that show up on film and you're like, holy crap, this guy's is this, that, or the other thing. But it's the consistency that might be what's holding him back from being recognized. I think he's right around like 20th or 19th or 20th in run blocking as a tight end, which is pretty good. But if you want to be that heat-sinking missile that sort of transforms what you can be, you got to be better than that.
Boy, I tell you what, though, it's so funny, Dawson, you say that. And I was thinking, man, maybe he's not a blocker, but he's a catcher, because he had a really good crossing route today that Joe Milton, dropped down through the ball, and then Spanford was able to extend, and then, it looked like one of those tight ends that play for everybody else but your team.
I like
that
it.
kind of thing. Yeah. So.
Hey, man, they could absolutely use some downfield tight end work as well. I don't know. I'd kind of given up on those three, and I'm looking at Michael Trigg, so I'm looking forward to your reports on how the rest of that depth is looking. They got a guy from TCU as well, didn't they? An undrafted guy. Here's some Christian Parker, how previous coaches impact his leadership style on the Pete Schrager podcast.
I try to be as direct, honest as possible. I try to outwork the competition as much as I possibly can and give the same effort to the players as I expect from them. I think accountability and urgency are two main things I think I've operated under over the course of my career. And I mean, I definitely wouldn't be sitting in this seat right now if it wasn't for the opportunity to work under all those guys, even just as young as when I was 21, and the things that Latrell Scott made me responsible for from a young age, and kind of sink or swim. Either you figure it out or you don't, and somebody else will. And you kind of got to have a competitive spirit about you to make that happen. And it's not like I haven't stumbled along the way, but I think learning those lessons from those guys has been really impactful on me.
One of the cool things about this interview with Schrager is he was talking about as he was climbing the ladder, and he worked with a lot of dudes. I mean, it was Pettin and Joseph, Ejiro Evero, who's the defensive coordinator now with the Panthers. But there was one off season where he took the job to go work at William and Mary, and before he even got to spring football, A&M was calling him saying, "Hey, no, come here." And it's like he got interviews, he talked to a team for 90 minutes, and he got hired. That was a consistent thing as he's climbing that ladder pretty swiftly for about 8 years. Okay, and then I wanted to jump to 21 specifically on Vic Fangio's influence on him. Here we go.
In terms of just his expectations, how he works, you gotta make sure, when those Tuesday game plan meetings come around, your ankles are taped and you're ready to go, because you're gonna be sitting in there for a little bit, because he likes being thorough and watching everything together and having that dialogue and doing those things together. But in my opinion, he's the best defensive coordinator in the history of the game. I learned so much from him. He has a unique style of teaching him, because he does care about the development of his staff, but a lot of it is you have to be urgent and hungry enough for that knowledge. He's not just going to serve it to you on a platter and just tell you every single, some of his processes, unless you ask, he might tell you, he might not, and you might kind of get a little breadcrumb along the way. But I think the more conversations you have with him, the more he shares, the more he trusts you, the more that dialogue happens. And I just think, he's phenomenal, but he'll test you, and you got to keep up. And I think if you're paying attention and you learn, you're gonna be able to absorb a lot from him.
Maybe the biggest surprise in that entire interview was when he was talking about how Vic Fangio is a trash talker. And he's got jokes.
Got a little personality to him.
Yeah.
You don't really see that ever.
No, I don't think we've ever seen it in public, but apparently he's got some good zingers. All right, we got to run, step aside, come back, get you set for the Rangers pregame. How could this report around the Rangers' financial approach to the deadline really be accurate? And maybe some keys to victory on the other side here on The Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers pregame's coming up at 5 o'clock. They're in Tampa to continue with their series against the Rays. Mackenzie Gore on the hill for the Rangers. So hoping for the best from him. Hopefully he's got his stuff and his command. For the Rays, righty opener, lefty bulk innings pitcher. I think they understood the assignment with trying to neutralize Jock Peterson to the best of their capabilities. So Jock will start the game on the bench. You've taken that chess piece off the board for Skip Schumacher. So it's a big night for your righties. Obviously, Berger and Colley and Foscue. Diaz is back behind the plate. Langford is leading off and DHing. So looking forward. I mean, we're kind of feeling like we're living a bit of a charmed life here back at 3 games over, Chief.
Yeah, I know. I feel like these players have all looked each other in the eyeballs and said, we are not going to be sellers at this deadline. We're going to make damn sure that we are on a trajectory that would lead the front office to believe that we need to be adding more talent, because they're playing really the best baseball of the season right now, and they're doing it in a team way. I mean, the sack flies, all that kind of stuff. You got random dudes stepping up when it matters. Austin wins last night. Still love what Nicky Lopez is doing. Glad to see Elias Diaz back in the lineup as well, playing catcher. So, yeah, they're kind of in a nice groove right now.
They are in a nice groove, which, made this next piece of news as we go around the bases kind of confusing for me, because I feel like we've talked about you got to go out there and earn it. CY has talked about that. And if you earn it, this ownership group is still financially committed to doing whatever it takes to build a contender. How am I over here on ESPN.com reading, like my 50th trade deadline primer of the day, and we go to Buster Olney here, putting the Rangers at 10th in his rankings of teams that are desperate to make a move. And Buster says rival officials report that Texas isn't in a position to take on money at the deadline, but the Rangers need relief depth as they try to defend their position at the top of the AL West. They'll look for ways to be creative in trades. Brian, we've talked about this, and I've even given Ray credit in recent years for repelling his Scrooge McDavis ways. They're $70 million under the tax threshold. And I'm reading here from Buster Olney, rivals are saying they're not in position to take on money. It's not that they don't have the money, it's that they don't want to spend the money.
Yeah.
And that's disappointing.
That is, it's extremely disappointing. And maybe that's the front office looking at this, and maybe they can change their tune if by the end of the weekend series versus the Astros, you are well above 500 and you've really stretched out your lead in the division. But I would imagine it's them looking at this team and not feeling like it's worth pouring money into right now.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they don't lose a great competitor like CY, and I understand CY hasn't done the best job post-World Series at building an offense, but he's aggressive and he sets a championship standard for this organization and keeps people accountable to it. I don't think he's ever resting on any day. I think he's using all the hours in his day to try to put this team back into a championship place. And if I'm CY, I'm looking at it like how you tied my arm behind my back last year in the offseason, trimming $70 million off. I have somehow magically found guys like Nicky Lopez and Diaz and figured out a way to have us back in first place here. Can I get a little bit of help? And if that report is true, I would be pretty dang disappointed. And then I would wonder, why not just sell the team? If you're going to be in market number 5 and have a payroll significantly lower than everybody else around you in those rankings, what are we really doing here?
Yeah, I don't like it. I can't imagine that CY likes it at all. I was just floored when I saw Jared put out the numbers about this Rangers offense over the last 2 months. They are first in every category offensively over the last 2 months. They're 30-21, second best in the AL during that stretch from a win-loss standpoint. But when it comes to AL rankings, your lineup has been the best in the AL since May 29th.
That's something you invest in. That's something you're like, wow, this is a hell of a sample size. That's 50 games.
And a lot of that was without Wyatt Langford. And no Corey Seager. Even when he was in there, he was awful.
And it was very short-lived.
He was bringing you down.
Yeah. So we'll have our fingers crossed. There are still things you can do. Like you have one catcher off the market in Shea Langoliers because he's got the meniscus injury. But the Marlins are willing to trade their catcher, first baseman Liam Hicks.
Yeah.
According to Mark Feinsand of MLB.com, he's hitting .279. He's controllable for 4 more seasons after this one. So you have to go find players who have years of control or teams that are willing to eat that salary because Ray doesn't want to stomach the idea of writing checks for millions of more dollars with no guarantee that you're going to make the playoffs. And the difficult thing there is when you're trading from that kind of a position, they expect more prospects in return for sacrificing financially in the ways that they are in order to get something like that done.
Yeah, and Hicks would be a great bat to add to the lineup. For sure. He's played a lot of first base for the Marlins as well. So I don't know. I mean, he's probably not going to be playing first base here. I don't imagine he'd be DHing here that much either. So you would definitely throw him back in the catcher spot. He's not a great defensive player, but he
slightly
would be,
above average is what I read.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
He's just okay defensively, but as a bat, that would be a huge upgrade.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I just kind of wondering if you had your choice, would you want the better defensive catcher at this point with the lineup? I mean, a guy that, could throw people out like Langoliers, he throws people out. I mean, he hits. I mean, he's a complete catcher. But in the big picture of things, like to control runners and stuff, it seems like the Rangers have these struggles, Rocker and others, and they just don't hold runners, and you worry about there's certain times where teams come into a series, I feel like they just run on the Rangers. Their game plan is, okay, let's just run and let's see what happens. And Toronto, it just seemed like there was all these times where the Rangers weren't doing anything defensively to hold the running game in check.
I think that's a really good point.
I don't know. It's probably not. It's a terrible point, but it's a point that if I was trading for a catcher, can I get one that can help me defensively when it gets down to these games or getting to the end of the season, and you got to hold people, and because the Rangers pitchers just don't hold runners all that well.
I do think it's a good point, but at the same time, I need to make sure that my bats are going to hold and my offense is good enough, and I just haven't seen enough to fully trust these guys. Brian, we got to run. Excellent work. Day 2 out at Cowboys training camp. Our coverage continues tomorrow. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and Eric Chiafalo. And for Brian Broaddus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Until tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the nation at East.